Sessions on Saturday morning for round number 8. We have qualifying sessions for Coma Bambino as well as our Mighty Bambino. They're both out together on track. We then have our Honda Cadets and our Inters and R200s. All three of those championships still up for grabs as we come into championship weekend here at Teesside today and tomorrow. So qualifying already ongoing for our Bambinos. 15 seconds to go as it gets down to the business end of these 5-minute sessions. So at the double headers, we have a 5-minute qualifying session on both mornings rather than on the Saturday afternoons as we've traditionally had throughout our single event meetings this season. Calais Tennant, who had the stellar weekend last time out in the Might E debut race meeting in their mini 3-round championship to close out the 2025 season, is currently at the top of the pile in the number 52. He's going to come through now and doesn't improve in fact, he does a 102.4, but he's 101.9 on the previous lap on lap number 3. Looks to be more than enough to put him on the top step in this qualifying session with Oliver Reynolds and James Strath. Now, Tennant and Reynolds are both in Mighties, as is the 48 of Ayrton Tennant. And then we have 3 of our Coma Bambinos with the A plate of James Strath. A, that's for the Association of Scottish Kart Club Championship. And with Archie Mostyn, the current championship leader, and Logan Grassie in the number 28. All of our drivers take the checkered flag. Calais Tennant will start on pole position with Oliver Reynolds. And then it will be Ayrton Tennant starting in 3rd place as we'll put all of our Mighties to the front, I assume, as we did at the last round. On pole position in our Comas will be the debutant here at Teesside this weekend for James Strath with Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassie completing your 6-kart Bambino grid.
So that has brought to an end our Bambino session. Heading out very shortly will be the next one. There we go. Green flag is out and the Hondas roll out on to the track to start their out lap before they start their first flying lap for qualifying. It's Edward Rye leading the way.
Fairly standard in qualifying sessions. Rye does like to go out at the front and get his head down. Wasn't a trouble-free practice day yesterday for Edward Rye. Few issues towards the rear end of the kart with a bit of a binding brake. May have hampered their warm-up yesterday, but he does come into this as the championship leader. It's now down to effectively a 2-horse race between himself and Francesco Di Caro. I do think mathematically Daniel Ziad can still win the championship. However, I think he needs pretty much a George Russell type effort in Formula One where the other two don't finish any of the races in the previous days and he picks up some maximum point scores. But Ziad still in that top 3 in the championship and he'll be hoping to end his season on a high. So drivers have started the first of their fastest laps. Now, one of the drivers that performed particularly well yesterday, Tom, in practice was the A-plate of Aaron Rigg. He looked very fast yesterday, and at the moment he's tucked up right behind Edward Rye down the back straight, and it looks like we've got Tommy Burgoyne going with them as well. Behind them is Sebastian McCarthy, and on the back of that is the man who arrives at this championship weekend in the form of his life. Francesco Di Caro has been the one to beat on any piece of tarmac in the UK that he's raced on in the last 3 or 4 months, whether that be UK Kart Series or here at Teesside, he has been the one that has really found another level. And as he goes into next season, Tom, and I get the feeling that they may well go and compete at British level, he's going to be one to watch for me. He's going to come in pretty much as a dark horse at that level. Not many people, and having not raced at that level before, will know him, and he's going to come in. I think he's got a real chance, Tom. And you know, we've seen many quality drivers come through Teesside, Tom, and go on to compete at British and at world levels. And I think we're going to see another one who we're going to be able to keep an eye on next year. Whether he comes back to Teesside, I'm not sure on the regularity, but I get the feeling, Tom, that we're going to see another driver who's going to be challenging at the highest levels next season in Francesco Di Caro.
Yeah, I would second that as well. I think it'll be a good challenge for Francesco, and it'll be great to see what Francesco's level actually is as they make the step up, as you said, David. But what you also rightly said is Teesside is traditionally, and as we've seen over the past few years, it's used as a stepping stone,
a breeding ground.
A breeding ground, a great phrase. Yes, it's a breeding ground. It's a level finder. You find your level at Teesside, and then you move up, and you move up, and you move up, and it's. We've seen drivers who are going to be, as you said, David, competing at World Championship level, who all began their careers here at Teesside.
Well,
so yes, it's very much a breeding ground. These are the acorns from which mighty oak trees grow.
Speaking of acorns growing into mighty oak trees, Tom, yesterday it was announced that Chloe McGill will be competing over in the UAE as part of the Champions of the Future Academy, which falls under the F1 Academy Discover to Drive programme. And we all know, how quick Chloe was here and where she's gone on now. Won her first race at British level this season at Wilton Mill, and will now go on to race in the UAE,
which is great to see. And as you said, David, and there is the mighty oak tree is starting to grow. Still a sapling, I would say, but she's on the way, very much on the way.
Absolutely. Into the pit lane comes the number 91 of Jack Thompson. So qualifying currently in 7th place. Ziad leading the way with a 50.8 from Rig and Di Caro. Championship leader Rye still doesn't look like he's got over the problems of yesterday, Tom. Down in P12 at the moment, currently sandwiched between Alfie Keeling and Oliver Bullock.
He's 2.2 seconds off the pace as well. So wondering whether he's gone... maybe he's gone for dry tyres.
He gone,
on a damp track, or is he gone
wets on a drying?
Wets on a drying track when everybody else is.
Well, slicks. I think, Tom, we're 4 seconds off what is slick pace.
That's what. So he's gone for the gamble of slicks on a wet track, and it is still pretty damp out there. And we saw. We were looking at the 2-stroke warm-up session as well.
No, he's on wets. Rye's on wets because they're mustard-coloured rims, and you don't run them in slicks. So he's on wets as well, Tom. He's just not got the pace. And as you can see, he's falling back through the order. I mean, he went out at the front and is now probably the length of the back straight here behind Aaron Rigg, who went out with him at the front.
Checker flag is out, so this will be everybody's final lap.
That's a turn up for the books, Tom.
Yeah,
at the moment, on provisional pole, the 17 of Abel Hutton. And that, again, I don't know whether he's just gone round the outside of a slower moving kart, whether he's gone slicks. Could this be the tipping point? I'll keep an eye out as we come through. Can Aaron Rigg find the 3/10 or can Daniel Ziad? At the moment, they can't. Abel Hutton in the 17, unless somebody can pull it out, we're going to have a maiden pole position, and it's coming from a very unlikely source, Tom. No disrespect to Abel Hutton, but he'd have been long odds for the pole position here today at Teesside, but it looks like he's going to get it. Few more to come through. The checkered flag flies for all of our drivers. Abel Hutton in the 17 takes a maiden pole position from Daniel Ziad. Tommy Burgoyne with his best ever qualifying will go off the inside of the second row alongside Sebastian McCarthy, Aaron Rigg, Jacob Jones, Aston Wilson. The first of our championship challenges, Francesco Di Caro in 8th. Ethan Pearson, Alfie Keeling inside the top 10 for the 78 is a good showing, with Jack Thompson, Edward Rye, the championship leader in P12, Oliver Bullock, Andrew McCrossan and Reggie Cook, with George Allison in the Micromax in front of Jacob McDonald and Edward Charlton, and then Tyler Gruffity, the second of our Micromax runners, in a qualifying session, Tom, that has really thrown a curveball not only into race number 1 but into the championship as well.
Well, everybody so far, with the exception of one car I'll bring you the number of in a minute, has been on wets. And it was Tyler Gruffity, I think, was on slicks, and the only one on slicks. Everybody else that passed this commentary box was on wet tyres. So that's pure pace for Abel Hutton.
So Hutton on pole by 1/10 of a second from Daniel Ziad. They'll share the front row. Tommy Burgoyne and Sebastian McCarthy, row 2. Aaron Rigg and Jacob Jones on row 3.
But also Burgoyne as well. So Hutton and Burgoyne qualifying very, very well relative to where they've been qualifying throughout the season. So
yeah,
hopefully they'll continue this trend, and we can actually see a bit of a breakout weekend, hopefully, for both of them.
Yeah, they've been sort of like 9th, 10th, 11th,
yes,
12th sort
in
of
that
region.
Sort of back end of the top 10.
Yeah, they've pulled out the odd sort of 7th or 8th between them, but it has been a...
It's a good result for them. The R200s are already on track for their 5-minute qualifying session. They're on their outlap now.
Should have had an Intermax, but in practice this morning, the 22 of Max Hall ground to a halt. And doesn't look like he's made it out for the qualifying session. So we'll still be able to race with us if they can get the cart fixed. He'll go off the...
Well, he'll go off the front of the grid anyway.
Go off the front with him being an Intermax.
The only one in class anyway. So
yeah.
And again, with respect, as we said earlier as well, but with respect, not really much point in qualifying in a class of 1 anyway.
No, you've got a very valid point there.
The engine.
Save the motors, save the rubber.
Yeah. Unless you feel you really, really need the practice, it's not exactly worth it, is it, in a class of 1? They're duking it out down the back straight, though. I always think this is a worrying tactic for qualifying. Either go out right at the front in the same way that we saw Edward Rye and now Peter Webster doing.
Got to do some trade deals early doors, haven't you, Tom? On the dummy grid.
Who are you going to work with?
Exactly.
And who's going to work with you? Yeah, that definitely does happen. But also, you know, if it's me and I'm doing trade deals and things like that, I'm going out half a lap behind everybody else. And I'm working with my mate. That's going to get you some clear track time, because at the minute you've got, I think it's Tom Nichols and is that Aaron Berridge as well, who are side by side through hairpin 2.
So so at the front you've got
it's Webster,
Batchev down the inside of Webster, Petty down the inside of Nichols.
Oh, it's Petty.
Then you've got Berridge, Pennington, and Cam.
But they're all just overtaking each other and holding each other up. So
and then behind, Rocco Geraghty and Ashton Horsepool pretty much nose to tail, and they look like they've got a bit more going on there in terms of trying to...
Well, let's get them over the line for first.
Batchev, the one to watch. He comes in as the championship leader and is currently at the front by 0.4 of a second. The time in the top left-hand corner is their previous lap, not their fastest lap. There's J.J. Allen in the number 10, as Tom mentioned. He's the one that's gone out at the back behind everybody, not battling, and he's currently put it on the outside of the front row.
Exactly that. Just a bit of clear track, some nice clean air to drive into. Got the whole pack in front of him to chase down as well. So, he's got the hair in front if you like to go and hunt down. Unlike us in the commentary box, of course, who we're constantly hunting down hares. Mainly because we're follically challenged.
Some more than others. I've given up.
Yes. I'm very much fighting mine. I'm paying a £40 a month subscription to fight it.
Oh, Jesus. JJ's on slicks, Tom. That's why I love having a commentary box WhatsApp group.
Okay.
He's on slicks. As you can tell, by the way, he's absolutely chucked that into hairpin 1 and basically on a wing and a prayer that it was going to grip. And it gripped. So.
Whee, that's Peter Webster, is it? No, it's not Peter Webster. Who was that round the taking the car park route? NASCAR line around the outside. I think that is Berridge, isn't it? Albie Cam. Apologies. Albie Cam going the NASCAR line right round the outside of South Bank corner. The way to make that work, though, is to have a very, very late apex cut down the hill.
Yes.
And have a very late apex on South Bank and then straight line it towards your turning point at hairpin 3. That isn't what happened for Albie Cam. He just went very wide and goes wide again. In fact, quite a few drivers are out there at the moment at South Bank corner. Checkered flag is out and ready. Not being waved yet. 3, 2, 1. Now we're being waved, and this will be the final lap for everybody, and they come across the line almost as one. So we await. JJ Allen has taken pole position, with the exception of Luka Batuev, who's still to cross the line.
Well, Batuev crossed the line just before the checker.
Yeah, so Batuev's on one last flying lap.
He's got his head down behind the...
pushing hard, so
but
this will be the drama.
Admittedly, the Mojo tyres that they use the slicks are grippier than the other classes, with the exception of Junior Rotax. But I think we've found the tipping point now, Tom, of where 90% of the track appears to be dry enough. We'll see whether Luka Batuev completely ruins my assessment of that as he comes through. No improvement, and it's another maiden pole position here at Teesside. The 10 of JJ Allen will lead us over the line for heat number 1. JJ Allen on pole by 0.2 of a second from Luka Batuev, with Albie Cam and Aaron Berridge on row number 2. Dexter Petty, Rocco Geraghty on row 3, with Tom Nichols and Ashton Horspool, who needed a bit more than 8th in qualifying to put himself up there and give him a chance to challenge Luka Batuev for this championship. Peter Webster and Harry Pennington will start on row 5 in front of Ronnie Harrer. But having said that, we do know that Ashton Horspool can win from the back, Tom. He's done it on more than one occasion here this season. Yes,
he certainly has. And Luka Batuev would just be the last driver to clear the track. JJ Allen came across the line, saw that he got pole position on the big screen as they come over the start-finish line, and was very happy, I think it's safe to say. Punch in the air, finger up, Sebastian Vettel style, and into the pit lane for weighing and a little bit of scrutineering at the end of it. So quick turnaround for the Bambinos. They will be out next once again. So they've qualified and then they're straight back out for heat number 1. And we'll bring you that in just a moment's time. Bambinos are just making their way out onto the grid. And it is going to be Calais Tennant taking pole position in the Might E class, followed by Oliver Reynolds and Ayrton Tennant. And then moving into the Coma Bambinos, we're going to have James Strath, Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi 4th, 5th and 6th. So 6 drivers split amongst 2 different classes, 3 per class. So we've got a podium in each one, which would be nice to see. David, I'm going to be bold here, and what I'm going to do is move the commentary box around a little bit. Now, keep that over there.
Oh.
And let's put that...
Oh, hang on. Tom causing all sorts of trouble.
It's all right. We're just doing a bit of... Are we on air still?
Yeah. A good advanced planning, mate. You could have sorted this before we started.
Yes, we could have done, but, you know, why bother? Right, so, gridding up.
It's more rustic when we just do everything.
It is,
we just wing it,
isn't it? It's organic. That's what they say, isn't it? I'm going to bring... Oh, goodness me. Oh, hang on, I can hear myself.
I just pressed the button.
What button did you press?
Aux solo up there.
Oh. Right.
Now we're a bit loud.
Yeah, there we go.
We have been having some technical problems that Tom and I have massed over superbly all
Yeah,
morning.
you haven't heard anything, have you?
No. We couldn't hear each other, so we just kind of had to guess when each of us had stopped talking. We are away in racing though in the first race of the day. Good start by the 52 of Cadet Tennant as he leads us through with Oliver Reynolds straight into the rear bumper behind him and off in hot pursuit. Still make their way round and emerge out of the national loop. There we go. And onto the through the chicanes for the first time of asking. 8 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. And Cadet Tennant leads us round then from Oliver Reynolds and Ayrton Tennant. Then we've got our 3 combers. It's been a good start by Logan Grassi up to second place. But then down the inside at hairpin number 2 goes the 17, the championship leader Archie Mostyn. Mostyn is back through down the inside at South Bank. They've head off in pursuit of the A plate of James Strath. Strath's going to try and go all the way around the outside of Ayrton Tennant and then gets a lovely little cutback there in hairpin number 3. Finds his way through. That allows Mostyn through as well. Logan Grassi's going to try and get down the inside, and our 3 combers remain in successive positions, although that has cost Logan Grassi a little bit of time, and he'll be hoping that the 2 in front do start a little bit of a battle, because combers, when they get into that slipstream, generally do pull away.
Yes, they do. But, it's still an odd experience for me. It's only my second round with the mighty electric carts on track, and it's still a strange experience when they come past and you don't hear them come past.
Yes. It's different. It takes a little bit of time to
bed in.
To accommodate.
To adjust.
I'm a few years into these now, and I do like them. The Cadet variant is also very entertaining, although they do need to make the transponders work.
We were talking about that at the last
does
round,
make it tough from a commentary perspective. But I do believe they have taken on some advice, which was... so you'll notice the Mighties have a dark blue background with a white number. The Mighty Cadets had a sky blue background with a white number and no transponder that worked. Good luck figuring out what order they're in. Most of them as well they come with the Mighty sticker kit on, so they all look the same as well. Oh, commentator's nightmare. Yeah.
Oh, as Logan Grassi goes round at hairpin 1. Manages to recover and get back underway.
So whilst the track
without losing a position. No, it doesn't lose a position.
Held on. But whilst the track is greasy still, it's drying. As at the front of the combers, that's a move down the inside of the A plate of James Strath by Archie Mostyn. Now, because our Bambinos, Tom, have actually missed 2 rounds of this championship, this will go all the way to tomorrow, because they are not. It's still running over.
Was James Strath just chopped the nose off Archie Mostyn as they came out of hairpin 4 towards the start-finish line.
Retakes the lead. As I was saying, Tom, because we still run over 9 rounds, so it's 9 rounds, you take your 7 best scores. Comas haven't been here for 2 rounds, so all of their rounds count. They have no drop score provision, which means that whilst Archie Mostyn is leading the points, he has had a technical infringement at round number 6, which means he only comes in with a 5-point lead. What that means is that he does have to finish every single race, and he has to finish in, and he has to get to the half race distance in order to pick up the points. And it's still going to
Logan Grassi.
And it's still got to, he's still got to finish in front of Logan Grassi. So effectively, a retirement could swing this Coma Championship in one direction or the other, because we don't have a drop round provision that all the other classes are having the luxury of.
Correct. And Strath and Mostyn are still nose to tail as they head over the start-finish line and into the D chicane. That's a look at the Might E Bambinos. That's Calais Tennant and Oliver Reynolds heading through hairpins 1 and 2.
Tennant just starting to.
They're quick, these Might E Bambinos, aren't they?
It's the immediate pickup out of the corners. You saw it the last round, particularly in the Cadet. We had a Might E Cadet here at the last round, and coming out of hairpin 2, they would just pick up that first 20 metres. They'd be up to pace, and then they'd maintain that pace all the way down the straight, and the Hondas would catch them, but would struggle to get back past because they'd get to the next corner and they'd just drive off again.
That's Oliver Reynolds now side by side with Calais Tennant. I think there was a bit of a mistake out of hairpin 4. And that's why I was saying they look quick, because they pick up so quickly, they struggle for grip a little bit through the hairpins, which we don't see with the Coma Bambinos. Coma Bambinos, it's just pretty much flat out all the way around the circuit here, and so you're trying to maximise your momentum, if you like, whereas they don't seem to need to really worry about that in the Mighties.
And similarly as well, as you mentioned there, Tom, you can make slight errors, which drivers are going to at this stage in their development arc. Of course, Bambino being the youngest of our drivers, 5 to 8 years old, depending on which class. So I think you've got to be 6 to go into a Mighty. But you can sort of make that odd sort of oversteer adjustment and just hit the power, and it's just going to fire you out of the corner. It's not, whereas with a Coma, we've always been, instead, you've got to be smooth. You can drive around the outside of each corner effectively just to keep the revs up.
Yes. And
not lose a huge amount of time by going wide at every single corner, because you might not have the engine power, but if you can keep the revs in the right range, it's going to
it's what we nicknamed the Potter line, haven't we?
Yeah, well,
that's how he won the Bambino Championship, was just doing that, just driving round the outside of every corner, so that he was flat out everywhere. Every single corner.
Yeah, didn't have to lift, didn't have to brake, just drove round the outside of everywhere, opened all the corners up.
It was a bit different when we saw the likes of Edward Haynes and the aforementioned Chloe McGill as well.
Austin Oman, Colby Patterson, that sort of era.
Because, certainly with Austin Oman and Colby Patterson, they were fighting each other more often than not, weren't they?
Well,
so
they were
a lot of defending.
They were teammates for the first 7 minutes of the 8-minute race.
Yes.
And then they'd go all out for the remaining minute and a lap.
But yeah, Chloe McGill as well. She would take what would be more of a traditional racing line around here, and is still lap record holder, I believe. Chloe McGill. David quickly checks the notes.
Yeah, 57.551, Tom.
So yeah, still lap record holder here, Chloe McGill. And before that is Austin Oman. Thanks, Kat.
Which was that the weekend they all set the three identical time, but Oman set it first?
It was Jerez 1997 all over again.
It certainly was.
Can you name the 3 drivers?
Michael Schumacher, Heinz Harald Frentzen, and Jacques Villeneuve.
Correct. 10 points for Sullivan Door.
So, at the front,
final lap,
that's Oliver Reynolds now leading. Down the inside goes Calais Tennant, but he's been left on the outside. And Oliver Reynolds, who sets the fastest lap as he gets that good run out and 4/10 quicker, and now leads.
On that for a few laps at Oliver Reynolds.
Certainly here at Teesside now is in unfamiliar territory and is going to have to defend this lead, because round the outside goes Calais Tennant at hairpin number 2. And as we just mentioned there, Tom, the unfamiliar territory of Oliver Reynolds being at the front in front of Calais Tennant. Tennant all the way around the outside, carried the speed and has now a gap of around about 10 or 15 kart lengths.
Well, Oliver Reynolds had a bit of a swapper on at hairpin 1 as well, and managed to catch it, but got a bit of a wiggle through hairpin 1, just arrested his momentum slightly, and that allowed Tennant then to just keep that momentum up and drive around the outside. And it is going to be victory here in the Mighty Class 4. Calais Tennant coming over the line to take victory here in heat number 1, followed very close behind by Oliver Reynolds with a good showing in heat number 1. And it looks like James Stath is going to come over the line and take heat number 1 for Coma Bambinos, followed very closely likewise for Archie Mostyn. Then we're going to have Logan Grassi coming over the line now to take P3 in Coma Bambino, P5 on the road. And very shortly we will have Ayrton Tennant to complete our 6 runners here in Bambinos. And there is Ayrton coming through now. I like his colour scheme, his sticker kit that's on the on that 48 kart. It's like a blue chrome effect. It's nice. I like it.
Cool. Just putting some points in there now, Tom. Also allows me to predict, doesn't it, by putting certain results in the correct order, which will be...
it genuinely must have taken you hours, that spreadsheet that you've got.
It's the drop score provision that we have to make work.
Yes.
And the problem is it goes a bit... I have to make it work sometimes. You know, if the driver picks up a technical infringement for a DQ and they're not allowed to drop that round, I have to tweak the formulas. But, yeah, it works okay. It does its job. Provides live and up-to-date information of who can win what, and it allows me to provide drivers with information when they say to me in the paddock on a Friday or a Saturday, what do I need to do to win?
Well, what you need to do is you need to do equal sum brackets AP8 minus AQ8 close brackets.
That's for me total points, less drop scores.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm going to tell people in future.
It's the VLOOKUP here that automatically puts the points in. Tom,
the VLOOKUP, of course.
For the Excel fans out there.
Of course, the VLOOKUP.
For the race fans out there,
for
the race fans out there, we've got a grid for you.
So Cadet heat number 1, pole position, debut pole position for Abel Hutton. Daniel Ziad goes off alongside in P2 with Tommy Burgoyne in 3rd. Sebastian McCarthy will be in 4th, and Aaron Rigg 5th with Jacob Jones 6th. Then we're going to have Aston Wilson and Francesco De Caro. Then it's Ethan Pearson and Alfie Keeling 9 and 10th. Then we have Jack Thompson and Edward Wright 11th and 12th. 13th and 14th for Oliver Bullock and Andrew McCrossan. 15th and 16th for Reggie Cook and Jacob McDonald. And then 17th will be Edward Charlton, the last of our Honda cadets. We do have 2 Micromax entries as well this weekend. And they will be headed off by George Allison. And then it's Tyler Gruffity alongside. And they will go off the back of the Honda cadet grid. Aaron Rigg just taking up position. Again, he's running that A plate. Number A on his car. Very, again, another different colour scheme for Aaron Rigg. That's not one that we've seen here before.
No, well, the nose we have, but previously he'd run the Potter Pod.
Yes.
From the kart, but it's a different kart now. Oh, it's a public service announcement. We've got some spacers on the grid, Tom, because it turns out that we didn't have karts on the floor with 2 minutes to go.
Still on trolleys.
Still on trolleys, and if you're not on the floor with 2 minutes to go, you don't go racing. And we appear to be missing Francesco Di Caro. That
2, 3, 4.
That has a massive championship implication.
6th, 8th.
We're missing Jacob Jones. We're missing Francesco Di Caro.
Yeah.
That's at least 2.
I'm not sure who the other one.
Don't know where the third one is, but
we definitely got. We're definitely missing Jacob Jones and Francesco Di Caro. Definitely missing.
Well, that's different, and that's going to, well, not different, because if your cart's not on the floor, it's not on the floor. But it's going to change the championship, that's for sure. We're away in racing. We didn't even get a chance to talk about Abel Hutton potentially being on that pole for the first time, and a little bit of nerves setting in. But round the outside, into the first corner, goes, and this is the first time I think I've ever said this, the fast-starting Tommy Burgoyne.
What's he had for breakfast? He must be a second and a half clear as they go into hairpin.
Well, he's on wets.
Right.
He is on wet, so that's going to be the thing. But always through the Bambino, it was always Tommy Burgoyne sort of struggling to get away, and then his pace would come later in the race.
Right,
hence why
his pace would come halfway through lap 1.
Hence the fast-starting Tommy Burgoyne. However, those tyres, if it is still if it's starting to dry, will be awesome for the first 2 laps, but then will disappear in terms of performance.
Let's just say
by then, though, how far down the road is he going to be?
They won't be wet tyres by the time this heat is finished.
They will not. Crossing the line now, Tom. His gap at the end of lap number 1
is huge.
3.2 seconds.
Well, we've already had one mention of Sebastian Vettel today. I'm going in for another one already.
Yeah. Now, if you can get another 3.2 seconds in on lap 2, how far, what I'm saying is he too far away by then? Even if it goes off.
By the time the crossover is, we've got one off.
Edward Charlton on the grass and is in a position where I think his wheels are just going to spin. So the marshal running to assist. Hopefully we'll get him back on the track by the time the leaders come through. But going with a gap of 3.2 seconds at the end of lap number 1, it's going to be well beyond 5, I think, this time round. But when is the cliff going to come?
Looks like everybody else is on slicks. I can't see any other wet.
No. So 4.3 seconds now the gap. So he was 1.15 quicker, but I think in the next 2 laps we're going to have a tipping point.
I think Jacob McDonald potentially on wets.
Jack Thompson down the inside of Daniel Ziad. That kart's going very well as well, Tom, and he'd started in 11th place. Wouldn't surprise me if he had some wet tyres bolted to that kart as well, given how quickly he's managed to navigate the field.
Tyler Gruffity is retiring, and
that's the. Well, we have 2 micros.
We had 2 micros, but I think
we're
one of them
missing
didn't
one of them.
Start either.
No,
that must have been the other.
Sorry, mate. I'm just going to.
The other entry that we were missing of the 3 was the other Micromax.
So now Jack Thompson goes a little bit quicker. Still
now we're hitting the crossover, but is Burgoyne too far down the road?
So he is on wets.
5 minutes plus a lap to go.
Still a 1, and Ziad was a second slower.
Was Jack Thompson, like you say, on wet tyres, has gained 9 positions in this race so far. So with Jack Thompson being on wets as well, that's showing that we haven't quite hit the crossover yet. Ziad, the first runner on the slick tyres, but Thompson is currently driving away from him. So I'm wondering whether that was the issue with why we had karts not on the floor and ready, is that there was a late decision taken on tyres, potentially for Di Caro, and that's why we haven't actually got Di Caro on the grid.
No, so, and double bubble, Tom. They'll have to go off the back of heat number 2 as well. That's Aaron Rigg down the inside of Daniel Ziad.
So that's the lead of the slick shod drivers. Edward Rye taking a wide line through South Bank.
Coming back into
everybody
this now.
taking wide lines everywhere.
Yeah, Rye from 12th up now into that 6th place.
All struggling for grip. Of course,
a few drivers missing in front of him, so 12th would have become 10th, but he sets the fastest lap now, Tom. And on that previous lap, even though Tommy Burgoyne set a personal best, Rye was 3.5 tenths quicker. I think we've found the tipping point, but it's not the tipping point because the wets have done what the wets needed to do, which is get to the front and get the gap.
Well, I'm just going to give a mention to Edward Rye in the sense that throughout the season, when it's been tricky conditions like this, Edward Rye has seemed to struggle a little bit, I think it's fair to say, in the mixed conditions. But as soon as it's dry and those slick tyres come up to temperature, different gravy.
Certainly is. Gap at the front was 4 seconds last time out. The top 2 are on wet tyres. Gap is down to 3.4. Not really major inroads, Tom, from the slick runners. And they are actually now coming up to some traffic, which is going to cause them some problems because Edward Charlton a little bit out of position to where he was previously because he's had that spin already. Edward Rye is past Sebastian McCarthy and will perform a beautiful switchback on the lap traffic, and he moves his way up into 5th place.
Side by side. That was McCarthy just putting Edward Charlton a lap down. But that was a bit of a late move from McCarthy.
Just keeping an eye on that gap at the front, Tom, given how many laps.
On lap times.
It's out to 3.6 seconds. That'll be a comfort because it was down by half a second on the previous lap. And another half a second would have sort of, when we factor in the number of laps, would have put Jack Thompson, who on debut here at Teesside, Tom, performing very, very well, has made the choice to go on the wet tyre, as has Tommy Burgoyne. Yellow flag because Edward Charlton round at hairpin number 1.
Gets back underway once again, though.
So
and all fine.
Aaron Rigg with Daniel Ziad and Edward Rye.
They're starting to close back in on Jack Thompson.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are. The gap over when they came over the line last time was 1.1 seconds. I think it's significantly less than that this time.
Oh, 8 tenths.
8 tenths, so it's almost half.
And another fastest lap by Rye, 49 dead, which is
3/4 of a second quicker than Burgoyne.
At this time of year is probably about 1.2 seconds off the lap times that they'd be doing in the outright slicks.
It's very cold out there this morning.
Yeah, but you know, the 1.2 seconds off outright slick time,
yes.
But also your wet tyre now is over.
Oh, there goes Edward Charlton round again.
But
really struggling at hairpin 1.
What I would say is the wet tyres have done their job so far for Tommy Burgoyne.
Well, the other thing to bear in mind as well is that those wet tyres, because they're such a much softer compound, is that they're going to get warmer a lot quicker.
Yes.
As well. So in these cold conditions, although they've not got the overall grip that the slick is going to have, they are going to turn on a lot quicker, and you're going to get them fired up a lot faster.
Yeah, 2 to go then, Tom, in Honda Cadet.
It's a full effect.
Out onto the back straight, so 2 to go. 1.5 laps now for the race leader as the time at the top of the screen elapses down to 0. Tommy Burgoyne leading, but in second place now we've got a real battle on because the slick runners have caught right up onto the back of Jack Thompson round hairpin number 3. Thompson might get swallowed up by the pack here. Oh, I thought Aaron Rigg, there was a gap there down the inside for Aaron Rigg to stick that A-plate. It would have opened the door, Tom, and I think he'd have cruised through if he'd have just stuck the nose and had the confidence that that front end was going to bite. And it may well have opened the door for Ziad as well, because you can see now the 91 car is just washing out through the D chicane. Those wet tyres have done what they needed to do to get him up into position for Jack Thompson. Started in 11th, which would have effectively been 9th with the other 2 karts missing. Sticking it back down the inside of Aaron Rigg. It's opened the door for Daniel Ziad. The gap was there. Rigg doesn't appear to be happy, but Charlton was down the inside. Side by side between the two of them. Back to the front, though. we're going to put the focus, quite rightly, on the 68 of Tommy Burgoyne. We've had 2 maiden pole positions already this morning. We're going to have a maiden victory in the first Honda Cadet race of the day. Tommy Burgoyne makes the right tyre choice and wins for the first time from Daniel Ziad and Jack Thompson. Edward Rye, Aaron Rigg, Sebastian McCarthy in front of Ethan Pearson, the poleman Abel Hutton, Alfie Keeling and Aston Wilson round out the top 10 in front of Oliver Bullock, Reggie Cook, Andrew McCross and Jacob McDonald, Edward Charlton and the retirement of Tyler Grufferty.
So good choice in the end, gambled the right way for Tommy Burgoyne. Jack Thompson likewise making up what turned out to be 8 places in the end, having been overtaken by Daniel Ziad on the final lap. But that's allowed Jack Thompson to take 3rd place overall. Great victory for Tommy Burgoyne as well. Just got the head down from the green flag, pulled away, got those tyres fired up, and pulled away and got the job done. So excellent work for Tommy Burgoyne. Good strategy management from the team boss as well. Not sure whether it was Tommy Burgoyne's call or whether that was a boss's call.
Just having a look.
We'll find out, I'm sure.
I was just having a look, Tom, as to whether
whether.
Oh no, I'm just trying to talk to myself here, Tom. Just give me a second.
Furious clicking going on in the background here.
It is because
you're working out what the situation is with the car or not taking part in heat number 1.
Yes.
Am I right?
And because I didn't have enough time, because we were focusing on Burgoyne at the front, what I was looking at, and I was just listening because we had a PA announcement on that we didn't want to talk over, is because of what's happened there in heat number 1 with Francesco Di Caro not taking part and Daniel Ziad not winning the race, it does mean that by finishing in 4th place, Edward Rye is your 2025 Honda Cadet champion here at Teesside. It would have been nice for us to have done it in the final as he came over the line, but things don't always work out quite how you'd planned, Tom.
No.
But yes, Edward Rye.
Sometimes it comes around in unusual ways.
It does.
But a victory is a victory.
You take your wins when you can get them, don't you, Tom?
Absolutely, yeah.
So Edward Rye, congratulations. He's the 2025 Honda Cadet champion. May even see him in a different class tomorrow, moving because, but we might keep it as a surprise because I'll be honest with you, I don't think either Edward or his dad know which one they're going to go in yet.
Right.
They'll probably figure it out overnight. We've got an R200 race.
So there's going to be a potential guest drive in another championship tomorrow, but we'll see which one it's going to be. As you said, David, meanwhile, R200's heading out. Not a rolling start for them. So
yes, it is.
No, it is a rolling start for them. My
yes,
apologies.
it is.
My apologies. It's been a while.
Well, since last month.
Exactly.
No Max Hall, though, unfortunately, who, as we mentioned earlier on in qualifying, ground to a halt on the in-lap, so haven't been able to get him back out. So it will be
all R200s.
All R200 affair
So JJ Allen is going to go off pole position with Luca Batchev alongside and Albie Cam in third. Then it's Aaron Berridge fourth and Dexter Petty fifth. P6 is Rocco Geraghty. P7 is Tom Nichols. Eighth is Ashton Horspool with Peter Webster in P9. Rounding out the top 10 will be Harry Pennington. And then we've got Ronnie Harrer in 11th. Oh, hang on. That's Max Hall.
Oh, Max Hall is out. Maybe he was out all along. I was just looking at the front of all the R200s.
Okay. Max Hall is out in a class of one.
I apologise to the person that built this commentary box and gave us massive windows that we're not using them adequately. At the front, though, R200s are away, and JJ Allen leads from Albie Cam with Aaron Berridge, Luca Batchev in fourth place, Dexter Petty, Tom Nichols. Good start from Peter Webster, who moves up from the periphery of the top 10 to run in seventh place. It's not been a superb start, though, for Ashton Horspool, who needs some strong results this weekend, as we mentioned, to challenge Luca Batchev at the front of this championship. Batchev getting involved at the moment in a bit of a scrap. He's round the outside of Albie Cam. Leading in the way, though, over the line at the end of lap number 1 in R200, JJ Allen from Aaron Berridge and Luca Batchev. Albie Cam, Petty, Nichols, Webster, Geraghty here for the first time this season. Pennington, Horspool and Harrer. And that's Max Hall, who has pulled over to allow all the R200s through, which is, did he pull over or did he have an incident, Tom?
I think both. Let's say both.
Cool. Right, back to the front then. That is Luca Batchev sliding down the inside of Aaron Berridge. Yeah, now we're on open gearing, you see, for R200, Tom, and generally when it's a little bit slippier, you'll stick an extra tooth on just to give you that extra drive out of the corner where your wheels are going to spin up. It just means that you've got something left at the end of the straight, and Luca Batchev certainly had something left at the end of the straight.
He certainly did, yeah. Plenty of drive out of hairpin 2. Straight alongside Dex Petty and through.
No, it was Berridge. Petty's also got past as well. Petty's flying, Tom. Starting in P5.
Trouble with numbers today. I think it's all these A numbers that are throwing me off.
Yes. I can't even.
Number A.
Yeah. What do you mean?
What number are you running?
B.
A.
What do you mean? A in maths? I can't even count to A. They are reeling in, though, at the front. JJ Allen, Tom, noticeably. The gap was 1.1 seconds. I think that's around about 6/10 as they cross the timing line. 5/10 it is. I'm not a million miles away. It's like I've done this before.
A?
B. Yeah, the gap is A. A plus B equals...
S plate.
Yeah.
Moving on. JJ Allen still leading the way. Dexter Petty, new fastest lap of the race that time around, a 46.409. 0.6 of a second quicker than JJ Allen. So now being reeled in. And they are a group of 3.
This is what now. Yeah, Nichols, who made his way past Aaron Berridge on the previous lap, really wants these drivers who are catching JJ Allen to catch them about here, where they can't make a move until hairpin number 1. He can maybe close up a few tenths of a second up onto the back of them here. Luca Batchev with the fastest lap, and it was 4 tenths quicker than JJ Allen, who went off at the front, as Martin Brundle would say, like a stabbed rat, but goes wide at hairpin number 2, opens the door. Got a bit of help down that back straight there by Dexter Petty, just to help him, trying to help him back down the inside of Luca Batchev. Petty now with the move on JJ Allen. That's a good move down the inside. Side pod to side pod is superb racing
as well.
As we say, then that was what we mentioned previously, wasn't it? That they needed that time, but they're going to pull away now very quickly, because I think Dexter Petty is content early doors at the very least, I think, here to work with Luca Batchev, and he'll probably just send it down the inside of hairpin 1 and make me look like a muppet. Top work, Dexter, for not doing that.
Well, we'll see what happens down the back straight, because now he's going to have the opportunity to pull alongside or push along Luca Batchev, and does in fact elect to push him along. Tom Nichols, meanwhile, not electing to work with JJ Allen as he puts a move on down the back straight and takes 3rd place away. So JJ Allen now dropping down the order from an excellent start to the race. Peter Webster did get a good start as well and was up to 7th early doors, but has now, did drop down to 9th place, but is now back up to 8th. Aaron Berridge, 10th. In fact, let's just do a full rundown of the order. So it's Petty from Batuev, Nichols, Allen, Geraghty, Cam, Pennington, Webster, Horspool, Berridge, and then Harrow. They are your R200s, and then we've got the Inter of Max Hall, who is now off the back of the R200 field due to an incident in the National Loop earlier in the race.
Geraghty's gone under
quick
the
lap times
yeah,
in now.
Geraghty's gone under the radar, Tom. Dropped down to 9th on the opening lap. Oh, J.J. Allen back down the inside of Tom Nichols for 3rd place. But yeah, Geraghty's gone a little bit under the radar, dropped down into 9th place. And as we were focusing on the lead battle, which now sees Dexter Petty in front of Luka Batuev with a decent gap as well, Tom. 0.5 of a second for Dexter Petty in front of Luka Batuev. And I tell you what, I think J.J. Allen's going to come back into this. He's got past Tom Nichols and looks to actually be closing in on Luka Batuev and set a personal best on the previous lap that was 0.3 quicker.
Yeah, struggled in the middle laps of the race,
Yeah.
but it seems to be coming back to him now that he's now that we're in the closing stages.
Now, obviously, got that breakaway at the start, which normally suggests a slightly higher tyre pressure, but could it have been because everyone else was battling? If he's gone slightly lower and it's coming back into him, but they're all setting personal bests now, Tom. The track really starting to grip up a little bit, particularly as this Rotax rubber gets laid down.
Yeah, we're going to see that through the weekend as well now, because it is due to be set fair throughout the whole weekend now, is the weather. So no doubt we'll get a sprinkle during Junior Pro Car, as is traditional. But it looks to be pretty dry all weekend from what my weather report said anyway. So times will come down. The track will start to rubber back in. Tom Nichols able to go with J.J. Allen at the moment as they start to close in now on Luka Batuev. Both Nichols and Allen setting personal best lap times. So are we going to see a challenge for 2nd place? We've got definitely 2 laps, possibly one more once they come back over the line.
Surprised at Horspool and Berridge, Tom, here. And I think that's just been a gearing choice that's just not quite gone in their favour. They've rolled the dice.
For Horspool, sorry.
Horspool and
Yes.
Berridge. They've both,
Right.
Horspool we've seen go from the back to the front on a couple of occasions this season. Berridge is a driver that you'd at least put a few chips on taking a win.
Tom Nichols now very much working with J.J. Allen, and to the point that they set identical lap times.
46.154
of a second
between the two of them. And they are fractionally, but only fractionally, closing in on Luka Batuev. But I think Batuev's made a mistake at hairpin 1. The gap between them on the previous lap was 0.5 second, but they look a little bit closer to the point where Batuev's defending but doesn't really need to. That's not going to help him. Time is elapsed towards the down to 0, so next time round will be the last lap. Can these two find the way past Luka Batuev? Batuev, for me, doesn't really need to defend either of them too robustly, to the point where do you want to take the trophy home at the end of the day, or do you want to take the big shiny one home when we have our awards show at the end of February?
Big shiny one, please.
Big shiny. It's like the stickers out of your football album, isn't it,
Yes,
Tom? The shiny is always the one to go with.
But when you're doing swapsies, they were worth 2.
2, yeah. Batuev going wide on the entry again for the second time into hairpin 1 and nearly turning back in Oscar Piastri style across the kart that was coming into the corner behind him.
Oh, there goes Nichols. Oh, not quite able to get the move completed on J.J. Allen. Definitely had a look, though.
Out of the final corner, though, Dexter Petty from 5th to 1st with a comfortable margin in heat number 1. Petty from Batuev, Allen and Nichols, Geraghty, Webster, and then the 34 of Albie Cam, Harry Pennington, Ashton, Horspool, Max Hall, who'd got past Aaron Berridge on the final lap and set the overall fastest lap of the race, did Max Hall in that into Rotax. Aaron Berridge and Ronnie Harrer completing the overall grid. And going to call now a really good showing from Harrer. That's probably the closest he's been to the back of the field, Tom, throughout the season. Joined us halfway through was Ronnie Harrer in the number 11 and is showing improvements round on round. Personal best on the final lap as well for him, but I think that's the closest he's been to the pack throughout. And you look at his lap times. If you average it out,
he was only just over a second a lap off the leader's pace.
Yeah.
Throughout the race.
So getting there is Ronnie Harrer in that number 11. Your results, though, Petty, Bachu, Evan, Allen, your top three, as it's time to fire up the championships.
Acorns and oak trees for Ronnie Harrer. That's what I'm going with. I like that theme for today as well. Go with acorns and oak trees.
Acorns and oak trees. So Aaron Berridge with
where somebody's going to text me and then go, oak trees don't come from acorns.
Nichols with a 4th. Horspool with an 8th place, 9th place for Horspool, and it's a 10th for Berridge despite finishing 11th on track because Max Hall is in a different class. So right, we move, Tom, to our random grid classes now. For the first time today, it is Junior Rotax with Jacob Carnes going off pole position, Jaden Stonehouse alongside him on the front row, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Freddie Witherington on row number 2, Morgan Cooney and Rossi Costello on row 3 in front of Holly Swan and Joey Swan making the move up, debuting in Junior Rotax for the first time, will roll off the outside of row 4. Oliver O'Donovan and Evelyn Bye complete the top 10 in front of Jake Grufferty, who's been superb the last couple of rounds that he's been here alongside Darcy Hall, Layla Berryman and Sam Robson with Hector Sadlowski. And if we had him here, but he's been on the entry list all season, but he's busy now running 2 junior Rotaxes, is Paul Swan. So despite testing yesterday, no Joseph Yao. He's already wrapped up the championship. It looks like Grufferty was slow out of the gate, Tom. And if the field can back up, he might not get going, because I think we should be good to go. The remaining 95% of the field is good to go. The green drops. Grufferty.
For Stonehouse.
Stonehouse, yeah, and it backed the rest of the field up. Rossi Costello. Oh, we've got one car off on the grass on the outside. Oh, it's Morgan Cooney. That's definitely a pay to get back in, Tom, as you've mentioned previously with how far he went back there, but probably best that he actually just let it roll. And that's a slow-moving Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and Holly Swan is off in the wall as well on the outside. She looks to be in a little bit of discomfort, looks to be winded. We'll let the marshals assess as the race continues. We'll cover it under a local yellow for the time being. At the front, though, Jacob Carnes leads from Rossi Costello. They've got a decent gap as well at the moment. The Swan's cart is being recovered. Marshall still assess. Waved yellow flag. Round goes Sam Robson at hairpin 3. Carnes then from Costello. Then it's going to be Freddie Witherington. Hector Sadlowski appears in 4th place from 15th at the start, taking full advantage of lap 1 carnage. In front of Evelyn Bye, Jaden Stonehouse, Oliver O'Donovan and Layla Berryman, Darcy Hall, but she's just been overtaken by Jake Grufferty at the National Loop. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Joey Swan, and then your 2 opening lap spinners, Sam Robson and Morgan Cooney. Holly Swan already parked and in retirement, only managed to make the first corner before having a trip into the barriers.
Hector Sadlowski coming all the way through to 4th place from so far down on the grid. He was almost in the junior pro kart race. It's coming up next.
Right, let's check. Has he got wets on? No, I've done him an injustice. He's just rapid.
He's done brilliantly well. He was our was he driver of the day or commentator's choice last month as well?
Yes, he was. Quick reminder on that. Please do come to the presentation. You might win something.
Yes. If you don't come to the presentation, you can't pick up your trophy that we choose.
Look, we say it all the time. Look, there can only be 3 trophies per day plus the 2 or 3 special ones that we hand out. However, if you're not on the podium, still come to the presentation. Not because you might win something, but because one day you'll be on the podium and you'll want as many people there to celebrate your successes. And correct. So it celebrates everybody else's, and it will be reciprocated.
Correct. But Sadlowski now moving through, as we said, into 4th place. So Jacob Kahn still leads the way with a new fastest lap of the race as well. Rossi Costello, P2. Freddie Widrington, Hector Sadlowski. Then it's Oliver O'Donovan and Evelyn Bye. Layla Berryman and Jake Grufferty come right through into 8th place. Stansmore Wilson in 9th, and then Darcy Hall in 10th. But Jake Grufferty was the one that went right off the back of the grid, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And is already up to 8th place. So has managed to catch the pack.
Do you reckon it was tactical? Did he know that there was going to be a lot of lap 1 going
at full
on?
Speed?
Yeah, a lot of lap 1 going on, so just tactically have problems on the outlap. Tactical oiling. He has picked up a contact warning, though, probably not quite as tactical. Isabella Stansmore Wilson up on the back of him. She had an opening lap problem as well. Down the inside goes Grufferty on Layla Berryman. It was. Oh, but then it's hampered him a little bit as Isabella Stansmore Wilson goes down the inside, opens the door again, and Layla Berryman takes full advantage. We've got a Marshall jogging. Is he just taking up a different position, or is he? I didn't know if he'd gone to collect a chain guard or something similar. But no, at the front, though, the gap was 1.1. It's out to 1.5. Jacob Carnes turning the screw at the front here in the number 22, setting the fastest lap of the race as well with that 42.2.
3 laps in a row, Jacob Carnes has set a new fastest lap of the race. So getting ever quicker is Jacob Carnes, which is not good news for Rossi Costello chasing him down.
Good news.
Not good news.
No, not
for
not
Freddie
good
Widrington,
news.
Hector Sadlowski, Oliver Donovan, etc.
That was Isabella.
Well.
Sorry, Tom. That was Isabella Stansmore Wilson going into a gap that was never going to be as big as she thought it was when it arrived. When she arrived to the to that gap,
and
trying
has
to
now
go.
Just been overtaken by Jake.
Well,
Grufferty.
she was trying to get past Evelyn Bye, who is at the front of this train and is now at the back of the train. Layla Berryman just keeping herself out of trouble and picking up places because of it.
All aboard the train, all change. All change. Mind the gap.
All change. Normally at hairpin 2 round here.
Yes.
In Rotaxes. You can see how channeled they are there because Layla Berryman clipped one of the curbs coming through the chicanes and the other 2 behind just hit the same curb because they're straight in the thing as Isabella Stansmore Wilson goes down the inside of Jake Grufferty at hairpin 2. Second time she's done that in this race. But they do, Tom. They get in that sort of channel right behind them and if one of them hits the curb, everybody else just does exactly the same thing.
Yeah, it's follow the leader, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you follow in the wheel tracks of the car in front, and if they make a mistake, it tends to be that you're so focused on what they're doing in front that you just follow them straight into it. And it's why we see a lot of the time as well, if all of a sudden the track is wet in one particular corner or it starts raining at one particular corner, that they all go off together. There goes Stansmore Wilson down the inside of Layla Berryman, but can't get the move completed.
No, says Layla Berryman and closes the door on Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Evelyn Bye doing a great job just to keep her focus at the front, knowing that she's got 3 drivers behind, currently in 6th place.
Head over the line once again. Jacob Kahn still looking very comfortable at the front of this one. 2.1 seconds the gap. Another 6 seconds then back to Freddie Widrington. So Carnes and Costello comfortable at the front of this one.
Contact into 2 again. Stansmore Wilson trying that move into hairpin number 2. They're going to run 3 wide down the back straight, and I get the feeling that Grufferty's going to be the big benefactor.
Well, he was, but I was concerned for a moment there that Layla Berryman wouldn't know that they were 3 wide and would turn in there, thinking Stansmore Wilson was going to turn in. But fortunately, they all made it through there in one piece, and Berryman now actually dropping off the back. Had a very slow hairpin 3, did Layla Berryman. And now a gap has opened up. So all change once again in that train, and Grufferty now leads the 3.
She's had the pace throughout this race, Tom, as down the inside goes Stansmore Wilson on Grufferty to retake, and there's nothing to stop her drawing back up onto that. But as you say, it was a slow few corners for Berryman after that incident at hairpin number 2 with Stansmore Wilson down the inside. So there was a gap there. It was another one of them gaps that was always going to close because the driver on the outside always the traditional line is to clip the apex.
Yes.
So that hairpin 2 move is one where you are looking for a certain level of compliance from the driver being overtaken, because you're not arriving at the same level of speed that your nose is going to appear down the inside as you would at hairpin number 1. And it's not the most traditional of overtaking places because of that.
No, but like you say, if you can make it work, it's just as effective as anywhere else. An overtake is an overtake.
Certainly is. Just like a win is a win, and it looks like Jacob Carnes is going to turn that pole position on these random grids. And that's all you've got to do, really, Tom. If you're at the front and you're expecting to pick up a decent amount of points throughout the day, is if you can win your front,
execute.
Yeah, and then you can be there or thereabouts in your middle and then get a top 5 in your rear start, you're going to put yourself in the top 3 at the end of the day on cumulative points. Correct, for your final position. So,
and that's all it is with these heats. It's just about average finishing position. That's going to get you your grid slot for the final, as that gets very close into hairpin 3.
Widrington and Sadlowski still as they were, but had a bit of a squabble about it and lost half a second because of that to Evelyn Bye and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. And Stansmore-Wilson's going to, again, try a gap down the inside of Evelyn Bye that was a very tight one. Stansmore-Wilson, obviously, that opening, again, she needs to push here because this is her 3rd place start. So she was at the front and now she's falling back, but she's taking risks here, Tom.
I was just going to say that. She's working very, very hard and taking a lot of risks, is Stansmore-Wilson, to get those positions back. And not sure whether it's going to work out or not at the moment.
Oh, that's Gruffity clipping the puddle.
Yeah.
Let's see whether his tyre's going to be dry by the time he needs it. It is.
One way of calling him down.
Do you reckon tactical again? Tactical
no.
tyre cooling.
I'd like to say yes, but no. Stansmore-Wilson still hounding Evelyn Bye as they head round. This is one that's been toing and froing between Bye and Stansmore-Wilson throughout the race.
Bye's been quality, though,
Evelyn Bye
in absorbing the
position and everything else behind her.
Yeah, in absorbing the pressure that's being applied to her by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, a race winner here at Teesside. Tyler Gruffity, a race winner here at Teesside behind.
Jacob Carnes is looking like it might be race winner here at Teesside as well.
There's Stansmore-Wilson down the inside at hairpin 2. That's a nice move. That's the move that she's been hoping to pull on the last 2 in such clean fashion, but finally Evelyn Bye has to relent in her holding of 6th place. At the front with a gap of 4.3 seconds, nearly Jacob Carnes leads Rossi Costello. It was a good start from Costello, Tom. He took full advantage of the slower carts on the inside. It was Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on that opening lap who I think oiled up slightly. Rossi Costello on the outside just popped out the line as he came over the timing line with a great start, good awareness of what was happening in front of him, and drove all the way around the outside. He had a
poor start, didn't he, and dropped right down the order early doors.
So as we approach the final few corners, Jacob Carnes will come through to take a comfortable victory in heat number 1. Carnes takes it from Rossi Costello. Costello in 2nd place. It's going to be Oliver O'Donovan who comes through from P9 to finish in 3rd place in front of Freddie Widrington. A great race from Hector Sadlowski, who ran as high as 3rd place, I think, Tom, in that race, having started in P15. He finishes in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Evelyn Bye and Jake Gruffity, with Layla Berryman and Jaden Stonehouse completing your top 10. Darcy Hall, Morgan Cooney after the trip onto the grass on the opening lap finishes P12, with Joey Swan and another driver that had a tough opening lap, Sam Robson, crossing the line in P14. Holly Swan didn't complete more than a few corners at the start of the race.
Good showing for Joey Swan on debut.
We've been joined, Tom, by karting royalty.
Yes, we have. Hi, Bob.
Hi, mate. How are we doing?
Yeah, very well. How are you?
Still breathing.
Nice to see Bob Pope in the commentary box, and we've got another
Spaniel.
guest as well. Hiya. Love your hairdo.
Jealous of anything with hair, aren't we, mate?
Yes, we very much are jealous of anything with hair.
Right.
That brings to an end our 2-stroke classes, and we're going to move on to Junior Pro Kart.
Won't even need the recovery quad of salvation because the marshal's putting a shift in.
Channeling is in a Nigel Moore.
I know. They don't even get extra. They don't even get like a recovery money. Like Tooth Fairy. So you don't even get £1 for doing that. I'd be calling for the quad.
They earn the money.
They do. They definitely do. They were this morning. I used the facilities kindly provided this morning, whilst it was still dark, and they were already out on the track clearing the water off in the D chicane.
Okay, I'm glad it went there and not where I thought it was going. That
I was brushing my teeth.
Anyway, moving on. Junior Pro Kart Heat number 1. Bring you a grid. Ashton Carmichael's going to go off pole position with Elvis Hartley alongside. Then it's going to be Reece Cranston and Adam Roberts on row 2. Row 3 is going to be Matthew Plant and Joshua Sullivan. Row 4, Reese Dodds and Mia Duffel. That's a new name to the grid here. Ted Hall and Josh Brown will go off row 5 with Daniel Camp and Liam Edmonds on row 6.
Yeah, Matthew Plant moving from Honda R200 into Junior Pro Kart for the first time. Mia Duffel, who debuted in Junior Pro Kart a few weeks ago at Fullbeck, having previously raced R200. The plan for that day was to test the Pro Kart and race the R200. She acclimatised to the Pro Kart well enough, Tom, that by lunchtime they'd parked the R200 and they were racing the Junior Pro Kart. So she'll be still on a progression arc, but did well enough, Tom, and did not look out of place and ran comfortably in the midfield in Junior Pro at Fullbeck a few weeks ago.
Sometimes ducks just take to water, don't they?
They certainly do. So, heat number 1 then for Junior Pro Kart. We come into this one with the championship still at stake. Reece Cranston comes in with a 14-point lead, but he's comfortably the favourite because he's got better drop score provisions as well. Against the surprise package for the season for me, Tom, is Joshua Sullivan in the 13, who came into this having performed well in Honda Cadet, but has again adapted well to Junior Pro Kart. He's down the inside of Matthew Plant. He's down the inside of Elvis Hartley as well. Carmichael leads then from Reece Cranston. Sullivan up from 6th into 3rd place. Elvis Hartley, who's been superb at these last couple of rounds, Tom, and is looking like he could be challenging for podiums next season for sure, in front of Ted Hall and Josh Brown. Matthew Plant, Liam Edmonds. Then it's going to be Daniel Camp, Mia Duffel, Reese Dodds and Adam Roberts.
Yeah, heading round into hairpin 3 for the first time. Ashton Carmichael still there.
He was superb at the last round as well. He got a highlight of the week for the 4-driver overtaking one lap, including around the outside move into the D chicane. The leading trio, though, on a little bit of a breakaway, and Cranston's down the inside of Carmichael. Sullivan's through the gap as well. All change again, Tom, at the front of this race.
Yeah, Sullivan just saw the gap opened up and filled the hole.
Getting it stopped, though, for him was a problem into hairpin number 1. Hacksaw Jim Duggan at the steering wheel trying to get that one stopped. And then he's telling Cranston to go forward, but Cranston didn't turn round, so he's not going to know.
I don't think Cranston's going to be willing to work too much anyway with Sullivan. Just going to want to try and break away, is Cranston. That's why his eyes are
teamwork makes the dream work until there's a championship at stake. These two drivers have won all but one race this season, Tom, on a random grid format that is almost unheard of. But they've taken all but one race victory, the other one going the way of Ashton Carmichael at the previous round, at round number 7.
I'll see whether Cranston has a look behind when they head down the back straight this time.
Sullivan looking all sorts of squirrely into hairpin number 1.
There's a few of them looking like that. I think the grip conditions just aren't quite there yet. It's still very cold.
But we're a little, obviously we've had juniors out there a minute ago, but it's obviously a lot wider than what the cadets have been through the chicanes in terms of
and there is still a
grip
damp
level,
patch
and there's
on
still
the
very
exit.
much a damp patch on the outside there, isn't there? So.
And, of course, we always see that South Bank is the last place to dry up on the circuit as well. So it'll be tricky through there. But, really struggling for tyre temps, it seems, at the moment.
Cranston, though, with the fastest lap, 47.017.
and they're pulling away from Carmichael, even though they were only a tenth quicker that time around. That gap is opening up.
Yeah, but Carmichael's just got to stick around because they'll start scrapping. If Sullivan can stick with Cranston, they'll start scrapping. Carmichael's just got to be close enough to pick up the pieces.
And Ted Hall is pointing furiously at Elvis Hartley to get pushed forward, but Hartley can't get there, can't get close enough to Hall.
No, Hall looked really good in practice yesterday, Tom. As did Liam Edmonds. I expect a little bit more from him this morning, but he's a driver, I think, as well in tricky conditions where on a track that's not blessed with a lot of grip is not the most confident of drivers.
Well, Ted Hall's another one who's made leaps and bounds throughout the season, I think.
Yeah,
his pace has really come on.
Often very hard on himself, Tom, but for a driver that's only been racing for a year, and I said this to him at the last round, you've been racing for a year. You've got no right to be challenging for podiums yet, and yet you're already doing it. So stop being hard on yourself and really focus on the positives.
Yeah,
because he does get himself down. When he gets a fourth place and he's so close, it affects him. But as I say, he's got no right against
to take that as a win,
to be up there so early.
Third,
yeah, exactly.
Take that as a win.
I was saying to him at the last round, there's drivers that have raced for 3-4 years that have never seen a podium.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Take the positives out of this.
But moving forward all the time is Ted Hall, and Ashton Carmichael, with the new fastest lap of the race that time around, actually starts to reel back in Sullivan and Cranston.
Gap down to 0.8 of a second.
Well, Cranston and Sullivan, actually, because they're running that order. I was doing it in the order of Carmichael closing them in.
These two are in a bit of a cat and mouse in that Sullivan looks to be quicker South Bank 3-4 and up to the start line. Cranston appears to be quicker through the chicane round the national loop. And it sort of opens the gap. They cross the line like less than a tenth, which is basically the distance between the transponders. But then there's 2 kart lengths between them by the time they
get to
hairpin number 1.
But I think it's also as well that both drivers we've seen throughout the year have got very smart racer heads on them. And I'm wondering whether they're just trying to figure each other out, whether they're trying to work out where one is quicker than the other throughout the lap.
Here it is. It's the exit of the D chicane where Sullivan's losing 2 kart lengths. He's closing it up on the brakes into hairpin number 1. If he can get that right, he's got an opportunity in there. But every single lap, he's making a mistake on the exit of the D.
But what I'm talking about with the race ahead, though, is Sullivan keeping his powder dry, just working out where he's quicker than Cranston at various points throughout the lap.
Well, I know what you're saying, because if he goes too early, there's no way Cranston's going to push him round and look at his bumper.
No, Cranston will send it straight back up the inside.
It's not, for both of them, Tom, it's not in their nature.
No, it isn't. You're
and particularly with Cranston, who's been moulded heavily by Conor Lucas, it's not in his nature as well, so he's not going to pass that advice down. You know, Lucas is a racer, and he's a race winner, and we know that because he's won 4 championships here at Teesside, Tom. You know, one of the most decorated drivers with
but his
Josh Volkers.
Just get at the front.
Now we're defending, though, and we're defending early with 4 to go. And here's the move down the inside into hairpin number 3. Sullivan is through for the lead as Cranston defended down the back straight towards South Bank. Sullivan sent the move at 3. But now, as we've seen throughout this season, it takes Sullivan a couple of laps to adjust to that being the leader, not having the kart to follow, not having the breaking point for him. So they're now in the position where Sullivan's got to adjust, and he's got to adjust quickly.
Yeah, I'm going to. The key thing now is what's Cranston got left in the tank? What has he got in response to Sullivan's pace? We said it looked like Sullivan was going to be quicker at that point in the race, but I was surprised he made the move when he did. But if he feels he's got the pace and he can pull away, he's got to go for it as Sullivan, and that looks like what he's done. But to say, what's Cranston got now that he's going to be in the slipstream and being pulled along instead?
3 minutes on the clock.
Don't count Carmichael out either. He's still less than a second behind this pair.
Got 5 or 6 laps of this race still to go, and potentially, Tom, some lap traffic to catch at some point.
And Elvis Hartley has now caught Ted Hall.
Yeah, so right up onto the back. Sullivan had a bit of a gap, and then again made that bit of a mistake again through the D chicane on the exit, and Cranston's right up onto the back of the rear bumper. Hartley and Ted Hall are having a scrap. You'll just about pick them out in the background as we head down the back straight. And Hall again is being defensive. And he had more of a gap than that earlier, Tom. I know we've not been focusing on it, but
he was pointing furiously that he wanted Elvis Hartley to work with him to catch Carmichael. And what's actually happened is they've both dropped back, and now they've joined nose to tail, but now they're scrapping it out instead of working together. Just off the back of them as well, Josh Brown, and then again another fight behind. Liam Edmonds follows through, but then it's Matthew Plant and Daniel Camp, and they go side by side as they come over the line. Managed to get themselves tucked back in, and it is still Edmonds from Camp from Plant.
And out of the slipstream comes Reece Cranston, using the slipstream to full effect, and through he goes into the lead. Minute 40 on the clock still, so a few laps to go.
Nice clean move from Cranston.
Was actually a great move, wasn't it? Down the back straight, just use that slipstream. As we mentioned, some lap traffic in front that...
Both drivers leaving each other plenty of room as well, so showing good racecraft so far
today. Appreciate there is a race going on throughout this field. However, we've got the two championship leaders, Cranston with that 14-point advantage, and Sullivan chasing him down, battling it out for the lead of this race. Lap traffic in front as they come out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight. Cranston will go off to the inside. Sullivan's going to try and go to the outside, and then will that put him a little bit tighter into hairpin 3? Cranston's seen that coming. Reese Dodds is just going to move out of the way, yes he is, to allow them through. Great awareness from Duffel and from Reese Dodds. 40 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go in Junior Pro Kart Heat 1.
It is Cranston still just holding on. Carmichael now a second and a half back as Carmichael works his way through the traffic. Hall and Hartley still very much nose to tail, as are Plant and Camp. As they just come over the line in front of us as well. They're separated by a tenth and a half.
Cranston with a superb block move, Bingham-esque from the 2021 British 24-hour, Tom, just going down the inside into that corner and then just blocking off and just parking the kart. And Sullivan slow round hairpin 3 there. I don't know whether that's because Cranston hit the brakes and Sullivan couldn't get the run, but now he's got a lap or two of trying to close back up. Final lap boards out. Cranston versus Sullivan. Who's going to take first blood in this championship battle here at round number 8?
It's first blood of what is essentially an 8-race weekend.
Oh, Cranston wide at 1, sorry, Tom. Oh, and then Cranston hits the brake. Sullivan into the back of him at hairpin number 2. Down the back straight, they'll go. Cranston to the inside. Sullivan's going to try and go high and wide all the way round the outside. That's not going to work. You can't get that doing. Then Cranston will white line it, I'm sure, at 3. In they go again, hard onto the brakes. Into hairpin number 4, Cranston to the inside. Sullivan's going to try and get the run on the exit, but I think Reece Cranston's got it done. Cranston wins heat number 1 from Joshua Sullivan and Ashton Carmichael. Ted Hall will cross the line in 4th place in front of Hartley, Brown and Liam Edmonds, I think, is it? We'll just wait for him to come through. Yes, it is. Edmonds in 7th place. It's going to be Matthew Plant in front of Daniel Camp. And then it's going to be Adam Roberts completing your Junior Pro Kart grid. He's going to finish in P10 as Duffel and Dodds were a lap down.
Yeah, so that's it was good action on the final lap, certainly between the two leaders. It looked like Sullivan just got caught out a little bit between hairpin 1 and 2. I think Cranston braked very early for hairpin 2, and then Sullivan was sort of tucked up behind him. Rather than being inside or outside of him, he was electing to follow him through. He just got caught out, and then the gap opened up, and that was it, done and dusted, really.
Yep, heat number 1 goes the way of Reece Cranston from Joshua Sullivan and Ashton Carmichael. Hall and Hartley completing your top 5.
little bit of chat off air there, but it's all good. Everybody happy. No, we genuinely enjoyed that one, didn't we, David? It was
superb
good
racing.
The dog in the commentary box.
Also enjoyed it.
Very much enjoyed it. But no, we enjoyed that one. I think Cranston put his car in all the right places at the right times on the final lap, made it very, very difficult for Joshua Sullivan to overtake, and got the job done. So Heat 1 goes the way of Cranston and Junior Pro Kart. Coming up next will be the final heat of the first round of heats for this double-header weekend. Senior Pro Kart Heat number 1. Random, excuse me, hang on a moment.
Random grids.
Yeah, random grids, there we go. Now I'm not dying, I'll read it out to you. So, random grids for Senior Pro Kart, they're going to go off a rolling start as well. So William Harkis is going to take pole position from Joseph Williamson. Then it's Marty Gilfillan with Danny Bean alongside. Then we're going to have Riley Matthews and Freddie Cowley, George Ludwell and James Marshall, Ike Needham and Zach Dawson, Oliver Hill and Max Mannion. Then it's Maximus Shields in 13th with Matthew Hauschby alongside Curtis Yule, Zachary Hudson, Isaac Duff and Sam Neri. Complete your 18 runners.
They all slowed very early and then all just sort of like hit into the back of each other.
Like Senior Pro Kart drivers do.
I was like coal trucks in Thomas the Tank Engine.
Ow!
Annie and Clarabelle took an absolute beating in that. They were in a crash every other week.
I'd forgotten that was the name of it. That was Thomas's
They were the
carriages.
passenger coaches, yeah.
Yes, Thomas's passenger carriages, yes.
Oh, some of them are already calling for a roll round. No, we're going racing. Let's go. We're away, and we are 3 wide, 4 wide as we head up towards the first corner.
Zach Dawson's already
Zach Dawson,
sideways.
and that's Zach Hudson going for a ride with him as well.
5 of
2
them
off
off.
onto the grass. That's James Marshall, I think, in the 50. And is that Freddie Cowley? It is Freddie Cowley as well. And we're also looking at the 126, which is William Harkis, who went off pole position, was also off at the first corner.
Yeah, so 5 of them caught up in that first lap tussle.
Danny Bean is leading from 3rd place.
Zach Dawson is leading the group that went off. And as the recovery continues for that group. So they're all back underway, all 5 of them. But as you say, it is Danny Bean, freshly helmet painted Danny Bean from Maximus Shields, who's come right the way through, up 11 places on the opening lap for Shields up to P2. Then it's Joseph Williamson and George Ludwell, Isaac Duff, Riley Matthews, Sam Neri, Max Mannion, Curtis Yule and Matthew Hauschby. That's the top 10. Danny Bean looks around and sees Max Shields behind and doesn't look like he gave him any hand gestures to try and maybe work with him. We'll see how this one plays out over the next lap or so. Shields has got the old helmet on, I believe, for this.
No, I think that's the new one. They just all look the same.
I think that's the old one.
Yeah, I think it could well be he could have gone wet helmet. As in, he's got 2 or 3, but one will have a clear visor on and one will have a different colour visor. And no, that's his new one, because it's the black strip round the top's got actual pictures in from previous
Well, the new one's
seasons.
now leading.
Yes,
They
down
go
the
through
inside of
hairpin
Danny
2.
Bean he goes and tells Danny Bean to tuck in and go. So Shields, who can wrap this championship up this weekend by beating George Ludwell. Ludwell up into 4th place, having started in P7. So Shields from 13th.
When you say this weekend, do you mean today?
Today. I'll get it wrapped up. Because Max says that if he wins, his dad's got a race tomorrow.
Oh, who have we lost here? Just gone round.
We'll pick up the number on the way through. Is that Curtis Yule? It is Curtis Yule. That's not what he wanted, because he is battling for a novice championship with Sam Neri and Riley Matthews are currently running 6th and 7th. Matthews in a brand new sticker kit on that kart this weekend, Tom. And
But not a brand new kart.
no, but brand new sticker kit, and it's worth some tenths because he's just gone down the inside of Sam Neri to
Definitely
lead the
worth
class.
2 tenths. Always worth 2 tenths. New sticker kit. As is a new tinted visor. That's 2 tenths right there. You also tie that up with a new pair of gloves and a new pair of boots.
Oh,
You've got almost a second.
race wins. So I'm not sure if the overhead board isn't working, but we've got a warning flag out for somebody.
See if we can pick up a number once the marshal points at the driver.
It's 2 digits. Shields, Bean, Duff, Needham, Mannion, Dawson. If I lean any further, I'll be out the com box and on the grass.
Yeah.
Turn the board round.
There we go.
90,
Number
it's Max
90,
Mannion.
thanks very much.
It's Max Mannion, thank you.
So black and white flag has gone out for Max Mannion. There we go, cleared that up. Max Shields, meanwhile, sets a new fastest lap of the race, but only a 10th quicker than Danny Bean. I've lost my headphones again. I can't hear myself. Oh, there we go.
No, we were just...
Can you hear me
well,
now?
I wasn't talking.
Hear me now, hear me now. Shabba.
Shields then with a gap of 0.6 of a second, and whilst he will be pushing, we'll also be very mindful that, again, there is a bigger picture here, and that bigger picture is to take that number 43 that was bestowed upon him at the start of the season to a championship. And not only for him, but that number 43, Tom, has won the championship here at Teesside for, if he takes it over the line this year, since 2019.
So 6 years in a row, we'll have had the 43.
7 this year, I think. Be 7, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and potentially 2025 would mean that that number 43 kart, now with a third driver at the helm, having taken the wins under the stewardship of Josh Volkers and Connor Lucas, who sit on 4 championships apiece between the two of them here at Teesside. The last non-43 driver to win a championship, Adam Nichols in 2018.
So Shields is now gapping Bean, and likewise Bean starting to gap Williamson even more as well. Ludwell closing in a little bit in P4 and bringing Isaac Duff along as well. But they are all fairly equidistant in the front 5. Zach Dawson starting to make his way through the field as well now. I say starting, he's well making his way through the field. Just taking P7 away now from Riley Matthews at hairpin 2. And gets that one done. And so now up to P7 for Zach Dawson after the early trials and tribulations at the National Loop.
Speaking of Riley Matthews, I don't know if it's today, but I think it's either this weekend or around that. But lad's just turned 15, Tom, so happy birthday to Riley Matthews.
Oh, happy birthday, Riley Matthews.
Do you know what he got a new sticker kit for his birthday, obviously.
And that's why it's worth 2 tenths.
2 tenths. Also, while we're talking about Riley Matthews, his dad, Paul, would like to wish his mum, Tracy, a happy 13th wedding anniversary.
Okay.
So, congratulations to them. Spending it at a kart track, fantastic. What better place?
Definitely. It's the way that I would want to spend my wedding anniversary.
I'll let Emma know.
Preferably if she wasn't here.
Oh, Cat and Paul have cleared 2 decades on
20
Tuesday.
years. Wow. On Tuesday. Oh, excellent.
Oh.
Be 10 for me in April. What are you on, David?
Paul, 15.
15?
15.
So we're 20, 10 and 15 between the three of us.
Paul will forget, and then Cat will get like a sprocket.
How many are you on, Rosie? Minus 15.
Rosie's still at the stage where she's like, ooh, boys. Ooh.
Yeah, my daughter's a bit like that at the moment. Anybody kissing on telly? Hiding behind a pillow.
Ugh, what's that? 2.5 minutes to go then as Max Shields,
I'm sure.
brings the 43 over the line to complete lap number 10. 2.7 seconds is the gap.
You've got a young daughter around the same age, haven't you, David?
Yes, she is.
Do you give her the same advice that I do?
She's 9.
Any boys who are interested, you say, my daddy's not afraid to go back to prison.
Haven't used that line yet. I shall break it out accordingly.
That's the one that I use.
Shields now with that massive gap. And having started in P13, Tom, I think his races are only going to be easier from here as he's going to start further forwards. So they come up onto the back of the 126 of William Harkus, who did start on pole position but did spend half of the opening lap with about 4 or 5 others on the grass on the outside of the national loop. So Shields going through comfortably, Bean in second place, Williamson in third, Isaac Duff in 5th place is also the one to watch here because they've still got a championship to battle for in club. As was that down the inside?
That was Curtis Yule overtaking Sam Neri.
Yeah, and then that's Oliver Hall, I think, down the inside of Curtis Yule, having only just got, and Sam Neri, having only just got past Max Mannion. I think Hill at the minute is up into 10th, having been in P13 at the line.
I think you're right, and as we've said before, now he's taken off that Riccardo Patrese sticker kit. Oliver Hill has been a different driver.
He will indeed move up into 10th place behind Matthew Hauschbeck. 3-place gain on the previous lap there by Hill.
But Yule now back up to 2nd in class.
Yeah, Neri's just fell backwards, hasn't he? He was on the back of, well, at one point he was in front of Riley Matthews, who at the time was in 6th place, who's fallen behind Ike Needham and Zach Dawson. Needham with a personal best on that previous lap. Where did Needham start? He was down the order, wasn't he? Started P9, currently running 6th. Driver of the race so far, Tom, is Isaac Duff for me. Started 17th, currently P5. And again, a driver that came out of Junior Pro Kart, having won that championship last year, Tom, and has been nothing short of superb, particularly from, I think, the double header at rounds 3 and 4. He's acquainted himself very well with Senior Pro Kart, and wouldn't be surprised to see him step into the pro class next year. We're on the final lap, though. Out of 4 comes Maximus Shields. Shields will come through to win heat number 1 and do his championship charge, no harm at all, with Danny Bean, George Ludwell up into 3rd on the final lap in front of Joseph Williamson and Isaac Duff. Ike Needham will cross the line now to finish in 6th place as Zach Dawson, clearly frustrated. Oh no, I thought he was going to peel off into the pit lane, but he's going to do the... he
just elected to avoid the D chicane because he was side by side, wasn't he?
Yeah, quite possibly a wise choice, actually, given that he was side by side with Ike Needham, and the two of them give each other a nice thumbs up. But he's going to complete the obligatory rolling in lap. We don't like to see them come over the finish line, take the checker, and peel straight off in the pit lane. Whilst there are some circuits that do have a turn 1 pit entrance back into the paddock, certainly here at Teesside, it's only about 40 or 50 metres, and if you're crossing that line at 60 miles an hour, and it's just not wise. So good to see everybody obliging
doing
by going
as they're
round.
told.
Yes, following a basic instruction.
You must follow the race director's instructions.
So,
and
championship points see Max Shields take a P1 from George Ludwell in the pro class. We've got Danny Bean taking the victory in front of Joseph Williamson and Isaac Duff. Zach Dawson's championship charge in that class not going to plan. He finishes that race in 4th place in our club class. Riley Matthews, though, he gives himself a decent opportunity with Sam Neri in 3rd place. And Curtis Yule picking up P2 in that class. Freddie Cowley in P4. So we'll keep an eye out how that goes towards the final, Tom, and we'll sort things out during the lunch break.
Oh,
but
it's
I'm just
close between Matthews and Neri, isn't it? Or Neri heading Matthews by, what, 12 points?
Certainly is.
Without drop scores taken into it.
Yeah, just going to have to play a bit of game of copy and paste in there. There we go. So 14 points as it stands at the moment, Tom, prior to the drop scores being popped back in. So all counting at the minute, that is still quite tight. It's tight between Duff and Bean, but I have got provisional results in there because Danny Bean just needs second places, I think, across the board to keep him. I'm just going to have a quick look by popping in effectively a non-turn up for Bean tomorrow. Does mean that I think second places are going to be sufficient for Danny Bean, but we'll pick that up in a few moments' time, or particularly when they head out for their next race, because already heading round to take up their grid positions are our Coma Bambino. So I'll let you run through the grid.
So the 3 Might E Bambinos will go for the first 3 positions on the grid. So that is Calais Tennant, Oliver Reynolds, and then Ayrton Tennant. And then alongside them will be the 3 Bambino class entries, headed by the A plate of James Strath, with Archie Mostyn alongside, and then Logan Grassi in P6. So that will complete the grid. So good fight throughout the race between Calais Tennant and Oliver Reynolds for the Mighty class victory. But, likewise, we saw one with James Strath and Archie Mostyn as well for the front of Coma. We'll look for the resumption of hostilities between them. As the grid is now starting to be cleared, and I'm going to duck underneath the monitor that we've got here.
Because Tom doesn't like to stand up.
Well, I do like to stand up. I'm just
saving your legs. You've
Yeah,
got two-day meeting, isn't it, mate?
Oh, I've done 4,000 steps already today, my friend. And the grid's just being cleared. The green flag is up. It's down. And we are away and racing for heat number 2. Bambino.
Good start again by Oliver Reynolds as he tucks in right behind Calais Tennant, who so far this season is unbeaten here at Teesside in the Mighty, having won all 4 races of round number 7 and the race this morning. So Tennant from Reynolds and Ayrton Tennant, your top 3 and all on Mighty. Then it's your Coma runners with the A plate of James Strath, Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi. They head down the back straight, and I do think our Comas are going to start making their way through past Ayrton Tennant, although Strath's going to try and move around the outside, and we've seen many times in Coma that the power just doesn't allow that. You're going a lot further around the outside there, but it has kept the Comas all nicely together there, Tom.
Yes, it has. Better showing so far from Logan Grassi, who just got a little bit held up through hairpin 4.
Lovely little switchback, though, down the inside of Ayrton Tennant.
Yes.
So Strath leads them over the line. At the end of lap number 1 in Coma, Strath, Mostyn and Grassi all pretty much nose to tail. Calais Tennant's got a bit more of a gap this time on Oliver Reynolds, albeit when they crossed the timing line, there was not a huge amount between them in terms of lap time, but I think Calais Tennant had a slightly faster getaway and obviously crossed the timing line further because he was on pole position.
Logan Grassi's caught right up to the back of Archie Mostyn now. So they head down the back straight and into South Bank Corner.
Certainly has. The top 3 in Coma.
They're all nose to tail at the moment, which is nice to see.
Long may it continue, providing us with the entertainment as they make their way up and through the D chicane. And there is Grassi in that bright orange helmet.
Makes it easy to spot, doesn't it?
Does.
He was actually our Logan Grassi was our hold screen person
He certainly was for this round.
for this round. Yes.
Have a look who tomorrow's is, which I should know because I shared the link this morning.
They are still as they were. It's still James Strath from Archie Mostyn from Logan Grassi in the Coma class. In the Mighties, they're just coming over the line in front of us now, and Cadet Tennant has got quite a comfortable gap at the moment over Oliver Reynolds, a 58.755 fastest lap of the race so far for Cadet Tennant.
Tyler Gruffity, Tom, is your hold screen for tomorrow.
Well, he had a good Heat 1, didn't he?
In the number 30.
A difficult start to Heat 1 in...
No, that was Jake Gruffity.
Jake Gruffity.
This is Tyler Gruffity, the younger of the two Gruffities. He's a micro. He's our hold screen for tomorrow. As Archie Mostyn is all over the back of James Strath. Strath's going to get the run out the hairpin too, though, as the just carries more speed round the outside.
I'm glad you started talking then, because I was going to start going, a Gruffity? What's a Gruffity?
That's a Gruffalo.
A Gruffalo, yeah.
Mostyn now send it down the inside. Grassi sticking with, and there could be the move from Archie Mostyn, but I think James Strath's going to have enough to, again, just drive around the outside. He kept the power up and just kept going. So round he went and holds on to the lead.
It's tight, though. Good fight in Bambinos. Just wondering whether Logan Grassi can just close that gap up a little bit and make this a full-on three-way fight.
Does well round hairpin 1, doesn't he? A wide goes Strath at hairpin 2. He'll get the power down early, though, and should be able to minimise that level of risk, and certainly has done. Round the outside he goes and holds on. But I thought Archie Mostyn was just going to slide down the inside there with the door left open. At the front, it looks like Oliver Reynolds has had a bit of a spin, Tom, a 104 on the previous lap. I just saw him there in the camera shot of our race leaders in Coma. Has dropped him away off the back of Cadet Tennant, who again sets the fastest lap with a 58.514.
That was on the previous lap, wasn't it?
No, half a second down on that last one, wasn't he? So,
yeah.
But we'll stick with Coma and this train of three where...
As we should be, yes, indeed. And you can still see the dark patch of water that goes across the track at the exit of the Wiggles there. And Strath and Mostyn once again side by side, but Strath using that outside line to carry the momentum down. And you can see he just drives away from Mostyn down the back straight. And actually, Grassi started to reel in as well down the back straight, but then goes wide at the exit of South Bank corner, and that opens the gap up once again. So just differing lines is toing and froing this battle here as Mostyn once again then closes in through hairpin 3 and 4 right onto the back of Strath.
Minute and 50 to go. Although that's not from when they're going to get a few more extra laps in here, Tom, because obviously that minute is from when Cadet Tennant crosses the line, and I think he'll get round for 2 laps before the timer lapses, maybe even 3, and then we get an extra lap in as well, which is great for us because we're going to get to see whether James Strath can hold on for his second heat win of the day.
Logan Grassi got a great drive out of hairpin 2. I think that's where Mostyn's struggling, is out of hairpin 2. Because the gap opens up to Strath once again. Grassi closed right in and pulled alongside, but then lacked the top end that Mostyn was able to muster towards the end of the back straight. And there you can see again, Mostyn's closed right. So Mostyn's really good through South Bank, and then hairpin 3 and 4 closes right in on James Strath. James Strath very good out of hairpin 1 and 2.
Strath goes deep, though, into that D chicane. That'll give Mostyn a good run around the national loop if he can stick with him, and I think he has. I'm not sure he's going to be close enough into the into hairpin number 1. It's not really a Bambino overtaking spot, hairpin number 1, because it's that wide an arc that they can generally find full power all the way around there. But it's Mostyn in hairpin 2 that gets the run out as they head down the back straight. So we're back with our combers then.
Briefly lost them there, but there they are back on screen. And it's still as you were. So the timer has elapsed down to 0 as well. So they'll get the last lap board this time around. But
no, it's going to be next time because Cadet Tennant's so far down the road that he crossed the line with a few seconds still to go, Tom.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
2 laps to go for Coma. Cadet Tennant is the outright leader and still pumping in mid-58s for giggles. So he went within a tenth and a half of his previous best lap so far.
And the Coma Bambinos are now matching the pace of Oliver Reynolds. So that gap's not going out now. So Oliver Reynolds comfortable in P2, but with a big gap to these 3 Comas as we look at them. Final lap board does go out this time, and there is Cadet Tennant taking it. So such is the leader, Cadet Tennant. You can see in the background, heading through the D chicane and into the national loop, almost half a lap in front of these 3 Comas. They're going to get the last lap board this time by, and let's see whether Archie Mostyn is holding anything back and can attack James Strath into hairpin 1 and 2. That's where Strath has been strongest.
Back to our leader, though, Cadet Tennant, down the back straight. Is comfortable at the front and he's going to lead this race. And all being well, will take the checkered flag. Archie Mostyn is going to try and get down the inside, but again, James Strath just drives round the outside. There's Tennant taking the win. We've still got that battle going on down the back straight with James Strath in front of Archie Mostyn.
Cadet Tennant taking victory in Mighty Bambino. Not sure what's going on with our cameras here, but there they go through hairpin 4. It is still going to be James Strath taking victory and holding on. But coming over the line, nose to tail, will be James Strath, Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi in our Coma Bambino class. So it's as you were in the end, and there was a half move from Mostyn down the back straight on the final lap. But that was about all they could muster.
Certainly was. So Cadet Tennant, Oliver Reynolds and Ayrton Tennant, your top 3 in Mighty. James Strath, Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi, your top 3 in our Bambino class.
Okay, coming up next will be our Honda Cadet Heat number 2, which will go off pole position for Tommy Burgoyne, who took victory in Heat number 1 by virtue of wet tyres. Great strategy. Pulled the gap early on and maintained it from Daniel Zayad. Jack Thompson will go off P3. Another one who was on wet tyres for Heat number 1, but couldn't quite get the same gap that Tommy Burgoyne could build, but that was mostly because Jack Thompson had, 9 places to come through.
Yeah,
that,
came through from
Burgoyne didn't have,
P11, didn't he,
yeah.
to run high as second.
So Jack Thompson finished P3, and so we'll go off P3 in heat number 2. Then we have newly crowned Honda Cadet champion Edward Rye will go from P4 with Aaron Rigg in 5th and Sebastian McCarthy in 6th. Ethan Pearson will go off P7, Abel Hutton in 8th and Alfie Keeling 9th. Aston Wilson in P10. Then it's Oliver Bullock and Reggie Cook 11th and 12th. Andrew McCrossan and Jacob McDonald. Edward Charlton and Jacob Jones. And Francesco Di Caro will go off P17. So it's Jones and Di Caro, who were missing from heat number 1, are going in heat number 2.
30 of Tyler Grufferty has rolled to a halt on the outlap, and his car will get pushed onto the grass and out of the way. He's making his way to Marshall Post 1.
Is George Allison out there this time?
Don't think so. If the Marshall who's gridding up is looking for Edward Rye, he's stood down here. He's not going to be doing this one. So P4 will be vacant. 5 and 6 will be occupied by Aaron Rigg and Sebastian McCarthy.
Is that Edward Rye won the championship and immediately parked it?
Yes, I think he might come out for the final.
Right.
Just
for a play.
Just for a play. But there's
still no update on what class he's going to be in tomorrow?
No.
What are the options?
Senior Rotax.
We're putting him straight into...
well, for the next step up, R200 or Junior Pro Kart, I'm guessing, Tom.
Okay.
So...
They are gridding up. Now, Francesco Di Caro, of course, going off the back due to not taking part in heat number 1. Likewise, Jacob Jones, as I mentioned a moment ago. They didn't have their karts on the floor in time before the cutoff. I think we're going to need to do a bit of straightening up and repositioning of a few karts here. There we go. Tommy Burgoyne's just warming his hand up on the exhaust fumes.
Yeah, he's either making sure it's still on or keeping his hand warm. And I think he's genuinely, as you say, keeping his hand warm.
He is. He's just rubbed his hands together. He's like, I've got one warm now. I'll use the heat.
Now, do you know, there's that thing, he's on his first pole here at Teesside. Is he nervous? Not really. He's just keeping his hand. He's not bothered one bit. He's
doing anything to keep his mind off it. Yeah, is what he's doing.
Keep his hands warm. Hands now firmly back on the steering wheel.
And warmed.
And warm. Firm grip then, won't it?
And they're away and racing here for heat number 2. Not the best of starts this time around for Burgoyne, who did have a flyer in heat number 1. Daniel Zayed draws alongside, but Burgoyne holds the inside line and holds on to position.
No, he does not. Down the inside, opening the gap is Charlton. So it's Jack Thompson. Then Thompson going wide at hairpin number 1. Burgoyne will lead us down the back straight, but it's going to be Burgoyne from Zayed. Then it's going to be Thompson. Ethan Pearson's made a good start, and he's trying to draw alongside Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy in 4th place with Thompson, with Pearson in 6th place. Rigg. Then it's Abel Hutton going well, and that looks like Aston Wilson's in there as well, just off the back of Hutton. And that's Oliver Bullock. Is it just behind? We'll pick them up as they come up and over the timing line at lap number 1.
Well, Zayed is going to lead us over the line from Jack Thompson now. And then it is Tommy Burgoyne now down to 3rd place with McCarthy 4th, Aaron Rigg 5th, Pearson, Hutton, Wilson, Bullock and Di Caro already up to P10 from the very back of the grid, which would be 16th place. They are still trying to get themselves into some sort of order here. In Honda Cadets, Aaron Rigg is down the inside trying to get a move on. I think that's Jack Thompson, who's now suddenly dropping down the order is Jack Thompson. Down to around about P8, I think, or 9, having crossed the line in P2. We'll get an actual number as they come over the line. Abel Hutton up and over the curb on the inside of the right-hander. So they head over the start-finish line. De Caro now up to 9th place. Jack Thompson dropping down to 6th that lap. So Zayad now from Burgoyne. And then it's McCarthy, and Rigg is going with, as is... in fact, no, it's those front four that are now breaking away from Pearson. Not sure what happened to Jack Thompson then on that lap, but a bit of a scruffy one and lost a lot of places. Now is gapped as well and is starting to come under pressure from behind even further.
De Caro in that 127 trying to work his way back through the field.
That was Abel Hutton.
Oh, and that's Aston Wilson getting into the back of Francesco De Caro and getting a bit of a slide on.
McCarthy setting a new fastest lap of the race that time around.
Half a second, Tom, quicker than Ziad, and Ziad set a personal best as well.
Yeah, really closed in right onto the tail now. In fact, that front four are all nose to tail as they head through hairpin 1.
McCarthy on a different chassis this weekend, Tom, and appears to be putting it to good use at the moment as he not only drafts Daniel Ziad down straight, literally pushes him down the back straight. Good move by Aaron Rigg down the inside of his fellow Scotsman there, Tommy Burgoyne, and moving himself up into 3rd place. Rigg, who won that A plate last weekend, but wasn't without his troubles, Tom. On the him and his scooter had a fight with a fork truck in the evening, and he's made all sorts of boo-boos to his face, unfortunately. But
well, there was only going to be one winner there.
There was going to be one winner. It wasn't going to be Boy and Scooter.
No, it wasn't.
No.
My heart would be saying Boy and Scooter, but my head and my betting slip would say fork truck.
Clearly didn't do his pace any harm, though. Went out and won an A plate.
Yes.
He's certainly going well here today now.
A for achy face.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, Tom, is that we've seen the last couple of laps, McCarthy pushing Ziad down the back straight, and quite clearly he's had the pace. The problem is, by not acting upon that, they've backed themselves into Rigg and Burgoyne. And now we've got a 4-kart train for the lead. Ethan Pearson, a lonely P5 at the moment, but a superb P5 for a driver that hasn't been here for more than one round this season. I think he did round 7 when his national campaign came to an end. This now is where McCarthy's got the pace, and I think he's got to go there now, because I think there's that risk when you're in that sandwich of backing yourself into Aaron Rigg, quite clearly getting a good run out of hairpin number 2, the line he's taking. But the problem is he may end up getting overtaken before he does his hard work.
The one to watch as well is De Caro, who's closing in, currently in P6, closing in on this front 4. And it looks like he's bringing Abel Hutton and Jack Thompson with as well. So we could end up, although the gaps have gone out, it looks like it's all potentially closing together again, and we may end up with an 8-way fight for the lead here in Honda Cadet. Burgoyne just dropping off the back of Aaron Rigg slightly in P4 now. So Rigg looks to make a move on McCarthy, and McCarthy's going to need to make a decision here as to what he's going to do. Is he going to sit behind Daniel Ziad, potentially be overtaken by Aaron Rigg, or is he going to put the move on Ziad and take the lead away?
2:25 on the clock. Aaron Rigg setting the fastest lap on the previous, as everybody at the front sets personal best. Now it's McCarthy, although it's only 0.02 of a second quicker than Daniel Ziad in front of him. Be curious, Tom, to see what pace McCarthy's got when he's not got a kart in front of him. I mean, they're not going slowly by any stretch in the 47s, but if he's getting that run as he is out of hairpin 2, and you see now he's closing up, yes, he's using the slipstream, but then he's also pulling away from Aaron Rigg, who is also in the same slipstream that McCarthy's in. In fact, he's probably in more because there's 2 karts in front of him punching a hole through the air. And the thing is now is Ziad's going to start defending a little bit more, I think, as he heads down towards that 1:30.
He does get very, very good drive, does McCarthy, out of hairpin 2. Can't seem to make it work for him at the moment in terms of making a move. So he had a new fastest lap of the race that time
Identical,
around,
though,
but
with McCarthy.
Indeed, it matched to the 1,000th of a second by McCarthy.
And they were only 10 thousandths quicker than Rig, or 100th, as it's preferred.
Yes.
As it's preferred.
Yes, 100th of a second, yes. So all three of them matched, although that's going to be different this time around, I think, because Rig has been gapped slightly by these front two, and likewise Tommy Burgoyne is now dropping off the back. So what was going to be a group of 8 has now fractured even further. De Caro is now up to P5, I believe.
McCarthy scrubbed a bit off there, Tom, round hairpin 4, and that's put Rig right up on the back of him with the fastest lap of the race. And we didn't really see that coming previously because there was a bit of a gap.
Yeah, half a lap ago, yeah. There was a gap there.
They all appear to be fairly compliant with each other at the moment, but I think now's got to be the time that Sebastian McCarthy's got to consider trying to win his first race here at Teesside. At the moment, he seems happy to push Daniel Ziad round, but when they see the last lap board this time, Ziad's just going to switch into a very defensive mode, and from there, it's going to be very difficult for Sebastian McCarthy to find a way through. There's the last lap board. What's McCarthy got that Ziad doesn't know about? Can Aaron Rig take 2 places on the final lap?
We're about to find out. We've got 2 hairpins incoming.
McCarthy with half a look down the inside, but Ziad's car, as expected, parked in the middle of the track, and now Ziad's just going to migrate, I think, is he, to the inside. He is ever so slightly. Not as much as I've expected, but that's because I don't think McCarthy got quite the run out hairpin 2 that he has been getting. He did clip the curb on the inside. Remember, only 1 point between our drivers in the heats for finishing positions. First gets 50 points, then 49, and consecutive points down, or sequential points down. But it's going to be Daniel Ziad from Sebastian McCarthy and Aaron Rig in what turned into a bit of an anticlimax towards the end there, Tom. Tommy Burgoyne, Francesco Di Caro and Ethan Pearson completed top 6. Fastest lap by Pearson on the final lap in front of Thompson, Hutton, Jones and Keeling, with Oliver Bullock and Aston Wilson 11th and 12th.
Pearson was 0.3 of a second faster than the leaders on the final lap.
Well,
where's that pace been already?
Well, I don't know. They might have learnt something from the tyre pressures from that, Tom. Who knows?
Pearson very, very quick at the end. Great drive from De Caro to get up to P5 from 16th on the grid. George Allison was out there and did complete the race, finishing P17 in our only Micromax entry. That brings to an end Honda Cadet Heat number 2. Coming up next will be the R200 second heat. Flying through the day. It's almost lunchtime, David. We're only at 11:30.
I do like lunch.
I can tell.
Big fan of lunch.
No, the day is absolutely flying by. Stick with us, because after lunch we have another set of heats and the final. Of course, we've still got more heats coming up in the second round as well. What's on the menu today, Kat, for lunch? Chicken curry. Chicken curry? Cheesy pig fries. That's the pigs in blankets with...
No, it's just bacon.
Bacon lardons and cheese.
Okay.
Hot dogs, I think, like ham and cheese toasties.
Ham and cheese toasty, David.
Tomorrow we've got cottage pie and chicken gyros.
Gyros. Love a gyros.
Pizza tonight.
Chicken gyros.
Pizza tonight as well, Tom. When the pizza van arrives from Harper's 4, you can sort your pre-orders out. I saw you can do pre-orders. I don't know how to do them.
You WhatsApp the number.
Fantastic. That's all good.
There's a number in, if you're here at the track, of course we are out on the PA as well, so we'll just put that out there as well. If you are here at the track and you are part of the WhatsApp group, there is plenty of notifications in there as to how you go about pre-ordering your pizza, and that cuts down the waiting time for them because they are cooked fresh on site.
Right, we might have to have a roll round here, Tom. We've got Max Hall stopped on the outside of the National. He's got going again, and so he's restarted, so at least we don't have to have a roll round. I thought we were going to have a stationary cart to recover on the outside of the first corner.
So your grid for your Honda R200's heat number 2 is going to be Dexter Petty going off pole position, Luca Batchev alongside, then it's JJ Allen and Tom Nichols on row 2. Row 3 is Rocco Geraghty and Peter Webster. Row 4, Albie Cam and Harry Pennington. Row 5, Ashton Horspool and Aaron Berridge. And Ronnie Harrer will be row 6 with Max Hall alongside in the Inter Rotax. Looks like we're going first time, and we are. The green flag is down, and we are away and racing.
Up towards the first corner then, Dexter Petty on the inside, making the early move. He's going to hold on. JJ Allen from the second row is alongside Luca Batchev. Batchev doesn't want to acquiesce and gets introduced to the curb, as then JJ Allen goes very, very wide at hairpin number 1, and we've had a false start. That'll be why.
Okay. And that's Max Hall pulling into the pit.
I'm fuming, Tom. I was in a right flow then.
You were.
I was in a great
You
flow.
were. I didn't want to interrupt you. It was going well.
Performance was going well, and then the false started me. So
I liked the acquiesce that you threw in there. Just
good word, isn't it?
All casual.
I probably use it 2 or 3 times a year, but I don't like to overuse it.
Yes, and now it's been wasted.
I've wasted it today. So, yeah, I've had enough. I'm going.
All right. Well, while David storms off and has a strop, I will bring you the restart of R200s, and we are away and racing this time around. Dexter Petty leading the way. Luca Batchev is going to get hung out to dry a little bit. In fact, as is Dexter Petty, as JJ Allen moves through into the lead through hairpin 1. So it's Allen from Batchev. I think Rocco Geraghty's had a good start as well, possibly up to P3. But there goes Batchev through into the lead, and now JJ Allen's the one getting hung out to dry around the national loop. They head through to complete lap number 1, and it is going to be Batchev leading over the line from the aforementioned Rocco Geraghty, who has had the great start and is up 3 places. Then it's JJ Allen, Dexter Petty, Tom Nichols, Albie Cam, Ashton Horspool, Peter Webster, Aaron Berridge, Harry Pennington, and Ronnie Harrett. So we are all R200s, no Inter Rotax in this race now that Max Hall has pulled into the pits and retired before this one got going. So Batchev still leading down the back straight. Geraghty closing in though now. And JJ Allen, after that excursion a little bit through the national loop, through South Bank on the previous lap, has now corrected everything and got all 4 wheels in line and is now starting to reel them back in. We've got a group of 5 breaking away with Tom Nichols at the back of that group 5, but setting the new fastest lap of the race. Bit out of breath there, David.
Yeah, I've been in search for my dummy. I've picked it up, put it back in, and we're back in the com box.
Lovely. So just saying the group of 5 at the front are starting to break away a little bit from Horspool.
Yeah, tough opening corner for Dexter Petty. Levered wide, it just opened the door, which is always going to sort of happen from that pole berth. But with Batchev now leading, Rocco Geraghty in that second place, and they're going to try and break away from this train of 3 who will desperately want to keep it as a train of 5.
Yes, they're
Webster with the fastest lap in the tow of Ashton Horspool, who are up into 6th and 7th respectively. A 10th quicker for Horspool, 3 tenths quicker for Webster. We could have a train of 5, Tom, but it could well be 3rd to 7th rather than 1st to 5th because the leaders are gone.
Yeah, Horspool looking round now for help from Webster to try and bridge that gap. Whether he gets it or not is another thing. But certainly looking for some support to try and bridge that gap to make it the group of 5. But Batchev and Geraghty now moving away.
Yeah, gap on the previous lap was only half a second. It's now 9/10 from second down into to third place. Horspool then, I think Tom is at with the fastest lap, but also Webster going with him as well. And they're going to be arriving at a fair rate of knots. Talking about arriving at a fair rate of knots, down the inside at hairpin 1 on JJ Allen goes Dexter Petty. Petty went for the switchback, but couldn't because Tom Nichols was there on the inside. Nichols will run down the back straight, but now Horspool should have just kept pushing Nichols. As JJ Allen tries to turn in on Tom Nichols. Tom Nichols already there. And he's not exactly subtle, Tom. He's in bright red.
Yeah, Horspool.
I was saying
there. In there as well now.
Yeah, I was saying there that he needs to just push. Oh, contact between Allen and Paul Petty's been shuffled all the way back, having gone for third place, has come out in 7th. But I was saying, down the back straight, I thought, if Horspool just pushes Nichols, he's on the inside, he's going to push them both through.
Well, we're going to have fireworks later on tonight, but Petty lit the blue touch paper there, and it's actually cost him another 2 positions as he came through hairpin 1, bangs the steering wheel in frustration, all the way down to 9th place now.
Yeah, I mean, we always say it, Tom. We
went for 3rd, into 9th.
Yeah, we love to see drivers going for a move. On this occasion, it hasn't quite worked out for Dexter Petty. Still 3.5 minutes to go, though, Tom, so maybe 5 laps for him to work his way back up. Certainly a 5th or a 6th could still be on the cards for Petty, but like I say, went down the inside in what was a great move on JJ Allen. Allen back at him at hairpin 2, and with a good move in return back down the inside. And as Petty wanted to make the switch back, just couldn't do it because Tom Nichols was in there taking advantage, and all in, it was Ashton Horspool making the big gains.
Well, now that Horspool and Nichols have got the head down, Nichols set a new fastest lap of the race and was actually 0.3 of a second faster than our 2 leaders. So Nichols has got pace. If he can find a way past Horspool to start to bridge the gap to the front 2 once again, who are still breaking away. And it was Horspool who was then quickest that time around. Another 0.2 quicker than the leaders. So they're closing in now with these 2 that they're Nichols and Horspool, now that they're working together. The group behind is still trying to duke it out. That's now a group of 5.
It's going to be 6, but I think Pennington's not a million miles off the back of it. So he's going to come back into that one. What Ashton Horspool needs to see here is Rocco Geraghty having a go at Luka Bachuev as soon as possible to try and help them. They're catching at a rate of 1/4 of a second a lap, Tom, previously, but they're going to get beat by the clock at this rate, I think. They're going to be there or thereabouts, but, well, I say that, that's nearly half a second. It was 0.2 the last couple of laps. Nichols is coming into it as well. I still think the clock might win this race between them unless Bachuev and Geraghty start having a bit of a squabble, but Horspool and Nichols have given this a right go in these last few laps.
I was just going to say that exact same thing, David. It's like you read my mind that Horspool and Nichols, both of them, are giving it a great crack. They're not settling for 3rd and 4th place respectively. They are going to fight for the victory here, and they have been closing in rapidly and continue to do so, visually closer this time around as well.
Gap was down to a second as they crossed the timing line this time. It's not as much as they'd have hoped, 10th and a half.
It was Horspool was 1.3 behind the leader that time, and it's now 1 second, so they are still closing in. Nichols not quite able to go as quickly towards this front pair as Ashton Horspool, as that gap's opening up slightly. But
Bachuev's defending
got the message
now,
I think.
Yeah, but Bachuev starting to defend, and that is only going to slow them down, and they're not going to get round before the time elapses, so it'll be 2 to go at the end of this one. Ashton Horspool noticeably closer, Nichols still there as well, and I think there's going to be less than a second, Tom, I think now, splitting the top 3. It's 1.1 down, well, less than a second for the top 3, yeah.
0.3 faster than Luka Bachuev.
He might have a run at this on the last lap, Tom. Maybe the clock won't win. And he is throwing everything that kart has to offer.
Well, he's going to be picking up a slipstream now from these 2 in front, as Tom Nichols will as well from Horspool. So We could well see a four-way scrap for the lead, but certainly Geraghty is going to need to put some moves on. He's going to look behind and see that Horspool is now closing that gap.
He's so quick round 3. So quick, Horspool round 3 and 4. Look at the gap he's reeled in there.
Final lap board is out. So Geraghty puts in a personal best that time around, but it was still a 10th slower than Horspool.
Needed it, and Geraghty over the curbs. Oh, Geraghty wide. Just trying to take evasive action. I think he was about to run straight through the back of Luka Bachuev and introduce Luka Bachuev to the moon if he'd made contact with that. But
look how much Horspool's caught up there. He slid straight through on Geraghty.
Geraghty went wide. He didn't have to
right up on Bachuev
didn't have to overtake, did he? But Ashton Horspool, he's going to be close enough for a lunge, I think, into 4, is he, at Horspool? No. Oh, one more lap. One more lap. Luka Bachuev, though, out of hairpin number 4. Bachuev will come through after a charge from Ashton Horspool. Bachuev from Horspool. Geraghty and Nichols with 6/10 splitting the top 4. Allen, Berridge, Petty, Webster, Cam, Pennington and Ronnie Harrer. Again, closer to the leader than what he was in the previous race. So he's improving again for Ronnie Harrer.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, we did 12 laps that time around, 12.3 seconds off the lead, so a second a lap. It was 14 on race 1, 12 this time around.
We think, and we say think, and I will actually sit down later on and go through all of the R200 results from when they first raced in round number 7 last year to find out, but I think that could well be a lap record for Tom Nichols. I will confirm it. Yeah, Cat's just confirmed it that is a lap record set in that race by Tom Nichols on lap number 6.
45.213.
And on the last lap, Horspool did a 45.217 on the final lap. But yes, Tom Nichols.
That included an overtake as well.
Including the overtake. But Tom Nichols sets the new lap record. Yes.
He would have probably set a lap record. Anyway, Luka Bachuev taking victory. Horspool, then Geraghty. They were your top 3.
So, Junior Rotax out next. It's going to be a random grid again. Oliver O'Donovan and Evelyn Bye on the front row. Jake Grufferty and Darcy Hall, row number 2, with Layla Berryman and Sam Robson on row 3. Hector Sadlowski and Jacob Carnes are on row number 4 in front of Jaden Stonehouse and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Freddie Witherington and Morgan Cooney will be on row 6. The rest of the grid, Rossi Costello, Holly Swan and Joey Swan, who will start in P15. So they're going to roll round, Tom, albeit pretty much in 2 halves. The 2 leaders out, and then I think Grufferty, don't think was particularly fast coming out of the dummy grid once again, but seems to be in better shapes this time. So just one thing that I just wanted to run through, Tom. We've got a raffle this weekend here at Teesside in aid of breast cancer awareness. So after this race, I'm going to run through all of the prizes that can be won this weekend. Tickets are available from reception, and today and tomorrow I will probably dispatch my wife to go around the paddock and try and raise some more money. We've had some superb prizes donated, for which we're very grateful, and I'll run through those after this junior Rotax race. We're away in racing. The outside lane, though, just did not get the power down. As wide goes Oliver O'Donovan at the first corner, and through goes Jake Grufferty to take the lead. Grufferty then from O'Donovan, Evelyn Bye and Layla Berryman, with Sam Robson being hounded by Hector Sadlowski, who has a couple of goes at his rear bumper, and then side by side down the back straight in the background, that's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Jacob Carnes going at it over 8th place.
Yes, indeed. So, I'll just throw it out there. I don't feel the need to apologise, but I'm going to apologise anyway. I've got a bit of a tickle in my throat that I can't seem to get rid of today. I don't know why it is. I'm just throwing it out there anyway and apologising for it.
Well, if I've got a headache by Tuesday, it'll be COVID.
Oh, we laugh.
Oh, yeah. It's not fashionable anymore.
No, it's not. Anyway,
No.
Gruffity leads the way from O'Donovan. Then it's Evelyn By, Layla Berryman, Sam Robson, Jacob Carnes, Hector Sudlovsky, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Freddie Widrington, and Rossi Costello. I've been absolutely fine all week. You know, that's the annoying thing. I've got here, and all of a sudden I've got a frog in my throat.
You're allergic to hard work, mate. That's what it
Must
is.
be, yeah, I've got a bone
You've got to do
disease.
you've got to do two
Bone
comms.
idleness.
That's right, you've got to do 2 comms rather than 1 this weekend, and it's had a negative effect on not your morale, of course. You're pleased to be here,
I
but
very much am pleased to be here. New fastest lap of the race for Gruffity that time around. In fact, personal best all the way down the order. Which is nice to see.
tyres start to come up to temperature, and the engines perform somewhere near their best.
So Jacob Carnes it was making a pass on the previous lap, who got past Sam Robson. Ooh, it's into the back of Layla Berryman. I think that was Jacob Carnes.
I think, yeah, it was. Up
Getting
now
into the back of Layla
place.
Berryman at the entry into hairpin 3. Gruffity still leads the way. There he goes. Donovan holding on though, but they're starting to move away now from this group behind that are fighting over 3rd place, currently headed by Evelyn By,
That was a
who's
good
been
move.
very difficult to overtake so far today, has been Evelyn By.
Certainly has, but that's because she's had the pace, Tom.
Although when she leaves the door open like that,
That was very welcoming.
yes, not so difficult to
No,
overtake.
great pace, though, from Evelyn By in heat number 1
Yes.
in what will be her final weekend in juniors, I believe. She'll move up to seniors for 2026.
We've got
Another
any
dro-
others moving up into seniors from...
I don't
that you
know.
can remember?
Joseph Yao will be senior age next year,
Okay.
which isn't a surprise because he's 6'7". And Oscar War will be. He's been testing a senior last year's junior.
Are they all sticking with
last
two-stroke?
year's junior
Or are
top
they moving
3?
into pro karts? Or?
No.
And they're all staying on Rotax. Okay, good for them.
Well, we do like to see more seniors.
We do like to see, at least some seniors here would be...
Peaks and troughs, isn't it? We've had, in the last couple of years, we've had big numbers, and then 2 rounds later, it's like, where have all the
where have
seniors
they all gone? Yeah.
Gruffity continuing to lead then. Gap fairly equidistant at half a second back to Oliver O'Donovan. As Evelyn By has Layla Berryman into the rear bumper. Almost opened the door there for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, who then gets balked, and that could allow Sam Robson to get a run down the back straight. That's Hector Sudlovsky on the back of this train of 5 now for 4th place, and there stands Wilson with a great move down the inside of Layla Berryman. Berryman, though, with a switchback.
Even greater move.
Berryman, who has shown flashes of brilliance this season, with coupled at times with a few unlucky mechanicals, particularly that one earlier in the year, Tom, where we'd complimented her coming out of hairpin 4 and she ground to a halt by the time she got to the D chicane.
Yes.
The commentator's curse, very real.
Yeah. Oh, hella real. Yeah. And that was, about as bad as it gets. About as bad as it gets, that one.
Oh, did Rosie do the quick maths?
And there's 2 of them overtaking each other, in fact. Yes, just been pointed out that 1/3 of our junior Rotax field female drivers, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson being one of them, overtaking Layla Berryman, who's another one. But we've always been big champions here of female drivers here at Teesside, not just in the commentary box, but also in terms of the organisers as well. Kat and Paul has been very accommodating. And that comes from a man who was here earlier in the commentary box as well, Bob, who was a huge champion of female drivers in when we back in the EKL days when they used to race for free, just to get them along. So, not for the same reasons. Right, okay. We'll not go into that. So, there were a lot of female entries in
I don't know how. I don't know how Cat expects us to segue out of that.
No, I don't either. So we're
thrown us under the bus and driven it herself. Oh, Berryman there into the back of head to Sadlowski. Sadlowski holds on to the position, but could have been far worse as 4 minutes to go. But as Tom said, we've got a lot of female drivers. We've had a lot come through Teesside. We've still got a few in Pro Kart, certainly in junior, albeit not this weekend. Scarlett Whitaker-Dunn not with us. Olivia Hall at the track, but electing not to race this weekend. But she'll be transitioning into senior Pro Kart over the winter, Tom, and did test here yesterday and did seem to find it a little bit more to her liking in the senior Pro Kart, and was actually picking off some of the club runners every now and again. Was Olivia Hall. Down the inside of Evelyn Bye goes Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, whips the shoehorn out and moves up into 4th place.
So, up to 4th for Stansmore-Wilson, who throughout the years we've seen Stansmore-Wilson have great pace here around this track. The track she knows extremely well. I think raw still probably the best way to describe some of the moves that we see from Stansmore-Wilson. A lot of half moves, half overtakes and things like that can't quite seem to make it work.
And I know what you said,
but once out in front, great driver.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? It's easier to tone down raw, aggressive, sometimes a tad erratic,
yes,
than it is to get a driver who is a little bit too nice and a little bit...
I'm glad you understand where I was going with that. And it wasn't aimed as a criticism.
It's easier to tone down than it is to wind up.
Speaking of aggressiveness, Layla Berryman side by side with, I think that was Freddie Widrington, as they came over the line and they were making contact with each other. And we've seen that one go very badly wrong.
Freddie nearly came for a high five, didn't he?
He did, yeah. We've seen that go very badly wrong in the past.
Which is, yes, we used to have some tyres right in front of the commentary box that didn't always last.
No.
Particularly with Pro Karts in the wet. So we've done well and moved that away from there, and we've moved the danger. At the front, though, talking of danger, Gruffity has been reeled in by Oliver O'Donovan over the last couple of laps. Gap's down to 0.4 of a second. We'll keep an eye out on that, but we have been focusing on the rest of the battles coming through here.
Well, we were talking about Stansmore-Wilson, weren't we? So just while we calm down a little bit, I think you're absolutely right. And like I say, you grasped where I was going with that, and it wasn't a criticism of Stansmore-Wilson. I think you're right. It's like you say, it's easier to tone that down, that aggressiveness and that. But being a little bit erratic in the way that you overtake. But once you can finesse that, the raw speed is already there.
Yeah, it's easier to do that than it is to try and teach a driver that sometimes is a little bit too nice and won't go for the gap.
Yes.
To go for the gap.
I agree. I think it's better that she does put these moves in than not. Certainly for our own entertainment more than anything.
Absolutely. 1/4 of a second is the gap at the front. Certainly when they cross the timing line, but it's ebbing and flowing between Gruffity and O'Donovan. I think we'll stay with this train of 5 for the time being, but as we head towards the final lap, I think we may well keep more of a track on that leading duo. But at the moment...
Just saw out of the window that Gruffity was sideways into hairpin 3.
So there's Robson leading this train of 5 that has Sadlowski, Berryman, Costello, Widrington. Still 2 laps to go as they cross the line with 10 seconds or so on the timing. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Jacob Carnes now. And that's Evelyn Bye. Carnes is down the road in 3rd place, and it's a comfortable 3rd place. Down the back straight the rest of the field go, but we are going to go now back to this leading duo to see whether Oliver O'Donovan can do anything about Jake Gruffity in that number 17. They'll meet the final lap board now as they go under the timing gantry, and O'Donovan close enough, but I don't think he's going to be close enough at hairpin 1, Tom.
No, not this time around. Of course,
Waved yellow. Oh, that's Layla Berryman on the grass. I heard a massive oh from behind the commentary box. Thank you to whoever shouted loudly to alert us to the car off to the left-hand side as we were following the leaders to our right, who are now making their way around hairpin 3.
It looks like this one is going to go the way of Gruffity as he exits hairpin 4 cleanly, and Oliver O'Donovan closes in, but can't quite draw alongside as they go over the line, and it is going to be victory in heat number 2 for Jake Gruffity. Oliver O'Donovan P2 with Jacob Carnes 3rd, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in 4th and Evelyn by 5th. Sam Robson crosses the line P6. Hector Sadlovsky in P7 with Rossi Costello in 8th, Freddie Widgington in 9th, and Jaden Stonehouse rounds out your top 10 finishers.
So, next race will be Junior Pro Kart. Before that, Tom, I just want to run you through some of the raffle prizes that we've got up for grabs. Raffle will be drawn tomorrow afternoon, so plenty of time for you to grab some tickets. There'll be £5 a strip or £1 per individual ticket from reception. We've had 5 £100 vouchers for Rio Brazilian Steakhouse. That's kindly donated by Rodrigo Grassi. We've had 1 free entry to the round of the Winter Series, kindly donated by TSK-Motorsport. We've got a Rye helmet being thrown in as well by NRG Karting. Thank you very much to them for their support. 1 hour flight in a Cessna 172 Seahawk from Teesside Aerodrome. That's been thrown in by Andrew McDonald, so thank you very much for that. £120 voucher for physio or sports massage treatment at North Yorkshire Physiotherapy, kindly donated by Kate Turner. 4 Winter Series photo packages, which has been a deal that I've done between myself and Rob Borrowick, and a £30 voucher for Carrie's Cake Occasions, kindly donated by Carrie Hudson. We've got a few other bits as well, including a 1.5 litre bottle of Prosecco, which could really spice the drive home tomorrow night.
There's also a Lush gift box.
Oh, did you bring that? Kind of donated by Mrs. Butter. No,
it's been donated, but it's not here.
Okay,
but it'll be posted.
Right, fantastic. Right, here we go then. Your grid for Junior Pro Kart: Reese Dodson, Mia Duffel on the front row, Teddy Hall and Josh Brown row 2, Daniel Camp and Liam Edmonds row 3 in front of Ashton Carmichael, Daniel Hartley. Then it's going to be Reese Cranston and Adam Roberts, Matthew Plant and Joshua Sullivan completing your grid. So as the field come through, Reese Dodds and Mia Duffel will lead us through. We're away and racing. And is that a false start? There was some waving of arms, and yes, we have got a false start flag.
Reese Dodds just didn't get away.
No, the only reason I was asking is because the green flag was down near the feet of the start marshal rather than still up in the air. So I was a bit confused as to whether they were Oh, Sullivan's had a little spin.
Managed to spin it back round without going on the grass as well.
Yeah.
So that'll keep the tyres nice and clean.
Yeah. Always handy to do that on the false starts.
Yes.
Yeah. Rather than on like lap ones.
Yes.
What he's learnt from that, Tom, is that the tyres aren't warm enough.
What he's learned from that is don't do that in the race.
No. No, we need grip.
Okay, can we get a much slower earlier, please?
So they will head round once again, and we should get going this time. Sullivan going to retake position.
Oh, he's on the back row anyway.
He's on the back row anyway. That's what I was just checking as I was saying it. So going off P12 anyway, and they are slowing down, and now we're going, but there's still 5 abreast.
Well, we're away,
over the line.
Well, we're good to go. Green's dropped, and we are away and racing. This time, Ted Hall will lead us through then from Ashton Carmichael, Josh Brown, Reese Cranston. A few drivers having some squabbles, and that's going to open some doors for a few drivers. But, was something just popped off someone's cart there, or is that just some litter that's just been flicked up? Not quite sure, but
I didn't see anything.
we're away and racing anyway. Hall will lead us then from Carmichael, Cranston, Brown. Sullivan up from 12th into P5 in front of Daniel Camp, Matthew Plant, Elvis Hartley and Liam Edmonds. And it's Mia Duffel, Adam Roberts and Rhys Dodds. Out of the final corner though, Carmichael and Cranston are side by side. Cranston's through, up into second place. Teddy Hall though will lead us over the line at the end of lap 1.
So Cranston up to P2 from P9 over the line. And Sullivan up to P5 from P12 over the line as well. So both of our championship protagonists already scything their way through the field. But it is Ted Hall who leads the way as they head down the back straight for the second time. Ashton Carmichael in there as well as Josh Brown, 3rd and 4th respectively. The sunshine now blazing down on South Bank Corner. That's going to help dry it out as Sullivan moves through on Josh Brown and takes 4th place away.
Gap at the front was 0.6 of a second, and it's not got much narrower. Cranston takes a 10th out though from Ted Hall. Fastest lap of the race was Sullivan. He was 0.6 quicker than Ashton Carmichael.
This is definitely the brightest sunshine we've had all day, so will no doubt be the warmest track conditions we've had all day. And
if you've left your clear visor on, now is not the time to realise.
Yes, that's definitely a mistake. So shadows are still being cast long over the circuit from the trees around the edge as Sullivan goes down the inside at hairpin 3 and takes Ashton Carmichael's 3rd place away this time around. So 2 laps in a row. Both hairpin 3 moves. Sullivan moves up to 3rd.
Asks for a little bit of help as well, which will help them both, of course. If one gets a push, it generally tends to drag the other one back into that mix as well. Again, I think Sullivan's carrying a bit too much into the D chicane, which is hampering him a little bit, but then seems to close up heavily in hairpin 1.
Yes, and has closed up, and now we've got a group of 5 at the front.
Is a cause for him for frustration, clearly, because if he gets the D right, it then gives him a chance at hairpin number 1. At the minute, he's having to use hairpin 1 to catch back up.
Still can't stress how impressed I've been with Ted Hall's performance so far this weekend. Looking very comfortable at the front of this one. Coming under pressure from Rhys Cranston, but doesn't look like he's feeling it at the moment, Ted Hall. Sullivan puts in a new fastest lap of the race.
Cranston with a little knock on the door there, so Hall will be fully aware as they bump draft over the start-finish line that there is a cart behind him. Oh, and then Ted Hall carries a little bit too much into hairpin number 1. That's allowed Cranston through. Sullivan's going to try a switchback. They'll be side by side down the back straight. They're going to have a little chat with each other, I think. A little bit of helmet tapping. Tuck in and away we go, and that's where we're at now.
It's opened the gap already up for Rhys Cranston, though.
Back to a familiar story once again, though. Sullivan and Cranston, having started this race in 9th and 12th, are back to 1 and 2. Cranston leading with a gap of 3.5 of a second as they come up and over the timing line. Ashton Carmichael taking advantage of the tow, and he gets that 46.3. And it has been very much, Tom, a 2-horse race in this class. The real entertainment, I think, has come for 3rd place, where we've had any one of a multitude of drivers as Carmichael goes down the inside.
Just emphasising your point there.
Yeah, down the inside. Now we're going to have Brown and Hall battling it out over 4th place. Cranston, I think, is opening the gap up by the look of things there, Tom. Certainly around South Bank. He looked to have a bit more of a gap than what I think he may well exit hairpin 4 with. That did not look like what's going to be 0.2 of a second. That did not look like 0.2 round South Bank, did it?
No. And
Sullivan's found something round 3 and 4 there.
Well, he's found a new fastest lap of the race is what he's found. And Ted Hall, I apologise too, because I said you were looking very comfortable and like you were meant to be there at the front of this one, but already dropped down to 4th place and now being gapped by those in front. So that's my fault, Ted. I'm sorry. It's nothing to do with your performance. That's my fault.
See, what this now is, in between the heats, is that 2 heat wins almost certainly guarantees you, when you've been finishing 1 and 2 for 95% of the season in the heats, guarantees you pole for the final, 2 heat wins to 1, if you don't win the 3rd heat. Now, this is where we're now in a position where Cranston's already got one heat win under his belt.
Yes.
Sullivan, not only for today, but also for the championship, for me, I think he's got to win both finals and win more heats than Reece Cranston. Over both days, not just today.
No, I get
Cranston
that.
can
And,
wrap it up today. Sullivan needs the final win to take it through, to take it to tomorrow.
But
So
I was just about to say that we're starting to see a repeat of what we saw in heat number
Yeah.
1, where Sullivan had closed in on Cranston and was able to catch and certainly looked the quicker driver.
yeah, I mean, this goes one of two ways, Tom.
Started biding his time.
Yeah, either Cranston wins it today, or we go into tomorrow with a 6, 7, 8 point difference between the top two in this Junior Pro Kart Championship.
But this is what I was trying to get to, is that we saw this in heat number 1. Sullivan looked the quicker driver of the pair, sort of bided his time a bit, didn't make the move immediately to get through on Cranston. Cranston was then able to force his way back through. When he did eventually get overtaken, Cranston then retook the position and eventually took the victory. So are we seeing a repeat of that? And if so, Sullivan's going to have to change his tactics.
I think so. But I think what we're also seeing, and this is a compliment to both drivers here, is that Sullivan has shown that he's got the pace and, you know, at times can be the quicker driver. But I don't think there's any doubt in the matter at the stage in their development that Cranston is the better driver. In a race situation, he's got more racecraft than what Sullivan's got. And it's showing, and it's going to show at the business end of this season. They've had 4 final wins to Cranston, 3 to Sullivan.
Well,
and that's no disrespect to Sullivan in any stretch of the matter. But
I was going to disagree with you there, because I don't think that Cranston's potentially got more racecraft than Sullivan, or vice versa. It just shows how equal they are, because you've got those numbers to back it up, that they're very and look where they are on track.
Well, absolutely.
Nose to tail once again.
I mean,
for first and second.
We could be at a point this season where we've had 36 races, and these two could have won 35 of them.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Between the two of them, there's very little to pick and choose, and that's why
Sullivan's actually got the D right this time, Tom, and he's a lot closer to Cranston than what he has been the last couple of laps. Still not close enough, but at least he's not having to use hairpin 1 to close in. Still not going to be close enough, but I think he's a lot closer than what he has been the last couple of laps, to the point where Cranston's had a little look and a steady migration towards the white line on the run up towards South Bank. These two come into this championship weekend guaranteed 1 and 2 in the championship. That's been the strength of their performance so far this season. It's going to be in whatever order it's going to be, though. Cranston at the moment has one hand on the championship trophy. Over the timing line, 1 minute and 26 on the clock.
Yes, we'll see what Sullivan has got left in the locker. If anything, it might just be a last lap, last corner move that Sullivan's waiting for. He's going to need to ride his luck if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, you heavily reliant on getting everything hooked up, aren't you?
To make the move at that point, yes, exactly.
Hall with a personal best in that 4th place. He's closed right back in on Ashton Carmichael, who at one point had pulled away. And as I say that, he's just tried a little move down the inside at hairpin number 3. I'm not convinced it's going to work fully for him, and it certainly hasn't.
Sullivan is now sending Cranston Morse code messages on the rear bumper.
Whichever way this championship goes, Tom, it's been sensational in Junior Pro Kart. Every single race has been action. And even when they've been split, they've been chucking in lap records between the two of them in this class. They've been a revelation this season between the two of them. Cranston, who came in 3rd place, having finished 3rd in juniors last year. Sullivan progressing out of Honda Cadet into Junior Pro Kart and taking to it after a couple of the first 2 weekends like a duck to water.
I'm keeping my eye on the fight for 3rd place behind, because Ashton Carmichael, Ted Hall and Josh Brown are still going at it. Last lap board is out.
Through the D chicane, round the national loop they go. Sullivan and Cranston, a kart length between them, not close enough, but Cranston will go to the inside. What's going to be his tactic into hairpin 2? I think Sullivan scouted that a little bit better than he did in heat number 1, but I'm still not convinced he's going to have enough down this back straight to move out of the slipstream before Reece Cranston moves across to try and defend on the white line. Round they go round. Oh, Sullivan there, wheel on the grass is going to send him wide, I think, in the run-up to hairpin number 3. Cranston then will park it on the inside of hairpin 4. Sullivan's going to try and get the switch back, but I think Reece Cranston's going to have that parked nicely. Sullivan draws alongside over the timing line. Cranston's already celebrating less than half a tenth between the two of them, but Cranston gives himself a real shot, Tom, of being on pole position for the final. That's 2 heat victories so far today. Cranston from Sullivan. Carmichael 2 seconds behind in third place, holding off Ted Hall, and ever improving 12 of Josh Brown.
Yes, indeed, yeah. And Hall and Brown were trying to work together, it seemed like, to get a move potentially mounted onto Ashton Carmichael for third, but as it was, it all remained the same on the final lap. So all runners have now finished the race, so your final finishing order is Reece Cranston from Sullivan, from Ashton Carmichael, Ted Hall, Josh Brown, Daniel Camp, Elvis Hartley, Matthew Plant, Liam Edmonds, Adam Roberts, and then Mia Duffel and Reese Dodds, the 12 runners. So David's going to plug in some numbers and see where we're coming out at. We do have one more heat to go before our lunch break. Please do stick with us. Do you know what we haven't done so far? Shout-outs in the comments.
We haven't. Quality. You do some shout-outs in the comments, and I'll find the grid on my phone so I don't have to use the laptop. And then from there, I'll be able to rattle through the grid before lunch.
So, we have had just 2 Shebas has been in touch saying, is that Reese having a bit battle? I think he means a bit of a battle. Yes.
Yes, it was.
Dodds, I mean. Is it times on the
So that'll be Jules, Grace Matthews' mum, who is coming down to say hello, but also needs to let us know why Grace isn't racing this weekend.
True. Tom Woolley says, happy birthday, Riley. Seniors are always a good watch. And Michael Burke's been in touch as well from Australia as usual, which is nice to have you with us as always, Michael. Mick Ludwell saying, watching live from Castleford, supporting George Ludwell. Cas Vegas.
Just quickly, because I'm going to rattle through the grids in a minute. I want to just give a massive shout out to Tom Woolley, and hopefully he's still listening. I, as a responsible parent, left my child at Shennington earlier in the year so he could compete in a BPEC race, and his card wouldn't work when he wanted a drink, and Tom Woolley bought the drink for him. So massive shout out to Tom Woolley. What a little legend he is, and thank you very much for that. So senior pro kart heat number 2 then, we'll see Zach Dawson and Oliver Hill on row number 1 with Max Mannion and Max Shields row 2, Matthew Houshby and Curtis Yule row 3, with Zach Hudson and Isaac Duff, row 4. Sam Neri, William Harkus, row 5. Joseph Williamson and Marty Gilfillan on row 6 in front of Danny Bean and Riley Matthews. Then it's Freddie Cowley, George Ludwell, James Marshall, and the 25 of Ike Needham.
Already heading round, but they're going to need to sort themselves out a little bit. Looks like...
Does Needham know what side he's on? He's just weaving left and right. He's behind Ludwell, he's fine. Right, here we go then. We're away in racing. Not a particularly fast start from Max Mannion, but I think he's still going to find a way through. Indeed, he does. Max Mannion into the lead. He wasn't particularly rapid over the start line, but he was rapid at the first corner. Mannion leads then from Dawson. Shields up into third place, is it? Dawson finding a way through. And then, that's Danny Bean sending it down the inside. Bean is up into fourth place. Shields is round the outside of Max Mannion, is up into second place behind Zach Dawson. Dawson leads then from Shields. Max Mannion, Danny Bean's going to try and move down the inside and gets it done. And then round goes Joseph Williamson, who stuck his cart into the gap and just didn't have quite enough of the cart down the inside, and he spins round and then spins his wheels up on the grass.
I'm very lucky to keep it in all gathered up. In fact, I'm not sure whether it was luck or judgment, but managed to get all 4 wheels onto the track quite cleanly and quickly. for Williamson. But yes, it is Shields leading from Dawson, and Bean is right there as well. So three, they're your top three. So then it's Max Mannion and Sam Neri as they're still scrapping it out further down the order. I think that's Isaac Duff involved in that one. There is Isaac Duff.
Oh, Williamson's got a contact warning to compound his poor start, unfortunately for him, to heat number 2. That's a move by Ludwell down the inside of Riley Matthews.
Yep, the 8-1-1. Not the 1-8-1 this time.
No, which Max was telling me yesterday he wasn't pointing at that. He had an engine problem. He was pointing to his engine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I believe you.
Yes. Mm. Both of us say while stroking our chins.
In the same, yeah, it's like that scene from Home Alone, isn't it? I believe you, but my tummy gun don't. Bean is up onto the back of Zach Dawson. And let's see whether Bean now, he's in a position where seconds could well be enough for Danny Bean now.
That was Ludwell just moving through on Needham at hairpin 4. So Ludwell starting to make his way through the field now. Up into P9, but still in contact with that group in front. So right on the back of Isaac Duff now, and in fact, coming together a little bit between hairpin 1 and 2. There they are, just heading through the right-hand side of the screen. Orange helmet for Duff, red helmet for Ludwell, who now makes his way through.
Great, though, by Duff, just slotting straight back in with like half an inch to the rear bumper just to slot back in. Superb. Just awareness by all of them.
Yeah, because good spatial awareness, because, and I say this from experience, if you get that wrong, of which I've done that, where you try and slot in too early, it goes very badly for the car who you're trying to slot in behind.
Yes, it does. Oh, that's a wide line. That's Sam Neri opening the gap up, and that allows Hauschbeet, Ludwell and Duff through, and could well be Ike Needham as well. It is. So Neri, who's had a bit of a tough day so far, Tom, came into this leading this Honda Cadet, Senior Pro Kart Novice Championship. Duff down the inside of Hauschbeet. Hauschbeet introduced to the rumble strip. Hauschbeet's not backing out though. Oh, and then exactly what happened there, Tom, what you were speaking about up at South Bank was that Ike Needham nearly had the nose completely ripped off because that went in the gap between the rear bumper and the rear wheel of Isaac Duff, who does get the move done eventually at hairpin number 1 as he slides down the inside of the 215 of Matthew Hauschbeet.
Yeah, he properly made a decision there that he was coming through early, did Isaac Duff on Hauschbeet. And there was no way that Hauschbeet was holding on to that position in Isaac Duff's mind. And Isaac Duff got the move completed.
Cool. Do you know, enjoying Heat 1, I wish Riley Matthews' mum and dad a happy wedding anniversary. Well, I think Mrs. Matthews has just arrived, so I'm going to repeat it. So happy 13th wedding anniversary to Mr. and Mrs. Matthews, because now she's heard it because we're at the track. So that's saved him buying a present, I reckon.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, because he spent all his money on that new sticker kit for Riley's car.
But we'll expect our money in the post.
It's £5 a message, as I've pointed out to everybody that's had their messages on the big screen, Tom, over the weekend. So we
should say that's not going into our pockets. That's going for the breast cancer.
That's going to the breast cancer awareness charity. And
yes.
When we come back after lunch, we'll run through why that is a charity that is quite close to us this weekend. But at the moment, we're going to focus on Max Shields disappearing off into the distance.
We're going to focus on
Hauschbeet getting past Ike Needham.
Yes.
Again. Because Needham had got through, and I think they both got past Isaac Duff.
Because Hauschbeet's now on the fight back. He got passed by Duff a couple of laps ago, and now he's got the bit between his teeth, this Hauschbeet.
He's been good this year.
Hauschbeet?
Yeah, I've said it a few times, but
I'm going to say it as well, Hauschbeet.
From where he was last year, again, as a driver that was, I'm going to be straight to it. Very erratic at times, Tom. He has been loads better this year, and it's
calmer.
Yeah, and the pace has come with it as well, and the results as well. He's been challenging for podiums as Matthew Hauschby this season in that senior pro kart clubman class.
I think that's Duff overtaking Needham.
Not sure. Yeah, not sure what his plans are for next year, but would love to see him back and love to see his continued progression in that 215 machine.
Curtis Yule picking up a contact warning. First one of the day for Curtis, I think.
Yes. Another driver.
Normally he's got about 4 by now.
No, that was early on in the season.
No,
He's been very good since.
I jest, of course.
Early doors, he was very much one warning per corner.
He's another one who's...
but that's it. That's the side effect of
really
coming out of indoor karting, where you've got that wrap around and you can pop your car into gaps and the gap will just open up for you.
Didn't you speak to him this week or the previous round?
At the last round,
this week?
yes.
Yes. So
yes, at the last round.
On the T-Motorsports channel on Facebook.
That's Duff down the inside of Hauschby. This weekend, I've had interviews with Logan Grassi, with Adam Roberts and Josh Brown. They did one at the same time. Francesco Di Caro, as he came into this championship weekend with an opportunity.
Hauschby into the back of Duff.
Duff was just stopped.
Yes.
Just stopped. And as you can tell, because now there's about 7 of them, 8, 9, 10.
And they're 3, 4 wide.
Yeah.
And all of them, are they trying to start their engines?
I don't know.
Or what are they doing?
Duff going, come on, let's go forward. Having just stopped the car at hairpin 1, got out, paid for his parking.
Yes, synchronised hand gestures as well. So it's almost like they're in a team of hand gesturers. Hand gesturers? Is that what?
A gaggle of gesturers.
Is that the collective term?
It is now.
Meanwhile, at the front of this
genuinely,
one,
there is some stupid...
Max Shields is still leading this one, believe it or not.
There's loads of stupid ones. I mean, I can't think of any, but I know that there's some, a gaggle
parliament
or something.
of owls.
Exactly.
That's
it's like,
the collective
it
term
could be
for
anything.
Owls is a parliament.
We just make stuff up like they do. A tyre of drivers. It's absolute nonsense.
You tire of drivers. They're still trying to sort themselves out here in senior program. We've got 1 minute and 20 plus a lap to go, and they, from the drop of the flag, they still haven't managed to get themselves into an order.
I hope they're like this for the final, when they actually start in their point scoring order rather than in a random heat. So I do hope by the time we get to the final, they are...
I think it's Joseph Williamson and Marty Gilfillan who are at the back of this pack, and they're still trying to decide who's actually going to be at the back of this pack. Isaac Duff has now broken away slightly at the front of this group.
Yeah, got himself a few kart lengths that he's not going to have to defend. Needham's worked his way through it, having started in 18th place, but
he has, and then he dropped back, didn't he? And then he eventually got back through again, and has now pulled away. So it's not been easy work for Ike Needham. He's had to really fight for it. Curtis Yule likewise is up to 9th now. Hauschby dropped down to 10th. So Shields leads this one to the tune of 4 seconds as the clock ticks down to 0, and we will get the final lap board this time around. Then it's Zach Dawson and Danny Bean. That's the fight for the club class, and they're fairly close together, 3/10 between them. There they go, flashing through the right-hand side of the screen.
So there's George Ludwell in the 13. His championship hopes starting to diminish because Maximus Shields, who we see on screen now, making his way round the South Bank corner. We mentioned in juniors how Reece Cranston's got one hand on the trophy. Shields has got both thumbs and 7 fingers on that championship trophy. Another victory in heat number 2 puts him well on his way to being crowned the 2025 senior Pro Kart champion and realising a dream that's been his for the last 3 or 4 seasons since he moved into Pro Kart. So Shields takes the victory from Dawson, Bean and Ludwell. Oliver Hill and Max Mannion with Ike Needham 7th, 3rd in the senior Pro Kart Pro class. Isaac Duff, Curtis Yule, Matthew Hauschby and Joseph Williamson with Marty Gilfillan in front of Riley Matthews, Sam Neri, Freddie Cowley, Zach Hudson, James Marshall and William Harkers. Takes us to our lunch break here at Teesside Autodrome. We'll be back in around about half an hour's time for heat number 3 and the finals from the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Don't go too far away. We'll see you soon. It's time to crown some champions this afternoon. Hello and welcome back then to round number 8 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series live here from TSK-Motorsport. Bambino is about to head out for heat number 3, Tom, but more pressing action in the commentary box.
Hashtag cake chat.
Absolutely. Heavily requested cake chat as well.
Yes.
By me and thee.
Aye.
Hopefully, if we can get the commentary box camera on, that would be brilliant, because the cake not only has, well, loads of icing, but does have, if I can do it, a picture of me and Tom on it, that's from Le Mans, isn't
Hang on,
it, Tom?
Wait. Oh, hang on, I'm going the wrong way.
What are you doing?
I was trying to get my face next to my face.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Face on face.
To show it was a genuine likeness.
Quality. Well, so we've got a knife. Peter, as a responsible child, has brought a knife in. He has got supervision, though. That's his mum over there who makes the cake for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Janet.
very much. And Peter makes the cake.
Does he contribute, Janet? He does.
He does.
What's he do? Because you've got an electric mixer. Is he on icing duty?
He's on cracking eggs, putting the eggs in, weighing everything out.
Good lad. Right.
Excellent.
I expected
I will
this
let you
to have
slice.
been eaten already. I'm not in the scrimp on size either, Tom.
That's all for us.
Is this staying in here?
Oh, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, this could escalate very quickly.
I go on holiday next week, trying to watch my figure.
Where are you going, Tom?
I'm going to Dubai.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Dubai.
Nice.
And Abu Dhabi do.
Lovely. So is that going to stay with us, and then we'll bring you the tub back when we've eaten it all?
Oh,
After heat 3.
Thank you very much. Cheers, David.
Cheers, Tom.
Cheers.
Do you want to tell the viewers what type of cake it is?
It's coffee cake.
It
It is coffee cake, isn't it? Just plain coffee cake? With coffee icing.
Do you know if we'd have bit into that and Janet would have tricked us with carrot cake? we'll be off air in the YouTube.
Oh, hang on. Why am I'm doing it. Camera's there.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
You're diving in. This is as good as our 24-hour one where we just ate cake.
We've not offset here, have we?
No.
People were asking me, going, how was the British 24? I went, well, between 9 o'clock at night and 12 o'clock, it was like a podcast with a race in the background.
It was hilarious. It was our best work.
We were quality. I've listened to that back number of times. It's really good. Peter, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Peter. Honda R200 driver, we should mention.
But soon to be junior pro kart driver.
Making the step
So,
up. In fact, do you know what?
penultimate weekend. Take his whole headset, Peter.
Yes. Pop it on and tell us about junior pro karts.
So for next year, we're going to be joining junior pro karts, and we're going to see where I can get in that sort of championship.
So we've got 2 weekends left. One this weekend, one next weekend. A bit of winter testing.
Yep.
And then junior pro kart next year.
Yeah.
For yourself. Looking forward to it?
Very much so. When I went out in Josh's earlier this season, I really enjoyed the step up.
You were very consistent as well on that practice. You came in, I think you'd done 3 laps within a tenth of a second. You were straight on it in terms of being consistent. So look forward to see how you go next year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for bringing the cake.
No worries.
Thank you very much to Janet, who's baked us a cake on a regular basis. Has Joshua been down for any marble cake yet?
No, surprisingly
He was waxing
not.
lyrical about that last night, wasn't he?
Mm.
Yeah, he'll be down for some of that later,
He was
I'm
very
sure.
chuffed by the fact no one had any yesterday.
No, I bet that's not. I bet some people have tucked in since, haven't they?
Us 3.
Yeah, top work. Good stuff. Well, thank you very much for our cake. I'm going to let you go because it won't be a million miles away because Cadets are gridding. So Bambino are out, Cadets are on the dummy grid, and you'll be following them. So I best let you go and be a racing driver rather than a master chef.
Both and both.
Good stuff. Cheers, Peter. Thank you
Cheers.
very much. Grid coming round, then it'll be Calais Tennant, Oliver Reynolds, and Ayrton Tennant at the front of our Might E grid. Then it's going to be James Strath with Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi for our Coma Bambinos.
I keep getting the icing on my nose.
Well, I think that says a lot about your nose.
I've got a very cute button
You
nose.
do have a cute button nose, Tom.
How very dare you?
You have an out-of-control moustache, though.
I do have, yeah. It is a little bit wild at the moment.
Going to take a picture of that for the gram. Didn't realise you were so scared of the camera though, Rosie. Put the camera down, she's like, whoa, get out of there. So, green flag is going to be in the hand of the start line marshal, and we are away and racing for heat number 3 in Bambino. Another good start this time then by Calais Tennant, who will lead us round from Aggressive. Oh, has Peter Webster left his sunglasses?
Yes.
I'll pass them back to his mum and dad. They can collect them after when they come to watch heat number 3 for R200. I think the only other person that would wear sunglasses in October would be Bono. Or, yeah, he wears them, doesn't he, all the time?
Yeah, Jack Nicholson. He likes a pair of sunnies, doesn't he? Not sure he likes ones like that, though. He's
Sunglasses at night.
More of a Ray-Ban guy.
I thought you were going to do more talking then, so I shoveled some cake in my mouth.
That's because I had a mouthful of Dr. Pepper.
This has
Ever
gone
the
down,
professionals, aren't we?
gone down massively since this morning where we were on point.
So Calais Tennant leads us over the line, leading the mighty Bambino class as well from Oliver Reynolds and Ayrton Tennant, who crosses the line P3 as well. So Ayrton Tennant finding a lot of pace so far today, making a big step forward, and is holding currently the Coma Bambinos at bay, as they are around a second or so behind on track. They are currently headed by James Strath, as it has been for most of the day, with Archie Mostyn in P2 and Logan Grassi third. And eventually we will bring you a shot of that action as they head three wide into South Bank Corner. You can just see them flashing through the bottom of the screen. Not that one. There we go. They are going to get themselves into some sort of order, and it's going to be James Strath who will head that group of 4 now across the line, with Archie Mostyn in second and Logan Grassi in third. Ayrton Tennant now demoted to 6th place, but still holding on well.
The top of these 3 in Comas have been very evenly matched so far. Whilst we haven't seen a huge amount of overtakes, Mostyn has had 1 or 2 opportunities at getting down the inside, but they've been very, very close throughout. And Logan Grassi's got a good run out of that corner, and Archie Mostyn's had to defend. So as they come up towards the timing line again, Calais Tennant, Oliver Reynolds and James Strath are your top 3, the top 2 in my team, but hopefully we can focus on this Coma battle again, because they are nose to tail still up towards this timing line. With
there they go.
Strath, Mostyn and Grassi split by 0.3 of a second as they head up towards the national loop. There they go, flashing into shot round that left-hand side.
There we go. Now we've got the camera back up and running. I think it was a dirty protest from the cameraman at not having cake.
We'll save them a little bit.
Yes,
not too much.
There's plenty to go around, that's for sure. Okay.
Tom's just trying to give our cake away. How dare he?
I am. I'm offering it around the commentary box.
You're being very generous.
It should be. It's delicious. It'll perk me right up as well, because it's got some coffee in it, hasn't it?
You were strong coffee this morning. I've been up since 3 a.m. though.
Yes. And that is literal 3 a.m. as well. That's not an exaggeration going, I've been up since 3. Actually, I've been up since 3.
We appreciate your endeavours to get here. You were here very early compared to normal this morning, Tom. I even remarked that to Mark Mitchell.
I'd walked the dog as well before leaving.
Logan Grassi all the way round the outside of Archie Mostyn and turns in. Mostyn goes onto the grass and Logan Grassi's up to second place. He's been getting really good runs out of hairpin 2 the last couple of laps. And has taken full advantage there, gone all the way round the outside. I think he thought he was a little bit further in front of Archie Mostyn than what he was, but turned in and was 80% in front, and now he's 100% in front.
He is indeed, and closing in very quickly actually on James Strath. Still going wide at the National Loop and through South Bank Corner. Is Logan Grassi, but I think if he tidies up his race lines a little bit, definitely a bit of a star in the making here. James Strath, unless I'm very much mistaken, first weekend with us. So another one who's a star in the making. Oh, gets all crossed up though through hairpin 3. Gathered it up very well. But the cart got very sideways underneath him. And it's as you were. And despite that getting crossed up, he set a personal best as James Strath, although Logan Grassi and Archie Mostyn both setting 1 minute .29 laps.
0.2 quicker, weren't they both?
Yes.
On that previous lap.
Grassi and Mostyn were almost identical in terms of lap time as well. So the Como Bambinos that we normally see actually fairly spread out, they've arguably been our closest class today.
They've been really good, haven't they? And it's really just shown throughout the year the sort of progress where they've all got to. James Strath, like I say, new name. We had 2 other Bambinos at the previous round, but James Strath arriving quite clearly got some pedigree, running an A plate. The second one of those on show this weekend. As he makes his way up and over the timing line, they have started to open up. So from Strath's previous lap, that was a minute, he's gone about 0.8 quicker than what he's previously gone as James Strath, and you can tell because the gap has really opened up at the front. Logan Grassi was still fairly consistent. He'd done a 1 minute 3 and he'd done a 1 minute 2 on the previous lap. But so it is all down there to James Strath, just finding a little bit more.
Yeah, 0.8 of a second he found in a single lap. That's be interested to watch that back actually and see where he suddenly found that lap time. I'm sure he'll have it on his steering wheel. There'll be a lap timer on there. It'll feed him most probably real-time information as well because they're GPS tracked now as well. So they give you real-time information on your current lap time versus your personal best versus your overall best, your best in this session. You can set it up really however you want, but you'll get a plus or minus on there, so you can really learn very quickly nowadays where you are faster or slower on a lap.
So Cadet Tennant has tripped the timing line. It's gone down to 0 since then. He's already heading up towards hairpin number 3 and is heading towards the last lap board as we stay with Comas, with Strath, Grassi and Mostyn, the top 3. So last lap board is now on for the 52 of Cadet Tennant. He's quite comfortable at the front. He's broken away from Oliver Reynolds, who did have a go at leading this class in heat number 1. This is the battle that we are looking for coming through. It's the trio of Comas with Strath, Grassi and Mostyn.
Grassi started to reel him back in again now. James Strath has dropped into the 1 minute 3s. 1 minute .3, that is, sorry. And Logan Grassi as well at 1 minute .3, but the gap is noticeably closer than it has been. Is James Strath still getting good drive down the back straight?
Yeah, Grassie's probably not going to be close enough to take the victory in that class, but taking victory overall, a very happy Calais Tennant. Punches the air, 150 points so far and pole position for the final for him. Oliver Reynolds will take second place. And then it's going to be third on track. First in Coma for the A plate of James Strath. Logan Grassie in second place. Archie Mostyn in third place in Coma. Fifth overall. And then Ayrton Tennant will make his way round hairpin number 3 and head up towards the timing line to finish in 6th place.
It's still freaking me out, the electric carts coming past. Because then the Comas come through a few seconds later and it's like a swarm of bees coming past.
I can make the noise for you if you want.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that would be great. Yeah, do that. You've said it now. You have to do it. David just plugging numbers in to the magic spreadsheet. To give us some hypotheticals.
Yeah, well, that's for tomorrow because Coma can't get wrapped up today, so we're not too fussed about it in terms of its points.
Okay, so permutations coming tomorrow for the final round of the season for that one.
Certainly will be. Let me find you a grid, though, for our Hondas for their third heat of the day. Daniel Ziad will go off pole position. Sebastian McCarthy alongside him with Aaron Rigg and Tommy Burgoyne. Francesco Di Caro and Ethan Pearson on row number 3 with Jack Thompson and Abel Hutton going row 4. Row 5 will be Jacob Jones and Alfie Keeling. Oliver Bullock starts 11th. Ashton Wilson alongside on row number 6. Andrew McCrossan and Jacob McDonald. Reggie Cook, Edward Charlton and Edward Rye. With then your 2 micro runners, George Allison and Tyler Grufferty. They are both out on track, I believe.
Whew. Just sneezed twice and I'm fairly sure I'll give myself an aneurysm.
Hacho. The icing on this cake is sensational.
It's sensational. You went off Sean Connery there.
It's just sensational.
Still makes me laugh every time I walk down the busy high street and you see the casino. I can't walk past it and not go, where does Sean Connery like to gamble? In the casino. I'm here all week, folks. Well, I'm actually here all weekend. And I apologise for that. So heading up into pole position, Daniel Zad taking pole position from Sebastian McCarthy. So they are rolling up into position now. Francesco Di Caro had a great recovery drive from the back of the grid in Heat 2 to elevate himself back up to P5. Edward Rye, who did take the championship victory here by essentially just finishing in heat number 1, has taken overall championship victory here, and so has not parked it. Actually, Edward Rye is out at the back of the grid, so missed heat number 2 for reasons unknown, but is back out on the grid, right at the very back.
Just fancied a crack at now driving through the field. Bit of fun.
Ah, racecraft practice. People up on the bank look very cold and very, wind-swept and interesting. Whereas I've just turned the temperature up in the commentary box 1 degree, so it's just so.
33, 34 degrees in here. We're commentating a bikini tomorrow. Redders. We are
It is
making
warm. I'm just going
zero
to roll my
friends.
sleeves up just so I can get a bit of air on me.
Genuinely, the amount of doubles and single fingers I've just been shown
Yes.
is
It's a good thing they're not on camera.
It's bang out of order.
We'd be insta banned from YouTube.
Some of it was before we even spoke.
Green flag is in hand. It's up, it's down. We're away and racing for Heat 3 of Honda Cadet, and it is Daniel Ziad with a great start, actually. They all tuck into line in the first 5, and it's very, very clean heading through the national loop. A little bit further down the order, they're still side by side and trying to sort themselves out.
Slightly wide there by Aaron Rigg, but he did manage to get back in line. De Caro down the inside of a very wide Tommy Burgoyne.
But it's going to be McCarthy that's actually leading through hairpins 1 and 2.
Didn't quite see on the camera where that move came.
you got it
Top.
done in the national
well, it was
loop.
on the camera, but
The exit of the loop.
we were looking in other directions.
But McCarthy now leads. It's Ziad, then it's Rigg, then De Caro, then Burgoyne, your top 5.
Well, we've had a day of firsts, Tom, with 2 maiden pole positions. A maiden win in heat number 1 for Tommy Burgoyne. Sebastian McCarthy, who's led races here at Teesside before, Tom, but hasn't managed to convert them to a race victory yet.
Even in Bambino?
No, I mean in Cadet.
Oh,
Yeah,
in Cadet.
he won
Oh.
loads in
Yeah,
Bambino.
that's what
Won
I
a
was gonna say.
championship in Bambino.
That's why I was a bit confused by that.
But double the pace, double the power. In
Double
Honda
the fun.
Cadet. So
4 times the entrance.
certainly is. McCarthy, Ziad, Rigg, with De Caro a little bit further back. Rigg with half a nose down the inside there of Daniel Ziad. Burgoyne in 5th in front of Pearson and Jack Thompson. Jacob Jones in 8th place. Keelan Hutton, Wilson and Rye on the previous lap was in 12th place. He's now up in front of Hutton, so I think Rye could be P10 from P17. Indeed he is.
So fighting his way through the order. Got a couple of places on that lap. So moved up to 12th on lap 1 and up to 10th on lap 2. So we will continue to monitor that progress. As we said before, it seemed to... so there's a change for 2nd place. That's Rigg passing Ziad through hairpin 2 and down the back straight now. And they're going to go side by side again. Are they? No. Ziad elects to just push Rigg along. But yeah, we said it before that Edward Rye seems pretty imperious in dry conditions, with the exception of a few wins for Francesco Di Caro and a couple of others throughout the season. But Edward Rye has been a cut above
Di Caro
dry
has been
conditions.
incredibly strong from mid-season
Oh, he has definitely
onwards, and
But,
that's converted into results. It
everybody
certainly
else has got to
but
hope for mixed conditions, I think, because that's where Edward Rye seems to be struggling at the moment. I'm sure that's what they're going to be working on through the winter as Aaron Rigg now passes McCarthy for the lead at hairpin 2.
McCarthy-
And he's going to get pushed along by Ziad to get the move completed.
Well, I don't think he is, actually. Ziad decided no, and Rigg came back across in front, actually moved out of that line to take there. So neither of the top 2 here have won heats at Teesside, so we might still have another name to add to the top of the pile.
So
But
the A plate that's on Aaron Rigg is not for A for Aaron.
it's not now.
It's for the, what did you say it was
It's the
earlier?
Association of Scottish Kart Clubs.
And where did that meeting take place?
I don't believe it does. If I'm correct in I believe that's a championship that, or at least it was a few years ago, a championship that takes place by visiting 4 separate tracks in Scotland, and you amass points at effectively all 4 of the events, and you win the championship that way, rather than the S plate, which I believe is won in a special one-off meeting,
Like an
O plate meeting.
Right, okay.
I'm happy to be corrected. As I am on a regular basis by my good lady, and I'm sure that you're in a very similar position to that.
Aye.
But that's how it used to be handed out, because Ewan House came once and he had the A plate on. I was speaking to his dad about it.
I'm trying to think what the 4 circuits would be, because Kat and I were discussing this off air this morning, weren't we? But so you've got Larkhall,
Crail.
There's one up at Banff
is it-
that I can never remember
Is
the
it
name
and
of.
Golspie or something? That's it.
Glossby.
Yeah.
Glossopy.
Look, Right.
Glossby.
We could make this loads easier. If someone Scottish could just rock up in the com box. Or Google it.
Yeah. Or something like that. Or get in touch in the comments on YouTube.
Yeah.
And tell us what the answer is.
So, Rig from McCarthy, Ziad and DiCaro. Then a gap back to Pearson, Burgoyne, Thompson and Rye, who's now managed to find a way past Jacob Jones on that previous lap to move him up into 8th place.
It's the East of Scotland Kart Club, Bambino Kart Club, the North of Scotland Kart Club, the West of Scotland Kart Club, but it doesn't tell you what circuits they are.
West of Scotland Kart Club's Lark Hall. What were the other two?
The East of Scotland Kart Club is
That's Crail.
and then the North of Scotland, North of Scotland Kart Club,
That's the one at Banff.
and then
Which is just outside Iceland. Not the supermarket, the country. It's well north.
It's
yeah, no, so the West of Scotland one, the North of Scotland one's Glossby.
oh right.
Sorry, folks, we're just being educated mid-race.
We're just trying to figure it out. I don't know.
In the com box.
Edward Rye, meanwhile, up to P7 with a
And-
new fastest lap of the race.
You say 7, I say 6 down the inside of Tommy Burgoyne. That's opened the door as well for Jack Thompson to move down the inside of Burgoyne as well.
Jack Thompson debut here this weekend, isn't it? I
Yes,
believe, David,
correct.
and actually having a very good showing as well.
Very good showing.
To say it's the first time he's ever driven on the circuit.
So even if Rye does manage to find a way past Ethan Pearson, I think his ascension from 17th will stop at P5, solely because he's just going to run out of laps and he's working his way through. They are some 3 or 4 seconds off the back, 3 seconds off the back of Francesco DiCaro. As Pearson defends into hairpin number 1, Rye will, I imagine, go down the inside at hairpin 2 and does, chunk of curb by Edward Rye. And that again, Thompson's just been really smart here, isn't he? He's letting Rye do all the hard work and just going straight through. That's a sign of a really smart driver.
Yeah, he's
Grampian is Banff.
Grampian Kart Club is Banff.
Yeah. And then whatever else the gap on there.
Okay. So Crail, Glossby, and then Lark Hall. Right. So it's a mini championship of 4 venues.
I believe so.
Okay. And that's how you get the A plate that Aaron Rigg is driving, that's currently leading the race. So there we go, folks.
It took him
We
less
went
time. Mate,
right
it took
round the houses.
It took him less time to win it than it did for us to figure it out.
But we got there in the end. So that's what the A plate is about.
Heading towards the.
Of course, they run a different A plate for BPEC, don't they? Which is their O
do.
plate.
It is. That was their O plate, but now it's an A for
But now it's an A
Ange.
plate. Yes.
Yes, so heading up towards the timing line to commence the final lap. Aaron Rigg from Sebastian McCarthy. The gap opening up by half a second back to Daniel Ziad in 3rd place with Francesco DiCaro P4. Will McCarthy attack Aaron Rigg? Rigg doesn't feel the need to defend into hairpin number 1, and because of that has managed to actually open up a few kart lengths on Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy with a look over the shoulder because Ziad closes in out of hairpin number 2, but McCarthy taking a bit of advantage there of the slipstream on Aaron Rigg. Semi-defensive move for Rigg round South Bank.
Yeah, McCarthy was going to have a go at hairpin 1, but Rigg braked so late. There was just no opportunity there for McCarthy to come through. And there goes Aaron Rigg, and he is going to take a debut victory here, or a maiden victory, I should say, at Teesside in Heat 3 of Honda Cadets at round number 8. So victory goes by way of Aaron Rigg. Sebastian McCarthy comes across the line in a very close P2 with Daniel Ziad in 3rd. Francesco DiCaro still climbing his way back up the order throughout the day and he finished P4. Jack Thompson 5th with Edward Rye coming from 17th place on the grid all the way up to 6th place. Tommy Burgoyne 7th, Jacob Jones 8th, Abel Hutton 9th, and Ethan Pearson rounding out the top 10. That's Honda Cadets heats done. We've got the R200s coming up next with the aforementioned Fiscal Wizard, Peter Webster. Will be taking his place on the grid for that one. Of course, all cake brought into the office is 20% tax deductible, which is always a bonus. David's on a pep rally for Edward Rye.
just make sure he does final. It'd be good for us. So, Rigg, McCarthy, Ziad, DeCaro, Thompson and Rye, your top 6 in front of Burgoyne, Jones, Hutton and Pearson to complete your top 10.
Why are we on 2 screens? How have we ended up with that? There we go. That's much better.
Fixed it, Tom.
You're clever, you aren't you? Right, bring your grid for Honda R200s with a sole into Rotax, who may or may not be on the grid. We'll keep an eye out, and I'll let you know very shortly. But Luca Batuev is going to go off pole position for the Honda R200s with Ashton Horspool alongside. Row 2 is Rocco Geraghty and Tom Nichols. Row 3, JJ Allen and Aaron Berridge. Row 4, Dexter Petty and Peter Webster. Row 5, Albie Cam and Harry Pennington. And then row 6 will be Ronnie Harrer with Max Hall is out there in the sole into Rotax, and he will go just off the back, I think, of the R200s.
I've gone for a little mini slice there, Tom, just to tide me through the R's.
Of coffee cake?
Yeah, I'm going to go through little and often.
Okay.
I'm going to have a little piece like that in every race and see how long that cake lasts. Right, here we go then, as we make our way around. Still plenty to play for in this championship, Tom, not only for the top, for the championship, but also there's quite a battle going on where I think 3 drivers or 4 can still take 3rd place and honours at the end of this season. Green is up. Green is down. We're away and racing for 8 minutes and 1 lap of action. Ashton Horspool on the outside is unable to get back in, and he's going to get eased out by Rocco Geraghty, by Tom Nichols, by Aaron Berridge, JJ Allen and Harry Pennington as well. And Horsepool's gone missing. He's down towards the tail end of the field. Petty, Webster are through as well. Webster with a good move on Petty down the inside of hairpin 2, and we're going to run down the back straight. And Luca Batuev, the championship leader, has had the start that he needed.
He's checked out more than they do at Tesco's, as Luca Batuev at the start of this one. He is gone. Tom Nichols moving through on Rocco Geraghty at hairpin 3, and then Geraghty immediately saying, no, that's not happening, slams it back up the inside at hairpin 4 and retakes P2 from Tom Nichols. All that has allowed Luca Batuev a lead of 1.1 seconds across the line. And already it looks more than that.
Yeah. Oh, that's JJ Allen down the inside of Aaron Berridge, and actually down the little gully on the inside of hairpin number 1 that you have to be very careful. Between the tyre wall and the tarmac on the inside is a gully that's around about 6 or 7 inches wide, more than enough to stick a front tyre down. And he definitely popped in there and popped back out again. And very lucky not to get dragged into the tyres as Tom Nichols down the inside of Rocco Geraghty finally gets that one done.
It was a repeat of what he did on the previous lap, but this time didn't allow Geraghty to retake the position once again. So has held on to it. Meanwhile, the lead has gone out to 1.7 seconds for Luca Batuev. So if he manages to get this one done, it'll be the most comfortable victory we've probably seen all season.
Batuev from Nichols
goes
and
back up the
Geraghty.
inside of Peter Webster at hairpin 2 and immediately asks for help, and Peter Webster's too far alongside to actually help, and in fact slides back through, and Ashton Horspool is going to follow him through and do a double overtake as Ashton Horspool on Peter Webster as well. So 2 for 1. We were talking about your checkouts. Well, there's your buy one, get one free for Ashton Horspool. They then come together with Peter Webster. Max Hall in the into Rotax. He then comes through as well. So Max Hall getting involved. And Max Hall up to P6 from the back of the grid. Petty and Webster still duking it out through hairpin 1 and 2. Harry Pennington getting involved as well. Good fight this, all the way from second right the way down to 10th place, all nose to tail. Nichols still leading this particular group. Batuev has checked out and gone. There goes Max Hall in that Rotax again, just using the extra power to drive around the outside of Aaron Berridge coming out of hairpin 4, and that's Max Hall up to P4 on the road. Of course, in a class of 1 with that into Rotax, so they are a fair bit quicker than these Honda R200s, but good experience for Max Hall.
We haven't seen him be able to display any of his talent really, Tom, in the first 2 races due to mechanical issues as Webster and Petty go side by side. But now he's coming into this, Tom, that extra power. So far, he's been very clean in finding his way through the traffic, and indeed does so again with Rocco Geraghty. So Nichols in that second place will be the next one. I think Hall just waits till the back straight. He'll just be able to zip past Tom Nichols reasonably comfortably with that extra power in a straight line, which generally it's this first bit out of the corner, the initial pickup of that Rotax should just give him a little bit more. Nichols here can play it super smart and does, and just tucks in and will benefit from that Rotax power in front of him, and that'll drag him round a few corners. If he can stick with him round the 3 and 4, which I think he will, if he can benefit from a little bit of slipstream down the straight, he'll be very grateful for it.
Well, I was going to say, actually, just before got the move done on Nichols, that's what Geraghty was doing, was using Max Hall for a bit of slipstream to try and tow him back up to the rear bumper of Tom Nichols, and it has actually worked. He's closed in a significant amount on that lap, just benefiting from the slipstream. But now he's going to get double slipstream, is Geraghty, because they've still got Max Hall in front, and then he's got Tom Nichols in front of that. So, yes, working well for Rocco Geraghty to try and bring this one back together. Ashton Horspool, meanwhile, has hit the front of this group now, worked his way back through after a poor opening lap, and is now up to P5.
JJ Allen was right on the back of Aaron Berridge, but then caught the rear bumper of Berridge round hairpin number 2 on the previous lap, and that's just dropped him away ever so slightly, but he's done well. The trio behind are all catching back up as wide goes Berridge round the national loop.
Yes, unusual line. Horspool now moving away from this train.
Needs it as well. It'll be 4th place in class for Ashton Horspool, but at that rate will mean that Luka Batuev can win the championship in the final. So Batuev, who is at the front at the moment, has got Max Hall right behind him, but Hall can play the long game here with Batuev and just wait to go through. Peter Webster and JJ Allen going side by side, trading rubber, side pods, and, well, not Pokemon cards, but everything else by that matter, as Dexter Petty then goes down the inside of Peter Webster.
Be a very dark circle on the left-hand side pod of that Peter Webster kart, and likewise probably one on the other side.
They weren't on the racing line either, really, were they, when they came through? The contact between the two of them had sent them wide enough over the start-finish straight. Stationary kart. Oh, Max Hall's had a spin. The 222, who's worked his way through the entire field up to the back of Luka Batuev, has gone round hairpin 4, whether that was trying to overtake Batuev or on his own, but now we're back to R200 at the front, all the way down to
P11.
P11 of Albie Cam in the 34. So Pennington's on the inside of Peter Webster, slots back in, but now we've got two trios. As Alan looked like he was going to try a move there on Aaron Berridge. I don't know whether it was just differing lines giving us a visual that he was going down the inside or whether it was half move.
He's certainly looking to get this one done, isn't he? And nice to see a bit of a recovery drive as well from Petty, who got a bit beaten up over the opening couple of laps, but has picked his way back through now and is right on the back of JJ Allen.
Picks up a contact warning though, does Dexter Petty.
He does, and in fact that group that was 2 groups of 3 is now coming back together, and he's going to be 1 group of 6 very shortly.
So up towards the timing line will come Luka Bachuev to see the final lap board. Front of Nichols, Geraghty, Horspool in 4th, but closing in on Geraghty. And there's this gap back to, and Horspool here is going to try and move off camera. He's down the inside for 3rd place. And he's got that done on Rocco Geraghty.
Yes, he has. And so he's still Berridge leading that one. And the train that we were looking at there, Horspool, has moved through. So Horspool, again, didn't have the best of starts to this race. But like Petty, got his head down and picked them off as they way through. Luka Bachuev, meanwhile, takes victory here in heat number 3. Tom Nichols in 2nd place, Ashton Horspool in 3rd, and Rocco Geraghty 4th. Aaron Berridge crosses the line in 5th, with JJ Allen 6th, and Dexter Petty in 7th. Peter Webster in 8th, and Albie Cam 9th. Max Hall, after a spin, recovered back to 10th place on the road, but it was the only inter-Rotax class kart on track. And then we have Harry Pennington and Ronnie Hall. Harrow. That's what I said.
That's what I heard.
Ronnie Harrow.
I was just repeating it.
My
Just echoing.
Okay, so that brings us on to our Rotax heat, which all our drivers here this weekend, our junior Rotax entries. No seniors once again here at Teesside this weekend, unfortunately. Joey Swan is going to go off pole position on his debut in the class this weekend for Joey Swan. So used to seeing him in the inter-Rotax that class that we've just actually seen out. Made the step up this weekend to juniors. Random grid formation, Joey Swan going off pole position. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch. Hector Sadlovsky goes off P2 with Holly Swan heading up row 2. Sam Robson, then Rossi Costello and Layla Berryman, Morgan Cooney and Darcy Hall, Freddie Widrington and Jake Gruffity are the top 10. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Evelyn Bye. Then it's Jaden Stonehouse and Oliver O'Donovan, followed by Jacob Carnes, the 15 drivers in junior Rotax.
So green flag is up down the far end of the circuit, which means that they will make their way out onto track. So Swan in his debut weekend in junior Rotax will lead us round. Of course, can't run the 95, Tom, Joey Swan, because Holly's already claimed it in juniors. It's the first time they've raced in the same class for a long time.
Yeah, since
2 of them.
Cadet.
Since Cadet. And I think even then, back in 2022, we had the grid split between Honda Cadet Pro and Honda Cadet Club. And I think they were in different classes then. So this could be it is the first time in a long time, I think, that we've seen them race.
In living memory.
So just waiting to slow these down a little bit. We are into a good formation now. So I didn't think we were going to get this going at the first time of asking, but we are, and we are away and racing. And so they head up towards the national loop for the first time. Swan led, but then Swan goes wide. Sadlowski gets in and through. And Swan will take to the grass on the outside and rejoins at the tail end of the field for Joey Swan in the 33. But Hector Sadlowski will lead down the back straight from Sam Robson. They've got a decent gap back to Layla Berryman, Holly Swan and Rossi Costello, who's asking Gruffity for a bit of a push to try and go because he's seen that the top two have got a bit of a gap already.
Yes, indeed, they have. And Joey Swan dropped from pole position all the way down to 15th, it will be, when they come over the line. So it is going to be Hector Sadlowski leading the way from Sam Robson and Layla Berryman, then Holly Swan, Rossi Costello, Jake Gruffity, Stansmore, Wilson, Carnes, Widrington and Cooney will be the top 10. Although not for long, because I think that was Jake Gruffity passing Rossi Costello.
And that's opened the door for Isabella Stansmore, Wilson and Jacob Carnes as well at the next corner to pop a nose down the inside as well.
Head round hairpin 4 one more time. Fastest lap of the race that time around on the first flying lap was for Hector Sadlowski and goes quicker again. Although Jake Gruffity was 2/10 quicker overall in 5th place.
4th now, he's got past Holly Swan round the national loop. Pops the cart down the inside, moves himself through nicely, and Jake Gruffity up into 4th place. He's been superb, Tom, in the last couple of rounds. He joined midway through the season and been very difficult to beat, particularly in finals since then.
Yeah, you can see the way that he drives the kart as well. He's almost got it pitching, believe it or not. When he hits the brakes, he goes side by side with Layla Berryman, and they can have contact between the two. Everybody makes it through in one piece, thankfully, because we've seen that go very wrong before with the junior Rotax. When they come together through that corner, you don't tend to have a small crash.
No, a little bit of we came out, and that was just me in the commentary box because I thought they were coming to say hello to us, Tom.
Yes, it's it does tend to be a big one, that one, if they do get together there. But thankfully, they both made it through in one piece. Jake Gruffity now up to 3rd place. Berryman now demoted to 4th. Stansmore Wilson is in 5th place, and in behind is Jacob Carnes. Holly Swan has moved through and passed Rossi Costello that lap. Holly Swan up to P7. And Evelyn Bai setting the fastest lap of the race there, a 10th quicker than the leader. Evelyn Bai in P12. Evelyn Bai's had a very good day so far.
Yeah.
Might not have had the ultimate finishing result positions that perhaps either a pace or the efforts have warranted, but certainly I have been impressed with Evelyn Bai here today and this weekend.
Agreed with that, Tom.
And I think it's well worth Evelyn Bai coming to the presentation if she doesn't get a trophy, let's put it that way.
Quite possibly. Which, let's be honest, Tom, given that this is a double header, there's no excuse for anybody not to be at the presentation.
Correct.
Nobody's got to rush off home.
True. Stansmore Wilson now passes Berryman, and Carnes gets alongside through hairpin 2 as well, gets a switch back around the outside of hairpin 2, dives to the inside for South Bank as they head down, and it looks like Carnes has passed Berryman as well.
Correct, as Berryman slots back in. As soon as you're alongside down that back straight, you're just sort of running together, aren't you, and waiting for your opportunity to slot back in. Gruffity with the fastest lap on the previous, was 6/10 quicker. 10th and a half this time round, gap down to 1.3 seconds to the lead, 0.8 of a second to Sam Robson in front, and he's still got about half of this race to go. So plenty of opportunity for Tyler Gruffity.
Jake Gruffity.
That's it.
It's all right. Now that's both of us have made that mistake.
Yep, my bad. Stansmore Wilson in that 4th place will be picking up some solid points again after the she's had 2 decent results so far, Tom, and I think we'd expect to see her in the front 2 rows of the final on the points accumulation throughout the day if she can hold on to that 4th place. And that'll give her an opportunity for the final, that's for sure. Personal best coming in, though, from about half the field, Tom. The tyres now just getting up to that range
Yeah, the temperature's up and down constantly here on the circuit as well, because the cloud is coming in and the sun's low in the sky, and the temperature's actually very cold. The ambient temperature is very cold as well. So if the sun comes out from behind the clouds, it's going to make a huge difference to people's lap times, because pressure's going to go through the roof. Difficult to set up is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Difficult to set your cart up here for the conditions.
I tell you what, though, Joey Swan, who had that, obviously went off pole and then went on the grass, hasn't fallen off the back of the pack here, Tom. And the best way to, and I'm saying that in a bit of a surprise, because he's not allowed to be strong enough to be a junior thing, because he's still Bambino sized.
Oh yeah,
he is
he's
tiny.
the world's smallest junior Rotax driver.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's won Inters here twice. He's more than capable, but strength-wise, he shouldn't be holding on to that round South Bank. He's small. He's got little twig arms.
Small in stature, mighty in power.
Yeah,
is what I think what you're getting at.
What I'm trying to say as well is that, well, if he can do this in his first weekend, what's he going to do in weekends 2, 3, 4, 5? The yellow flag out, because Sam Robson from second place is on the grass. And he was being pursued through that chicane by Tyler Gruffity, and is now on the grass. That's it, by Jake Gruffity. There was a 10th between them as they came over the timing line, and he's gone from second place to 15th.
Well, that's a shame. But no, just touching back onto the Joey Swan situation. What's he going to be like now that? Saying what is he like now? He is on his debut weekend here in juniors, but what's he going to be like after he's had a whole winter in the gym?
What's he going to be like when he gets good? That's the thing. I know.
He's had a whole winter in the gym as well.
Exactly. Gruffity back down the inside of Carnes at hairpin 3. He fell down to 4th place. He's
going to look like Stretch Armstrong, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
For people of a certain age.
They'll
know who that is.
He'll definitely need to be skipping leg day. All arms over the winter.
All arms and chest.
Gruffity back up into 3rd place, then having dropped down to 4th with himself and Robson having issues a few laps prior. Stansmore Wilson then up into 2nd place. Gap for the lead is pretty much 1 second there between Hector Sadlowski and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Could we have another first-time winner, Tom?
Yes.
Because I think Stansmore Wilson and Gruffity might end up scrapping here rather than pushing on to Sadlowski.
Didn't Sadlowski win a heat in the
last round? I don't know, Tom.
I think he did.
Let me check.
I think he did. I'm sure he did, in fact.
Normally it's me who spits the facts round here, Tom.
I'm sure he did. I think that's why he got...
He did. He won heat 2.
There you go. But Sadlowski's gap was a second. It's already down to 3/4 of a second as they came over the line. And I think that's even less. I think that's halved again. I think we're down to about half a second now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Stansmore, Wilson,
and it's going to be a group of 4.
And Carnes have all been quick through the first half of this lap. And again, a minute to go. Juniors are lapping in the 42s, which means they'll get round again. 3 laps to go for Stansmore, Wilson, Gruffity and Carnes. Berryman is looking comfortable at the moment in P5, although we don't talk too much about that because last time we said she was doing well, she retired very promptly afterwards. So we don't talk about Layla Berryman in any races anymore.
Stansmore Wilson was 0.3 of a second behind going over the line. Now she's going to be 0.3 of a second in front as they head out of hairpin 2. She takes the lead through hairpin 1 away from Hector Sadlowski. Immediately, Jake Gruffity follows through down the back straight and into South Bank corner. And Sadlowski's going to go from 1st to 4th, is he? No, in half a lap, as he manages to hold off Jacob Carnes. But Stansmore Wilson and Gruffity are now through and demoted Hector Sadlowski, who's led almost every metre of this race up to that point, down to 3rd place.
Stansmore, Wilson, Gruffity, Sadlowski and Carnes are your top 4. Sam Robson retired on the previous lap, having run well up in that second place. He'll be classified in P15. But now we will be splitting again, because I think Sadlowski's defending there a little bit to Carnes. It looks like Gruffty was trying to stick a nose down the inside of Stansmore Wilson. Wilson holding firm in the number 28 machine, in the being run as a privateer this weekend, but in the colours of TSK-Motorsport. She leads from Gruffty onto the final lap. They go. Sadlowski, Carnes. Berryman's been reeled in by Oliver O'Donovan, Tom, on the final lap. You'll see them flash through the screen almost nose to tail, 5th and 6th respectively. Can she hold on for a P5?
Well, we're going to find out in about half a lap's time, as Stansmore Wilson still leads. Jake Gruffty got great drive out of hairpin 2. Couldn't use it to pull alongside. It was well defended by Stansmore Wilson, who parked it on the white line on the inside. And Gruffty had nowhere to go other than into the rear bumper of Stansmore Wilson. Stansmore Wilson defends well through hairpin 4. And she is going to hold on and take victory here in heat number 3 of Junior Rotax from Jake Gruffty and Hector Sadlowski, who led most of the way. Then it's Jacob Carnes and Layla Berryman, Oliver O'Donovan and Freddie Widrington, Evelyn Bye, Rossi Costello and Morgan Cooney, the top 10. Coming in after them is Jaden Stonehouse, Darcy Hall, Holly Swan and Joey Swan, and then Sam Robson, the retiree. I'm going to get these rolling in just a few seconds' time. And then we'll give you a grid for Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. So your grid for Junior Pro Kart heat number 3 as they head out onto their rolling up lap is Joshua Sullivan going off pole position with Liam Edmonds alongside. Matthew Plant and Daniel Kemp on the second row, with the third row being filled with Adam Roberts and Josh Brown. Reese Cranston and Ted Hall on row 4. Elvis Hartley and Mia Duffel on row 5. And Ashton Carmichael and Reese Dodds on row 6. And they're already heading into hairpin 3. And then it's all slowed right down now. So we actually have got some time. They rushed around to hairpin 3, and then they've put the anchors on and everybody's got into a nice order. And I believe we will go first time.
Nice and slow this by Junior Pro Kart up towards the acceleration cones. Power down, and we are away and racing as we head up towards the first corner. Wasn't a particularly fast start by the pole man, but then wide goes Matthew Plant, who was behind him in third place. And then a Liam Edmonds slots through with Ted Hall, Reese Cranston. Hall's trying to move down the inside of Edmonds and gets through up into second place.
Somebody going very wide at hairpin 1 and then again at hairpin 2.
Who was that, sorry?
I missed the number. Red suit, white helmet, third from the back.
Matthew Plant.
Okay.
Yeah, his debut weekend in Junior Pro Kart this weekend. It's a warning for a contact for the number 12 of Josh Brown.
Well, they were around each other at the time, so maybe
Yes.
that explains the issue for Matthew Plant.
So Sullivan from Hall, Cranston, Carmichael, Brown, Edmonds, Camp, Hartley, Roberts, Plant, Duffel and Dodds are your field at the moment as Matthew Plant goes down the inside of Adam Roberts into hairpin number 1.
So Plant now starting to make a recovery drive back through the field. Gets one back, certainly. And they're all nicely spread out already so far in Junior Pro Cup. We'll expect it to start to move back together. What with it being a random grid.
It's not normally this serene, is it?
No, not after a couple of laps of racing.
Teddy Hall, fastest lap of the race, half a tenth quicker than the current leader.
Yeah, using the slipstream of Sullivan to good effect, very good effect, in fact, as he drew alongside heading out of hairpin 2. Did arrest his momentum slightly, but then he's used the slipstream again to pull him back up. Smart driving from Teddy Hall. Cranston up to 3rd as well, so lurking just at the back of this pair is Reese Cranston, and Sullivan's going to be hoping to all hope that Teddy Hall can hold on to 2nd place, because that will help his chances of taking pole position for the final. Reese Cranston, of course, with 2 victories already here today.
If it's as it is, it'll be level on points. And Sullivan goes wide onto the rumble strip on the outside, way too wide, and Hall could come down the inside to lead here. As I was about to say, if it was as it was, which would have been Sullivan, Hall, Cranston, Cranston would still be on pole for the final because he was higher up in heat number 1, which is where we take our tie break from. It's your finishing position in heat number 1. Sullivan and Hall side by side. Sullivan deciding that sticking it round the outside is not a great idea. And Hall will lead us over the line then in front of Sullivan. And Cranston, who sets the fastest lap of the race, now is right up onto the back of Joshua Sullivan. Sullivan with that mistake then at hairpin 2. Hall taking full advantage of that. And Cranston now right up onto the back and down the inside of Sullivan at hairpin 2.
Yeah, no time wasted for Reese Cranston. That's one that his mentor, I'm sure, will be proud of him for. Just immediately seized the opportunity and straight through for Reese Cranston. Oh, and then Sullivan tags the back of Cranston as they head through hairpin 3. So a little bit of miscalculation on braking for Sullivan. No harm done to Cranston in that respect. It was just a tap front fairing to rear bumper. So it didn't put Cranston off much, if anything at all. Ted Hall still leads the way. Ashton Carmichael has been there or thereabouts throughout the day as well, and is showing well in front of Josh Brown in P5. I think has also had a relatively good day.
Has had a technical infringement there, I believe, Tom, which I think may well drop him down points-wise, not only for the championship battle for 3rd place, but also for positions for the final as well later on, although he does set the fastest lap.
Yeah, Carmichael, 46.423 that time around. Ted Hall still leading, but this group of 3 is now nose to tail. Reese Cranston and Joshua Sullivan all involved. Have you noticed the spider above us?
Oh yeah, that little thing up there.
I keep waiting for it to drop down. Tickle me on the head. Sullivan and Cranston go side by side through the exit of hairpin 3. Cranston now definitely knowing that Sullivan is right there. And I think he's telling Cranston that if you don't get through Ted Hall pretty quickly, I'm going to start overtaking you.
And then there is the move, I think, by Cranston down the inside of Hall. And then
So message received.
Sullivan does the same at hairpin 2. Introduces Hall to the rumble strip on the outside, and they'll go side by side down the back straight. But Hall's just got so much more power and drives round the outside of Sullivan. So we're back to, well, pretty much as we were after that Cranston overtake.
Yeah, it looked like Sullivan maybe had a hand off the wheel as well through hairpin 3. Not sure how well the camera picked it up, but it looked like he kind of went, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why your lad's suddenly from Newcastle, but...
No, neither do I.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm just after a chicken wrap.
Down the back straight they go then. Cranston from Hall. Josh Brown on the back of Ashton Carmichael. Continuing to impress Josh Brown. In that 5th place. Big gap back then to Liam Edmonds, although he's under pressure from Elvis Hartley, and Hartley's through. And Edmonds is straight back at him. He's in a battle as well with him and Daniel Camp.
Fastest lap that time around for Ted Hall. He was 4 thousandths of a second quicker than Joshua Sullivan. And Sullivan looking like he's going to make a move now at hairpin 1, and does, and very cleanly through, in fact. So Ted Hall gave him some room. And it looks like the two of them are trying to work together now to re-close the gap to Cranston. As I said throughout this race, don't count out Carmichael and Brown, because they are still in close company to the front 3 as well. Behind them, there's a great battle going on between Hartley, Edmonds and Camp over 6th place. Here they come in front of us now, and it is still Hartley, Edmonds from Camp in that order, separated by just over 1/10 of a second on track.
Change for the lead. It could be brief, though. No, Sullivan with a nice little block pass down the inside at hairpin number 2. Cranston into the slipstream, though. Wouldn't be surprised to see Cranston pop out. Sullivan, though, decides that he's going to park it on the inside and moves back through. Again, Cranston doesn't need to win this race to be on pole position for the final. Sullivan needs Cranston to be 4th or worse to be on pole for the final. I think we've only seen that for Cranston once this season, where he crossed the line, I think, in P5 and ended up in 3rd due to penalties for jump starts in advance for Reece Cranston. Minute and 20-ish on the clock, so should be 3 laps to go in this Junior Pro Kart 3rd heat. Sullivan, Cranston, Hall, your top 3. Carmichael and Brown are actually closing in. Great battle going in. We've not been able to really focus off camera between Hartley, Camp and Edmonds. They've been going at it for like the last 5 laps, but we've been watching this because I think that's like Josh Brown in the background trying to move down the inside of Ashton Carmichael. Door closed by Carmichael. Brown not quite close enough to the back this time round.
Yeah, Brown is looking very racy at the minute, in fact. Carmichael holding on well to that 4th place. So now Sullivan has hit the front. It's actually got a little bit of a gap to Cranston now that's starting to open up. Ted Hall is still hanging on to Reece Cranston. In 3rd, he's ducking down behind the steering wheel to get maximum effect of aero over the top of the car, cut down the drag, try and get an extra half a mile an hour down the straight.
Time is down to 0. So we've seen the final lap board. Gap at the front continuing to go out 0.6 of a second. Sullivan with the fastest lap of the race with a 46.146. Cranston and Hall. Hall still hounding the back of the number 43 machine of Reece Cranston and closing up round hairpin 1, but not close enough to go down the inside at hairpin number 2. Out onto the back straight they go for the final time.
It is still Sullivan from Cranston. The checkered flag is being readied in front of us here at the commentary box. It looks like Sullivan's going to take this one. Actually, probably the most comfortable victory we've seen all day in terms of the junior pro kart ones anyway, as he leads over the line and takes the checkered flag. Reese Cranston comes across the line, P2. Ted Hall in third with Carmichael fourth, and Josh Brown held fifth. So they all stayed the same as they were on the final lap. Carmichael and Brown, that is. Then it's Hartley, Edmonds, Camp, Plant, Roberts, and then it's going to be Mia Duffel and Reese Dodds. But we'll just await them coming over the line to confirm which order it's going to be. And it is going to be Mia Duffel holding on for P11, Reese Dodds in 12th.
So, some really interesting permutations going to the final. We'll start with the battle for third place in the championship. First of all, between Liam Edmonds, Ted Hall and Ashton Carmichael. That between Hall and Edmonds will definitely go down to tomorrow. There's only about 7 points between them when you put in some drop score provisions. The Sullivan and Cranston one is the interesting one, though. Sullivan has got to win the final to take this down to tomorrow. Cranston can finish second and still win the championship, because on the tie break, they'll be level on points if he doesn't do anything tomorrow, but he's got more heat wins than Sullivan, which is the tie break. So second place should be enough for Cranston. Third place, it definitely goes down to tomorrow, but in any which way you put it, Sullivan's got to win the final.
Okay. So if he doesn't win the final, it's done and dusted.
Yeah, for me, I think it is, because Reese Cranston, they'll be level on points if Sullivan wins every race tomorrow, but even by that permutation...
Is that with Cranston finishing second?
That's with tomorrow, that's with Cranston not attending.
Oh, okay.
So Sullivan can win everything tomorrow, they'll be level on points, but Cranston will have a better tie break in that if Sullivan has to win everything tomorrow on the random grids and the final, but Cranston on the tie break, he's got more wins, and that's your tie break. So
what we're saying is, if
second place
Sullivan has to win the final,
yeah,
and then tomorrow, if Cranston beats Sullivan in any of the heats, that's it done.
Well, if we're looking at tie break, for me here, Sullivan wins it today. It wins the race. Cranston can win the championship by finishing second today.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Cranston's third, that goes to tomorrow.
Okay.
And then it does get really interesting. But we'll come back to that in about an hour's time. So we go to Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3, which will rattle through the grid very quickly. It's going to be Needham and Neri from Marshall and Duff, Ludwell and Hudson, Cowley and Yule, Matthews and Hauschby, with Danny Bean and Maximus Shields, Marty Gilfillan and Max Mannion, Joseph Williamson, Oliver Hill, William Harkus, and Zach Dawson. As we head up towards the timing line to commence the final heat of the day before we head to our finals here at round number 8. We're away and racing, and it's a good start then by Ike Needham off the pole position berth. He's going to hold the inside, he manages to get it stopped. As looks like it was Marshall who was in second place, has been swamped. He's dropped back at least a place behind Danny Bean, who gets all sorts of crossed up into hairpin 1, but gets it stopped. Makes his way through. We're 4 wide. Oh, that's the 126 up the back. William Harkus up the back of the car in front, and he takes Zach Hudson with him for a ride as well.
And his his front nose cone.
Is it squiffy, Tom?
Very, yeah. It's at a funny angle. Jaunty.
Yellow flag, because that looks like Oliver Hill has gone round at hairpin number 3. But back towards the front, Needham will lead us over the line. Then from Bean, Neri, Williamson, Marshall, Mannion, Gilfillan, Matthews, Ludwell and Hauschby. What a start from Joseph Williamson. To be fair, Danny Bean as well. 11th up to 2nd. Williamson, though, 15th to 4th. 11 places gained for the 811.
Yeah, flying up the order was Joseph Williamson. You're absolutely right, David. Danny Bean up 8 into P2. Max Mannion up 9 as well in P6.
I don't want to count this too early, but I don't know if Needham's won a race here this at Teesside, and I don't think Bean has either in the heats.
No,
and I say that because they are miles clear.
I think Bean again. I think Bean won one at the last round. I think he won a heat.
He could well have done. He's starting to become the stat man.
Or was he the one before? I think Bean's won a heat.
I'm the stat man.
I shall put on my orthopedic shoes and await to stand corrected.
You keep talking, I'll just do some checking.
Okay. So, yes, heading down the back straight and into South Bank Corner, Ike Needham still managing to hold off Danny Bean. Bean looking up the inside at hairpin 4, and a lovely block pass from Bean. Gets that one done and takes the lead away from Needham. Sam Neri is fourth. Joseph Williamson in third. Then we've got Sam Neri in fourth. Shields in fifth and Ludwell following along in sixth as well. So they are, I want to say working together, but looks like Ludwell is trying to use the slipstream as much as he can off Shields.
Round 5, heat 2, Danny Bean.
Told you. When was round 5? 2 rounds ago?
It was shortly after round 4.
Was that the double header?
No, that was in June.
Okay.
June.
Well, there we go then. So Danny Bean has had a heat victory. Ike Needham, I don't think
No, I don't think
think
Needham
so.
has.
I shall remove my orthopedic shoes. And there they go. Danny Bean now leading. Max Shields, though, puts in the fastest lap of the race in P5 with a 46.2. So he's 0.3 quicker than Bean. But Bean was arguably the second fastest. Him and Ludwell pretty much matched lap times that time around, and they were way quicker than anybody else, those three. So Ludwell, Shields, and Bean, the ones to watch as Shields moves through on, I missed who that was, he was overtaking. In fact, doesn't get it completed.
No,
it's Sam Neri. Sam Neri, yeah, didn't get it completed at hairpin 4, but did have a go.
Again, Neri needs to be smart here. Just let Shields whip through and just slot back in. Ludwell as well, because whilst he's losing overall places, he's getting points in his class, not in the overall championship. So, if he can use them to drag him away, given that his nearest rivals, Matthews and Yule, are 12th and 13th respectively, and battling with each other, he can just drive off and take the class victory, and that'll be some healthy points towards his championship challenge. Bean, though, can also win the club championship here this weekend, Tom. Can Danny Bean? And if he does, I get the feeling he might go and run in pro tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if he does either.
No, neither would I. Zach Dawson there up the inside. I mean, and Hauschby.
Yeah, sorry. And to be fair to Danny Bean, he started the season here, for me, as a club-level driver. I think now he has developed over the year to be a pro-level driver in this class system, and I think that, you know, and he's showing that, and I think he's going to go on and potentially wrap the championship up today. It's been one that he's battled with Williamson, with Duff, and with Dawson throughout the season for the championship there, as we see Matthew Hauschby currently hounding Max Mannion.
I was surprised to see Duff on your spreadsheet is actually ahead of Dawson. That surprised me. I think Duff's been a bit of a dark horse in this one in that respect, because we've seen Dawson up the front in quite a few races, but we've also seen him off the track a few times.
They've both missed a round, but he had a DNF at round 7.
Yes,
did Zach Dawson?
That's what I'm saying.
That's the one that's caused him the problems and dropped him really out of contention for the championship. He still mathematically comes into this weekend trying to be able to win that, but it was going to be a tough one for him. He's currently side by side with Max Mannion up and over the timing line. Mannion's not going to allow that to happen. and holds on to the position. Houshby through earlier on in that lap, and then Dawson went a little bit wide, and Curtis Yule, the next one, trying to make inroads, but he's under pressure from Oliver Hill, who's had that spin early on, Tom, and is now starting to work his way back through, and he's just taken 12th place away from Curtis Yule.
Yeah, good recovery from Oliver Hill. This group of, is it 6, 7 carts?
Most of them are MS.
7 carts. Yeah, oh, got that. Oh, for fun. So a contact warning has gone out for Zachary Hudson, who has just overtaken Freddie Cowley on that lap for 15th place. So imagine that's what that's about. So Dawson, just off shot, has just taken away 10th place from Max Mannion. We're looking at Shields and Joseph Williamson. That's 3rd and 4th. Shields has dropped Ludwell now that as soon as they got a cart between them, Ludwell wasn't able to maximise any of that, and it's allowed Shields to get away. Danny Bean still leads from Ike Needham. So we look at Shields, your championship leader.
Is Needham coming back at Bean here, Tom? There were half a second between them when they crossed the timing line on the previous lap. And I think that's a little bit closer this time around. I'm going to go 0.3 of a second. In fact, I'm not going to get closer to that, Tom, as a prediction at 0.3 of a second.
Pretty good guess, mate.
So is Needham, sort of tyre pressure-wise, coming good? Oh, no, he's overcooked it there into hairpin number 1. Went in hot. Came out cold.
Well, Danny Bean went in fully crossed up as well. Very sideways entry. Jeez. But they all made it through safely.
They did. Shields hasn't given up on winning this.
No. And never will.
No. He's not allowed.
No.
Howard Lucas will make sure of that. Also, he's obviously in that position where if he can win the championship, he's told the entire paddock that his dad's racing in his place tomorrow. So he's working incredibly hard to get it wrapped up today so that Barry Shields can have a...
But is he going out in the 43 or is he going out in the 181?
Oh, it'd be one... Yeah, you've got to earn the right for the 43.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it'd be 143 or 4.3. Stick a letter on it. Stick a B on it.
Be fueled by 4.3%, will Barry.
He's a wine man, Barry. I know he likes to, he has a beer and stuff, but he's a wine man. Time down to 0, and that's a 0 that is needed here because I think 2 laps and Shields has been with them, but I think this time round I'm not sure he's going to have enough unless these two have an almighty ding-dong, but he does set the fastest lap. A 45.8 at this time of the year, Tom, is superb. Sub 46 for Shields. Bean and Needham, and Shields, I say he's not out of it, Tom. The way that Bean and Needham went through hairpin 1 pretty much nose to tail. Well, Shields is still with them.
He was 0.7 of a second quicker than Bean that time around.
And he was 0.9 off the lead overall. Shields may still harbour a hope here, but Danny Bean and Ike Needham up towards the final corner. Bean parks it. Needham tries to line up the switchback, but finds the 43 of the champion-elect diving down the inside of him. Danny Bean will take his second win of the season from Maximus Shields and Ike Needham. Needham was lining up the switchback, found the 43 in the gap where he wanted to be. So it's going to be Bean from Shields and Needham, Williamson, Ludwell and Isaac Duff in front of your club, your novice leader, Sam Neri. That class being Neri, Yule and Matthews. It's time to ping some stuff into the spreadsheet. So, looking at this, Bean can win the championship as long as he finishes inside the top 3 in his class. Ludwell in third place, Needham in second. Means that Shields has just got to really finish the final, but he'll be starting it from pole position, and I can guarantee he will want to win that one in style. So it's time for the first final of the day then in Como Bambino, along with Might E as well. Although they have headed out already, which has ruined me grid, unfortunately. But I reckon I can wing this the best I possibly can. Calais Tennant then, by virtue of his 3 victories so far, will start the final from pole position. We'll have Oliver Reynolds alongside him and Ayrton Tennant in third place. Then we'll have our Como runners. The A plate of James Streeth will come through to line up in 4th place overall, third or first in the Como class. So he lines himself up nicely, along with the 17 of Archie Mostyn and the 28 of Logan Grassie, who finished in 2nd place in heat number 3, but had 2 thirds, so he will line himself up there in that 3rd place in class. So that's all sorted. We go straight through the chicane the first time of asking in our Como class. So we will be racing for 10 minutes plus 1 lap of action, an extra 2 minutes for our Comas and our Mighties, and we are away and racing as the green flag drops. Tennant from Reynolds as they head up towards the D chicane then for the first time. It's been a poor start, just didn't get away for the 17 of Archie Mostyn, and he's fallen some 50 metres or so off the back of Logan Grassie and the A plate of James Strath.
Oliver Reynolds able to go with Calais Tennant early doors in this one, as we saw in heat number 1. Heat 2 and 3 have been very comfortable victories for Calais Tennant in the end, but looks like Reynolds is sticking with him at the moment, certainly for the first half of the opening lap. Likewise, Ayrton Tennant as well is he was just about holding off the Como Bambinos, but they're now starting to make their way through.
And Strath's got through at a good time there, Tom, because particularly as they head up towards the D chicane, it's very much single file before hairpin number 1, and he may well have the break here to move away if Logan Grassie can't get through in the next couple of corners. Although, to be fair, the 48 of Ayrton Tennant in that Mighty in a straight line is more than fast enough. It's when they get to the corner that Strat's got a little bit more experience, and Logan Grassi as well is still in his first year of racing, and you can see now the gap that's opened up down the back straight between our Comas and our Mighties has worked out very well, hasn't it?
Well,
for
it
James
worked out
Strath?
perfectly for Strath, because what he did was he got through on Tennant very quickly and inserted Tennant in between himself and Grassi. And so Grassi is still trying to find a way through and does pull alongside out of hairpin 4. I'm wondering whether the power of that electric motor on the Mighty was going to hold Tennant in position, but no, Grassi does pass now, and Mostyn still hasn't recovered from that poor getaway and is a distant third place in the Coma Bambinos as well. So pretty spread out now here for the final, and probably the most spread out we've seen our two classes of 3 drivers in each class here this weekend, unfortunately. I was looking forward to a good final with Bambinos, but as we say, fairly spread out as we look at it at the moment.
And we came in because of the issues that Mostyn had earlier in the year, with only 5 points between Logan Grassi and Archie Mostyn in the overall championship. The difference between them through the heats, Tom, was 1 point in favour of Archie Mostyn. That takes his lead up to 6. However, the difference in points between second place and third place in a final is 5 points. We could go into tomorrow with a 1 point gap between Archie Mostyn and Logan Grassi in the Coma Bambino Championship.
I'd like to describe the facial expression I just pulled, but I don't think I can. It's one of those where you go, "Ooh, that's close."
I thought it was an expression of confusion.
No, it was an ooh. Ooh. 1 point going into a final weekend.
Yes. Toit.
That's one position in a heat.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen.
It could go all down to the final, couldn't it? And probably will.
Well, barring a retirement, it will.
Yeah.
There's because you can't pull out a full final victory's worth of points in 3 heats without retirement.
No. So Tennant comfortable at the front and plugging in fastest laps for fun again. That's the second time he's put in the fastest lap of the race, lap 3 and lap 4.
Distancing Oliver Reynolds now. We're just over the halfway point for this final. The first of our finals.
Yes.
But not the first. But
no.
Hang on. No, what was I saying then? I don't know.
If you don't know, I ain't got a Scooby.
No, I don't know.
But
it's
yeah.
Definitely the first of our finals for this weekend, though.
Yes, it is. 10 minutes this final, Tom, rather than 8. So the Bambino's having to get an extra couple of laps in. Probably 3 laps, actually, just with how the things work in terms of starting the final lap. As we see that, certainly, don't we, with junior Rotax, as they normally cross the line with a few seconds to go to get an extra lap in, particularly in the finals. They're doing only 19 laps of the junior Rotaxers here.
It's a mini endurance race, isn't it?
Well, it is when you generally, particularly as well, you're not quite as relaxed in a sprint as you are in an endurance race. So you grip the steering wheel a little bit tighter, and you go for every gap that, and it drains you both physically and mentally.
Oh, it absolutely does. Yeah, there's no argument here.
So Logan Grassi on screen at the moment.
I'm feeling physically and mentally drained, and I haven't done a junior Rotax race.
No, you've tested a Rotax, haven't you? A race one, or?
I've never raced one. I've been in a few of them. Yeah, a few X30s and senior Rotax. Yeah,
only X30 I've been on. TKM.
TKMs a few times as well.
Just looking, we've been following Logan Grassi for a couple of laps, and throughout the year he's just sort of improved more and more and more, heading towards that, getting them 49s. And I think particularly around hairpin 4. He does cut it a little bit tight on exit and does scrub off a tiny bit of speed that he's carried round everywhere else. I think if he opens up that corner of hairpin 4 and just gives himself a little bit more out, I think we could see him go sub 1 minute.
Likewise, I think he needs to do the opposite here on this corner. So you think he goes wide through tight through hairpin 4?
On the exit of 4, I think he scrubs a little bit off.
I think he goes a little bit too wide at South Bank corner as well. Just personal observations, little tweaks that could be made to find a little bit of lap time. But of course, it's all down to the driver's own feeling, of course, and what their own lap timer is reading out.
But I mean, let's go back to where we were at the start of the year when he was doing sort of like 107s, 108s to where he is now, sort of knocking on the door of, you know, and came actually earlier on in the season around about half a lap away from winning his first heat here, didn't he? Did Logan Grassi?
Yes.
2.5 minutes on the time as we
there we go.
Pick up the race leader, the 52 of Calais Tennant.
Been imperious at the front this weekend, though. So far,
it's that bit there on the exit that he's got nailed, and particularly with the Mighty, you don't always have to get the line on the way in perfect, because you mentioned earlier, Tom, the pickup on them is just brilliant on exit, isn't it? You just put the power down, it just responds instantly. Does make them a lot harder to drive in the rain because you can't feather the throttle in the same way that you can with an internal combustion engine. It's very much power on, power off.
Oh, is it? So you don't get a linear...
It's not in the same way.
A linear feeling.
You see the way that when we had the Cadet here at the last round, particularly the pickup out of the corners is very good. So where you want in the wet, when you're wanting to sort of feather it in, you put the power down and you just spin them up. They're a lot harder to drive than a conventional car in the wet, but in the dry, whichever way you want to spin it, this is the future, certainly of Bambino racing, and throughout it's only going to go higher and higher, isn't it? It's the way the world is going. Yes, I'm still struggling to get used to them coming past the commentary box and not making any noise, though. If it is the future and it is going this way, it's a shame. We need to be more like this duo, where Oliver Reynolds in the Mighty is being followed by the coma of James Strath. Therefore, every Mighty should have a coma behind it to make the noise that it's lacking.
Yes, that'll do. That'll do for me. Yeah. Even if they just mount one just for the exhaust.
It'd be like a three-legged race. You've just got to have one. Each of them have to have a rope on. You've got to tow a coma round.
I think you just put a coma engine on the back of it. You don't have it to drive the wheels if you don't want, but just put it on the back.
Do you remember when you used to stick a bottle in your bike wheel to make a noise? You need to do that on the Mighty rear wheel.
That was a good impression, wasn't it?
On that Mighty rear wheel, just fasten it to the bumper.
I'll do it again. That's the noise it made.
As it came past the commentary box. James Strath with a personal best of 59.255 as the timer goes down to 0, but not before Calais Tennant went underneath the timing gantry.
So it's not just accents I'm strong at, David. Different accents from around the country. I'm like that guy out of Police Academy, mate.
With all the sound effects?
Yeah, that's me.
Send your requests in. Like, Tom, do me a helicopter.
What do you want, a Chinook or a Robinson? I'm good at Chinooks. They make like a whumper whumper.
Well, they do, because they've got two whumper whumpers, haven't they?
They have.
I did an impression at the last round of a Rotax, not on track.
Have we lost the plot, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah. Answers on a postcard.
I did the impression of a Rotax when they're warming it up in the paddock, where it's like, whoa, I was just doing that.
Oh.
I'm not quite as good as you in your bottling bike, but there's a race going on. Tom.
There is, and there's a final lap board being taken by Calais Tennant. Heading round the national loop for the final time in Mighty Bambinos. Cat's back in the commentary box. We better be serious again, David.
Behave. We're on the PA, Tom.
I know. Calais Tennant heading out now for the final half of the first final of the day of final half of the final lap of the first final of the day is what I actually meant to say.
So Cadet Tennant from Oliver Reynolds and James Strath is going to
They've
be your
all gone
overall
sub 1
top
minute
three.
on the last lap.
Tennant.
James Strath doing sub 1 minutes in Como Bambino as well is worth a shout out.
I think he's found a way past Oliver Reynolds as well, Tom, on the last lap. A celebration worthy of a performance there from Cadet Tennant, and he takes victory. And that's his 8th consecutive race victory here at Teesside. Strath will come through for second place and leading in Como. He takes the Como top step for James Strath. Oliver Reynolds in 3rd place, 2nd in Mighty. Logan Grassi will come through for 2nd place in Como, 4th overall. Archie Mostyn's had a difficult race there where he didn't quite have the pace that I think he'd have hoped for. So he peels off into the pit lane, having finished in 3rd in Como, 5th overall. And Ayrton Tennant will come through to finish in 3rd place for Mighty, 6th overall in our Bambino class.
So congratulations to Cadet Tennant and James Strath. They wrap up the first final of the day.
Victory at the first time of asking for Strath as well here at Teesside. Tommy's been very, very impressive.
Yes, he has. A victory on debut is definitely worthy of note, and we look forward to hopefully seeing James Strath a lot in the future. It's certainly made a good impression so far. So we will move on to Honda Cadets, and their final is coming up next. Daniel Zayad will take pole position from Aaron Rigg alongside. Then it's going to be on the second row, Sebastian McCarthy with Tommy Burgoyne in P4. P5 is Jack Thompson and P6, Ethan Pearson. P7 for Abel Hutton and P8 for Alfie Keeling. Then it's Aston Wilson in P9 and Oliver Bullock rounding out the top 10 with Andrew McCrossan and Reggie Cook, 11th and 12th. 13th and 14th for Jacob McDonald and Edward Charlton. Then we've got Francesco Di Caro and Edward Rye alongside an all-star 15th and 16th alongside each other, 15th and 16th places. Then we've got Jacob Jones, P17, followed by the 2 Micromax entries of George Allison and Tyler Gruffity.
I've got a shout out, Tom.
Have you?
Yes. Andrew McCrossan's auntie's been on.
Okay.
And she
Andrew McCrossan, smiliest boy in the paddock.
Yeah, absolutely. So Auntie Haya has been on. Says, please can we give Andrew a shout out for the next race. Sorry she can't be here this weekend as normal, but she's watching from Scotland, cheering him on. So we've obliged. We've given the shout out. She's very proud of him. Hope he's got another PB in him today. And well, not only us, Tom, but everybody in the paddock loves Andrew McCrossan. He is so happy, so
he's
smiley.
Always, yeah, like genuinely.
I mean, like when you come to you check out his lid. He's got a white Arai helmet.
Yes.
Or at least it was white yesterday morning.
Right.
It now has 20 of the breast cancer ribbons on that we've...
Oh, the pink ribbons.
The pink ribbon sticker that all of our drivers should have, because I was sticking them on throughout the race weekend, on the left side of their Nassau panel. So if the camera can zoom in on one, they should have one on at least some of the carts on the top left-hand side of the Nassau panels.
I can see it next to the steering wheel.
Yes, correct. So if they were to zoom in on the 79 of Reggie Cook, for example, he's a bright yellow cart. There he is. If we can zoom in on him, and you'll see just there near the steering wheel, if we can have a zoom, there it is, just in front of the steering wheel, next to the Nassau panel bolt. All of our drivers have got one of those on their car. Andrew's got 20 on his helmet. He stuck them all on yesterday. And so he's gone all out. He took a whole strip of stickers, put a few on carts, and then just put the rest all over his helmet.
Well,
did Andrew McCrossan in the number 36. So if we can find him as well, he's just beyond Reggie Cook. So if we can zoom in on the 36, you'll be able to see his helmet as well. It's a white one. It's the MS cart, about 5 or 6 back. So stop there, Mr. Cameraman. There we can see Andrew McCrossan's
there
helmet
they
with
are,
all
yeah.
of the stickers all over it. At the end of this race, Tom, we'll just have a quick discussion as to why this weekend we are trying to raise some money for breast cancer awareness. It's something that is very, very close to us this weekend. We'll run through that at the end of this race because the green flag is in the hand of the start line marshal.
And it's up, it's down, we're away and racing. A great start from Daniel Ziad. He's going to lead them away comfortably here into the national loop. And it's going to be Sebastian McCarthy in P2 with Aaron Rigg. I think he's going to be alongside. Yes, he is, in fact, in through. Tommy Burgoyne holding on to 4th. And then it's going to be Jack Thompson in 5th as they head through hairpin 1 for the first time. They just about sorted themselves out into single file order.
Certainly have. Down the back straight, though, Sebastian McCarthy's got a really good run out of hairpin number 2 up onto the back of Daniel Ziad. McCarthy, whose focus at the start of the race was to get from that outside second place berth over to the inside to stop Aaron Rigg getting down the inside of him into the national loop and hanging him out to dry. But Daniel Ziad should lead us out of the final corner at the end of lap number 1. It's going to be Ziad from McCarthy, Aaron Rigg, Tommy Burgoyne and Jack Thompson. Then there's a gap back to Ethan Pearson, Abel Hutton, Aston Wilson with a good start up into 8th place, Alfie Keeling. And what a start from towards the back from both Francesco Di Caro and Edward Rye, 10th and 11th respectively.
Yeah, flying up the order, both of them. And Di Caro about to put Alfie Keeling down another position as well. Rye couldn't quite follow him through, but Di Caro does make it through. Rye then makes the move at hairpin 2 and gets that one done as they head into South Bank Corner. So that's Di Caro and Rye now up to 9th and 10th respectively. Make that 8th for Di Caro as he's now past Aston Wilson as well. So Ziad still leading from McCarthy all over the back bumper.
Rye tried to go down the inside of Aston Wilson into hairpin number 4. Wilson closed the door and almost got clipped by Edward Rye, who had to stamp hard on the brakes. But qualifying this morning, Tom, with the exception of this top 3, has really sort of thrown a few curveballs, hasn't it? Burgoyne running inside the top 5 for most of the day and looking like he belongs there as well. Jack Thompson on debut running in 5th place. Pearson's been good. Hutton's been good as well after that pole position this morning. Fell away a little bit in heat number 1 where it was sort of a wet and dry track, still a bit greasy, but running in 7th place at the moment. It's going to be under pressure from Francesco Di Caro, who set the fastest lap on the previous, and wide goes Hutton, although chops back across Di Caro. Rye has now got past Aston Wilson, but will need... Oh, and then Abel Hutton off and through the D-chicane curbing on the outside. Again, we mentioned it earlier, and apologies to Abel Hutton, but the commentators curse striking again.
Yeah, he did recover it well, though. Got it all back into line fairly quickly. As is that Daniel Ziad dropped down another position there? I think that was... who was that coming through?
Yeah, we've got Rigg. Well, Ziad's down in 5th. Oh, Ziad's all over the shop.
Has he lost...
He's lost something.
He's lost power.
Well, no, because that cart is sliding all over. I know we do drifting here at Teesside, but not on a Saturday afternoon.
No, he's definitely down on power because Rye's just dragged straight past him out of hairpin 4.
No, look at it. It's crabby. That is all over the shop, Tom. That's not power. That's handling. Look, you can't... Oh, wheel's gone. Wheel's gone for Daniel Ziad. That's why left rear wheel departs to the left. And Daniel Ziad exits stage left as well, out of the race. And Daniel Ziad in the 15. Look the other side, young man. There you go, unfortunately.
Completed.
Wheel gone, and Daniel Ziad is out of this final. Aaron Rigg leads from Sebastian McCarthy. And I say, Tom, that car was all over the shop for a lap or so. And the left rear wheel goes off into the paddock. Still wave yellow then at the first corner, so no overtaking through the D-chicane.
So they are still, they are in an order anyway, so that's all okay. There's going to be no moves at this point. Everybody seems to be fairly nicely spread apart for this lap or so. We will keep an eye out on what's going on with Daniel Ziad's car. In fact, it's being recovered now, so good work from the marshals. So Aaron Rigg still leading, and fastest lap of the race as well for Aaron Rigg as well. Took it off Francesco Di Caro, who held it for a few laps. Di Caro and Rye on their march through the field are now up to 6th and 7th respectively, and they're going to start to make, in fact Di Caro's there on the back of this group of 3 in front. That is Pearson, Burgoyne and Thompson.
Di Caro could get a podium here, Tom, from the back of the field. Rye could get a podium here from the back of the field, but Rye's work is done in terms of the championship. As down the inside goes Tommy Burgoyne, and then manages to get the kart stopped nicely to stop Jack Thompson getting a good run at him, but that's backed them all now into Francesco Di Caro. And if you were a betting man, that's where the money would be, Tom, to come through. No disrespect to the other 3, but Di Caro, I think at the moment, as part of his progression arc, is just a little bit further in front.
I think Burgoyne got a little bit of help wide there at hairpin 3 from Jack Thompson, who then moved through, and McCarthy sets a new fastest lap of the race in P2. It's Thompson and Burgoyne. It looks like nothing happened as they come over the timing line. No positions changed. But then again, Burgoyne getting levered wide by Pearson, and then Di Caro with a hip check through for good measure at the national loop. So getting a little bit beaten up here is Tommy Burgoyne on the last sort of half to 3/4 of a lap. And that's dropped him down now to P6. So Jack Thompson now holding on to 3rd place, but for how much longer, as Di Caro now moves into 4th in front of Ethan Pearson. Pearson with a switchback. And a lovely switchback as well. Just manages to slide in front of
Andy has the audacity to tap his helmet and say, come on, work with me. Good lad, Ethan.
Like it. He is holding Di Caro at bay at the moment. No, he isn't, because Di Caro is now through at hairpin 1.
Very
Take
late.
it all back. The words were still hanging in the air before I had to correct myself.
Very late on the brakes there, Di Caro, as he just shot the 127 down the inside for Francesco Di Caro, the Anglo-Italian driver who will most likely take 2nd place in this championship.
Well, for a number of rounds this year, he's been Francesco Di Winero, hasn't he? He's done really, really well.
Certainly has. Still 2 minutes and 45 on the clock, as at the front, Aaron Rigg is being pursued by Sebastian McCarthy. Neither have stood on a top step here at Teesside, and Sebastian McCarthy has been right in the wheel tracks, and from a selfish standpoint and from pure entertainment, I'm desperate for him to just have a go into hairpin 1, because he is really quick through the D and round the national loop, Tom. And I just want to see fireworks early, Tom. I don't want to have to wait till 6:30 tonight.
Yes, fireworks going off at the track, if you hadn't heard already. Fireworks going off here as Di Caro then sends one up the inside of Jack Thompson, who immediately applies at hairpin 4. And Troy Bayliss style takes the corner back, or takes the position back at the very next corner for Jack Thompson with a robust move. And speaking of robust moves, I thought Di Caro was going to leave a Thompson wide there at the national loop, but did not. Saves it for hairpin 1, and there he goes down the inside, and Thompson's going to have the high ground as they go around hairpin 2 and holds position. Great action, and then he's going to try and block down the back straight, but he was a little bit too late moving across. That's left a gap for Di Caro, who moves through, and Thompson's going to actually lose 3 positions, because also coming through Pearson and Rye.
Thought Rye was going to go down the inside of hairpin 4 there, but up into 3rd place comes Francesco Di Caro with Ethan Pearson, Edward Rye at the front. Aaron Rigg had opened up a gap, and now Sebastian McCarthy has reeled it right back in again. But the problem is, when McCarthy gets right into that rear bumper of Aaron Rigg, it sort of almost takes a little bit of the air away from his front and just means he can't turn in quite as quickly. As Rye and Thompson have a little bit of a battle that brings Burgoyne back into the mix again. Rye taking that line that we saw him take early doors in his cadet career down the inside. Doesn't want to leave the door open because he needs to stick with Ethan Pearson and Francesco Di Caro. Doesn't want to get embroiled in a battle because there's still a podium to. In fact, Pearson wants a podium. He's drawing alongside Di Caro up and over the timing line. 15 seconds on the clock, 2 laps to go here in Honda Cadet. And the leaders are coming up to some traffic, Tom, at hairpin 1 and 2. And then this could be McCarthy's opportunity to not only get a switchback, but I think he's going to get the run down the back straight. He's got to be pulling out the slipstream there.
He pushed him.
He did, but it's too late in the race. He's got to be coming out the slipstream when he gets the run because he might not get another opportunity. Neither of these two drivers have stood on the top step of a Teesside podium. Aaron Rigg, Sebastian McCarthy going to go toe-to-toe for one final lap today at round number 8 here at Teesside.
Indeed they are. It's 1 lap to settle it, and McCarthy, as you said, David, I think he should have pulled out down the back straight last time around.
Well, Rigg's going to defend now, is he? Now he's seen the final lap. He's certainly not going to open the door for Sebastian McCarthy. McCarthy, I don't think is going to be close enough, and Rigg will almost certainly migrate towards the inside as they head down the back straight and immediately starts heading towards the apex of South Bank. McCarthy's going to try and go all the way round the outside. Can he slot it in and hold the inside line to get the run round hairpin 3 and 4, up towards hairpin 4 for the final time? Aaron Rigg will come out of 4. Can McCarthy get the run on him? I don't think he can. For the first time, Aaron Rigg stands on the top step of a Teesside podium. Sebastian McCarthy runs him hard to finish in second place. Di Caro in third, although Pearson did get a great run out of the final corner. Di Caro third, Pearson fourth. The champion Rye in 5th place in front of Thompson, Burgoyne, Abel Hutton and Jacob Jones, with Aston Wilson and Oliver Bullock in front of Alfie Keeling. Then it's going to be Andrew McCrossan in P13 in front of Jacob McDonald. Reggie Cook will cross the line now in that bright yellow machine to finish in P15. Edward Charlton will be your final Honda. He's just in front of George Allison and Tyler Grufferty. And then Daniel Ziad, who went off at the National Loop early in the race.
Yeah, shame for Ziad as well, going off pole position and then obviously having the wheel depart and make its way into the paddock all on its own. Yeah, real shame for Daniel Ziad, but those are the breaks, unfortunately, and it was congratulations and a debut victory for Aaron Rigg. Sebastian McCarthy as well with a well-earned podium. He's looked fast all day as Sebastian McCarthy. I think it was just maybe a tactical mistake on the penultimate lap, but he'll learn from it. Still very young, these drivers, of course. He'll learn from it, and I'm sure we'll see him on the top step of a Teesside podium very soon. Woo! The round went... was that Edward Charlton in 19?
90.
19.
Grufferty, I think. It was a micro, that.
It was a micro, yeah. George Allison. Apologies. George Allison. So already rolling out our Honda R200 grid, as well as the Inter-Rotax of Max Hall. Max Hall actually going off the front this time.
There's your grid, Tom, on the screen now. Well,
Luca
on our screen.
Luka Bachuev, pole position. Tom Nichols alongside, with Rocco Geraghty in 3rd and JJ Allen in 4th. Ashton Horsepool in 5th and Dexter Petty in 6th. Peter Webster goes off 7th place, with Aaron Berridge in 8th, Albie Cam in 9th, and Harry Pennington in 10th. Then we have Ronnie Harrer in 11th. And those are your 11 runners. And Max Hall has already gone in the Inter-Rotax, so he is away and racing in his class of 1. And he's that far in front, I expect he'll probably catch the back of the R200s towards the end of this race. They are away and racing for the final in Honda R200. Bachuev leads from Nichols, it is. Sweeping around the outside. No, it isn't, because sweeping back up the inside is Rocco Geraghty, using the tighter line at the national loop to advantage. Nichols then almost goes up the back of Geraghty. And Peter Webster's round at hairpin 2. Missed how that happened, but Peter Webster's now dropped off the back.
It's because we've got his lucky sunglasses in the com box.
Probably, yes. We do need to return those to him. But Luka Bachuev is leading. And if this is anything like what race 3 was like for Luka Bachuev, this one is already done and dusted. Geraghty, Nichols, Horspool, and Petty are going to have to work hard and work together to close that gap to Bachuev, because it was Horspool and Nichols who had the pace in Heat 3 to catch Bachuev towards the end. But Bachuev had built up so much of a lead early on that it was all done and dusted by about lap 3 for Bachuev, wasn't it? Built up enough of a cushion that when he has his pace dropped and the others came up, they weren't able to get close enough. So
he's been full Vettel, hasn't he, though, this weekend?
He has, yeah.
Get away on lap 1, let the rest of them basically go, well, we're not going to catch him, he's too far away, let's scrap over second. And
then it's all done and dusted. We saw it with, who was it used to do it in Cadets? Potter. Quite a lot would disappear off the front of the first lap or so. Let everybody else fight it out behind.
That was the 22 season, wasn't it? Him and Amy Peacock went at him a few times but didn't quite have it. She finished second in that championship that year. It's down the inside of Ashton Horspool, and nose there by Dexter Petty.
What's happened with Amy Peacock? Has Amy Peacock retired now? Or?
No, still racing junior Rotax.
But not here?
No, they've done 2 nationals this year.
Right. Good for her.
2 nationals, and when they're not racing, her dad is a trainee scrutineer.
Oh. Big Darryl.
Big Darryl. Trainee scrutineer. So I think he knows that at some point she's going to stop racing, and it gives him an opportunity to stay in the sport.
In the paddock,
so, yeah. Down the inside. That's the move that you need to do if you're Dexter Petty. Get in that gap that Ashton Horspool's created, help Ashton through, and help yourself through as well. And through they've gone. Rocco Geraghty falling back 2 places there. Not a lot he could have done about it, if I'm being honest there, Tom. For Geraghty, and just drove really smartly, just slotted back in. Didn't try to defend it too much. He knew the inevitable was going to happen, but it keeps himself in the mix now, because Horspool should have enough pace, particularly being pushed along by Petty and Geraghty, to close in on a single kart in front of them. That train of 3 should always work, particularly when you've got a target. And now Tom Nichols is going to be in a position where he's going to have to work hard to fend off these 3 behind him.
Yeah, Nichols and Horspool, though, like I said earlier on, they had the pace in Heat 3 to work together and close the gap to Luka Bachuev. So that's what they've got to be hoping for now. Personal best last time around for Luka Bachuev. Not this time, though, although Horspool was slightly quicker, but Tom Nichols was not.
No.
And he's fallen into the clutches now very much of Ashton Horspool. And Horspool, in fact, moves through.
There's your move down
and Petty's going to try and follow him through at hairpin 2 as well. That's going to be a bit of a half move, and it's going to end up slowing them both down. I don't think Nichols will thank him for that one, because a gap's now opened up to Horspool, who really struggled at the start of Heat 3, but came on so strong at the end. I think Horspool's going to be hoping very much for the same. What's the gap? As they came over the line last time, it was 1.7. It's now 2 seconds, Bachuev to Horspool. Bachuev just doing what he needs to do. Just bang in the lap times. Time trial it now.
Yeah, looking at where we were, Peter Webster now back up onto the train in front has just put in 2 PBs. round here for Peter Webster. And on the previous 2 laps, was sort of lapping in the Horspool, Nichols, Petty range of times. It's that spin on the opening lap, however, is not done him any favours at all. Dexter Petty now in front of Tom Nichols and up into 3rd place in Honda R200 for Dexter Petty. But I think there's a battle here. This second sort of battle of 4 behind Aaron Berridge is, in the nicest way, Tom, going off.
Oh, it is, yeah. It's Harry Pennington's involved in that one. And like you say, David, it's like a power cut in a milk factory. It's all going off.
So we are 5 deep in that position. Round hairpin number 2 they go, being led in that train by Aaron Berridge, who's not had the day that he'd have hoped for, that's for sure. He's normally battling it out for race victories, is Aaron Berridge, but currently being chased by JJ Allen, Harry Pennington, Albie Cam, Peter Webster, a train of 5 up towards hairpin 4, differing lines. And there's your 5 flashing through the camera as we head up towards the D chicane. Wide goes Berridge, wide as well goes Albie Cam. Struggling to hold on to the inside line. And it looked like Harry Pennington was going to try and move down the inside of JJ Allen. But now JJ Allen is alongside Aaron Berridge in the run up towards South Bank. And I think JJ Allen's going to get that job done. Albie Cam does exactly the same to Harry Pennington. Peter Webster will now try, I think, a straight line job down the inside of Pennington. I mean, I saw that coming. Side by side on the exits. The job is done, though, and through they go.
Yep, and up onto the back now of, that's Albie Cam, isn't it? For Peter Webster. Ronnie Harris a little bit detached from that group, though, isn't he? He's a fair way off the back.
Certainly is, but he's getting better, Tom, from where we seen throughout the day. He's been closer to the lead throughout the heats than what he had been at the previous round. So the practice and the testing that
well, we said he was 14 seconds in heat 1, I think.
And it was down to
12 seconds in heat 3. Yeah, so he's improving, ever improving, is Ronnie Harrott. Hall in the Rotax setting a new fastest lap of the race, 44.914.
That was Berridge up alongside, trying to squeeze through. I thought we were going to have some curb action, but they sorted themselves out. And then Peter Webster with a move down the inside, and Albie Cam's not happy there.
No, I understand why he's not happy about being pushed out wide. I don't know why his hand was already off the wheel there before he was getting pushed wide. I missed what happened before it.
No, side pod to side pod. I don't think there's a lot there in that, Tom.
Oh, and Harry Pennington's taken full advantage and then gets demoted down 1 by Peter Webster. Peter Webster's having an exciting race.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have preferred it without the opening lap spin.
Yeah.
That wasn't on the agenda.
Not arguing that point, but no, it's... I bet he gets out of the cart with a smile on his face at the end of it.
Well, unless he remembers that opening lap spin.
Oh, because I bet he's had fun out there. Bachuev still incredibly comfortable at the front of this one, as we've got a warning going out for Peter Webster, actually. Probably for contact with Albie Cam. Albie Cam just trying to serve up a little bit of revenge on the back of Peter Webster at hairpin 3. They've actually he's moved through now on Pennington as Webster. It's Bachuev at the front now by 2.5 seconds, although Petty and Nichols are still there with Horspool. So that group of 3 fighting over second place and the final step of the podium. One of them's going to lose out. That's just counting.
Yeah, another lap record in Honda R200 now. It goes to Luca Bachuev at the front. Tom Nichols broke it early doors. Luca Bachuev, and again with a 45.172. Bachuev at the front, just getting quicker and quicker and he's a lap and a half away from being crowned the R200 champion of 2025. Got Ashton Horspool in second place in the class at the moment. It's not going to be enough. Petty's in third, Nichols in fourth. Berridge in P6, Webster currently in P8 in that class, but as it stands, Luka Bachuev will see the final lap board this time round, and he's going to be 1,000 metres away from the win and the championship.
There's Webster drawing alongside JJ Allen. And there is Luka Bachuev heading through hairpin 2 for the final time. And there's Max Hall, who is about to take victory here as the sole runner in the Inter Rotax class. We need to hold back slightly because here comes Luka Bachuev out of hairpin 4 and about to take a maiden championship victory here in Honda R200 for Luka Bachuev. Congratulations to you, winning it in style by taking victory in the Honda R200 final as well. So congratulations, and congratulations again. Double congratulations for Luka Bachuev. Ashton Horspool will come alongside, will finish P2 in class, and Dexter Petty P3. So that rounds out your podium. Tom Nichols demoted just off the podium in P4. I think that was on the final lap. We missed that one off camera. But then you had Rocco Geraghty and Aaron Berridge, JJ Allen and Peter Webster, and Albie Cam, the top 10.
There then is your 2025 Honda R200 champion, the number 2 of Luka Bachuev. Wins his first T-side championship, finished inside the top 3 in Honda Cadet last season in 2024, wins the championship here in 2025 and leads the R200 field into the pit lane. And got the lap record twice, actually. He broke it once and then broke it again. So what a day for Luka Bachuev. Take off the number 2, Sunshine. Stick a number 1 on it. You're a champion here at Teesside.
Yes, and once again, congratulations from us all here in the commentary box. And we will move on to our 2-stroke class. The Junior Rotax. All entries are in the Junior Rotax class. Here this weekend, no seniors joining us so far. There are still spaces available for tomorrow. If you've got a senior Rotax, come along, bring one with you. See if you can get one on eBay overnight. Just rock up tomorrow. We'll even lend you the kit if you want. We'll get you a helmet and suit, no problem. Anyway, grid, Junior Rotax final. Jacob Carnes and Jake Grufferty alongside. Then it's Oliver O'Donovan and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, 3rd and 4th. Hector Sadlovsky and Rossi Costello, 5th and 6th, with Freddie Widrington and Evelyn Bye, 7th and 8th. Layla Berryman and Jaden Stonehouse, you guessed it, 9th and 10th. Darcy Hall and Morgan Cooney, 11th and 12th, with Sam Robson, 13th, and Joey Swan, 14th. And Holly Swan rounds out your 15, and we are already away and racing.
Up towards the first corner. Grufferty's wide. There's a few others in there. Who's that come out? It's Oliver O'Donovan who's come out in the lead in front of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. So the second row become the front row as Grufferty and Carnes both wide. Carnes off that pole position berth. Both getting run wide, and Oliver O'Donovan head down behind the steering wheel, off into the lead down the back straight. 12 minutes and 1 lap on the clock, which is normally around about 19 laps. Grufferty and Carnes, though, down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson early doors. She gets demoted from 2nd down into 4.
Yeah, good move from Grufferty to just pull out of the slipstream there, and Stansmore-Wilson left room So it is O'Donovan that's leading. Who's that going very
Berryman.
slowly? Is that
Layla Berryman.
That's a real shame.
Rear bumper's stuck a little bit up. I don't know whether she's taken some contact, but Layla Berryman rolling off into the pit lane. Her season of bad luck really does continue. Flashes of brilliance at times, outweighed heavily by bad luck.
A good day today, and eventually the shoe dropped, and there goes the bad luck once again for Layla Berryman. Speaking of bad luck, Grufferty's just been demoted 2 places in the way that he did to Stansmore Wilson on the previous lap, by Stansmore Wilson and by Jacob Carnes. Then he fights back and retakes a position from Stansmore Wilson, but Carnes is through and now hunting down O'Donovan. Freddie Widrington sets the fastest lap of the race in P6. Rossi Costello's just in behind there as well. Stansmore Wilson fires one up the inside of Jake Grufferty at hairpin 2 and got the move completed as well. So good move from Stansmore Wilson. Aggressive early doors. And that looks like Widrington is trying to get past Hector Sadlowski as well, but can't get that one done. Rossi Costello, as we said, is right there. This group of 5 now moving as one. But meanwhile, Jacob Carnes, fastest lap of the race, 3/10 faster than Oliver O'Donovan, and is already closing in on the rear bumper.
See, what they need is the Stansmore Wilson Grufferty battle to keep raging on, because O'Donovan and Carnes have not won a final here at Teesside. O'Donovan's won one on track, and then he got a drop down and ended up down in 5th or 6th. So he wants to rewrite that wrong and take the victory, but so does Jacob Carnes. Never forget your first time, Tom.
I'm trying to remember my first time.
What, winning?
Winning a race, yeah.
I'll let you know when it happens.
I'll let you know when it happens. Still waiting on it.
I will have you know that I won, as down the inside goes Grufferty on Stansmore Wilson.
That's a battle that's raged since the drop of the flag.
Before Teesside ran the NRG sprints here, and before that it was the SG Petch. Stockton and District Motor Club ran a meeting here. I won a final.
Did you?
I won a race. I have the trophy at home, and my wife won't let me throw it away. I'm like, I don't need that. Make some space for the boys. But she's like, no, that is an achievement, and you shall keep it.
Okay.
I'm going to send you a picture when I remember next.
We've won BPEC races.
Oh, well,
as a team.
You are a winner.
We've won in class, not overall.
EKL?
Won EKL races,
Did you win? You won an EKL race, didn't you?
I won a couple of EKL races. I should have won one of the, what was it called? The Race of Champions, the Dash for the Cash.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Well, technically I did win it, but Bob let the Teesside Tigers off by half a kilo. They were half a kilo underweight, and he let them off.
Yeah, you should have said. I'd have called him out on it when he was in the com box earlier. Oh, half of Jolly's here. Off on a bank.
Oh, he wasn't in the team at that point. No, long before his time.
Oh, it must have been in the early 1900s.
Can't remember who it was now.
It'd have been 1915. Nielsen has still been in the team. It'd have been 40.
Oh, Nielsen were well in the team, yeah, but I can't remember who were driving. He had ginger hair. I remember that. I can't remember his name though. It's gone right out my head.
Oh, okay, well, luckily you've got 7 minutes of junior Rotax to remember.
Luke will remember. I'll text Luke.
He'll still be angry about it.
Oh, he was
fuming.
Honestly, he was fuming, yeah. Meanwhile, there's some junior Rotax going on here. But he was absolutely fuming, yeah. But that was the one where if you won the race, you got a free entry for the next round. So there were like 200 quid involved in it as well. So he were double mad.
What's a half a kilo between friends?
Exactly.
200 quid, apparently.
That was where me and I think it was either Andy O'Neill or Jack O'Neill, and he pushed me off at Inkerman's at Wilton and returned the favour coming round Ashby. Just went, off you go, sunshine.
Now you know how I felt with Lennon French's dad.
Yeah, well, no, that was
attempted murder.
Well, I was just going to say that was almost premeditated murder. but it was attempted. It definitely was attempted.
No denial from me.
No, it was here, straight on, hairpin 2, bang.
So, in the summer, there's a lot more grip on that grass than you'd think.
Anyway, junior Rotax race going on somewhere. Here.
Here's Carnes O'Donovan with a personal best on the last lap, but still not enough to shake off Jake Gruffity in the 17, who, since getting past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, has towed right up. But
the four of them are starting to come together, though.
Yeah, Stansmore-Wilson 2/10 quicker than the whole train of 3 in front.
You've just had a slice of coffee cake, and I can smell it, and it's delicious.
Gruffity needs to get through, but O'Donovan is very defensive into hairpin 1, and the move will have to come at 2. And it does. Oh, and Gruffity just runs him out of track on the outside. And Stansmore-Wilson should have enough power to zip through down at South Bank, and indeed does.
And does. And that's Oliver O'Donovan now down to 4th place from leading what is most likely the first half of this race. And now down to 4th. What's Gruffity got in response to now Carnes getting some clinging air on the nose of that car? Is he going to be able to pull away, or is Gruffity going to close it back in? Stansmore-Wilson looking good as well. Now that those tyre pressures have come up. Stansmore-Wilson's got some pace as well. And again, O'Donovan's not being dropped here, so we've still got this group of 4 fighting it out. We've got another group of 4 behind as well, which is Hector Sadlowski, Rossi Costello, Freddie Widrington and Evelyn Bye. They're all nose to tail. And Bye, in fact, has just overtaken Widrington as well for 7th place. And then behind them, we've got a bit of a gap to Sam Robson, and then another gap, and then it's Darcy Hall leading a group of 4 that is Jaden Stonehouse and Holly Swan and Morgan Cooney in that one. And Joey Swan's just off the back of that group as well. So Joey Swan going off the back, but managing to hold on to this junior Rotax. This is going to be the biggest test of his strength, isn't it? Because this is
mental more than physical.
Well, no, physical more than mental.
No,
I think for Joey Swan, yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, yeah, sorry,
it's bordering on an endurance race. Is this one?
I was about to say at the front for Jacob Carnes, because now Gruffity's got through, and it was that mental strength of being helped to hold on in the final few laps. The door opened though by Gruffity, and Stansmore-Wilson's come through back up into 2nd place as well. And 3 or 4 laps ago, Tom, she was languishing in 4th and looked to be out of this one.
I said it looked like she got some pace.
It's coming back to her, isn't it? And
she's going to get some help from Carnes for the first half of this lap as well, to push along and close up that gap to Gruffity at the front. This group of 4 now back nose to tail, because O'Donovan's there as well, so don't count O'Donovan out.
He's in that position, isn't he, where he wants them to start scrapping. He can pick up some pieces without a huge amount of effort.
He's going to have to put a move in on Carnes fairly soon, though. Otherwise, they're going to start to move away. Such is the pace that they're travelling at. Rossi Costello's moved through into 5th place now, so he's at the head of that group. So he was towards the back of that pack. Now he's made his way through and past Sadlowski. So it's Costello, Sadlowski, Bye and Widrington, that second group of 4.
It started in 6th place, fell to 7th on the opening lap, has worked his way back up into 6th place.
5th now.
Yeah, so good effort there by Rossi Costello. It's been a good race as well for Sam Robson. He's back inside the top 10, having started in 13th place. I had a retirement earlier on, did Sam Robson.
Stansmore-Wilson is there now with Gruffity. So are we going to see a committed move from Stansmore-Wilson, one that's been thought out, premeditated, actioned and completed, or are we going to see a bit of a half move that we've been seeing throughout the day? I'd like to see the first one from Stansmore Wilson.
Oh, rear bumper, Tyler Gruffity. Is that off?
Yes, it's dragging
it's
on the
hanging on the
right-hand side.
floor. I just saw it pop out when he came, clipped the curb, I think, round hairpin 3. That is 100% hanging off. That's a mechanical, unfortunately, and is relayed on the overhead gantry for Tyler Gruffity in the 17. He just went round the right-hander at hairpin 3 and it just popped out of the bracket. It just bounced. You could see it.
And there goes Stansmore Wilson through anyway.
She's not
so
wasting any time.
It's going to be affecting the handling as well, because it's going to be loose at the rear end, and it's going to be there's going to be a lot more movement in the rear, so it's going to completely change the handling of that car, and he's already down 2 places anyway, but he's going to be called into the pits now. So it looks like your podium is going to be not necessarily in this order, but Stansmore Wilson, Carnes, and O'Donovan. So that's settled who's going to be on the podium. There goes Jake Gruffity into the pit lane, dismayed, I'm sure, for Jake Gruffity.
Sam
Robson also pulling into the
Second
pit
retirement
lane.
of the day for Robson.
So real shame for both of those drivers, but in particular Jake Gruffity, who was looking very good at the front of this one for a victory. And Jacob Carnes has just moved back to the lead for the first time in a few laps, passing Stansmore Wilson through South Bank. And as we said, O'Donovan right there as well. Final lap board about to go out, so it's about to be settled on this lap. Who is going to take victory? Who is going to be on your podium? It's going to be Carnes, Stansmore Wilson, and O'Donovan, but in what order?
Carnes parks it on the inside of hairpin number 1, runs slightly wide. Stansmore Wilson's going to straight line it into 2. Great move by Stansmore Wilson. Door open. As Tom mentioned earlier, would it be half a move? Would it be calculated? That was calculated. Down the inside she goes. And it looks like O'Donovan and Carnes now are going to scrap it out over second place. As Stansmore Wilson got to keep the door closed at hairpin number 4. Door firmly closed, bolted and locked. Race victory in the final for Isabella Stansmore Wilson from Jacob Carnes and Oliver O'Donovan.
Yeah, great result for Stansmore Wilson. Like you said, David, you called it. Premeditated, thought out, executed well. Up the inside at hairpin 2. Got it stopped, got it turned. Blocked any switchback from Carnes. And off to victory.
Certainly is. I know earlier on I mentioned that we need to talk about why the raffle is, but we're rattling through these races and I haven't had a chance. So I'm going to park that now. I'm just going to explain why. So we're going to have fireworks tonight. We've got raffle prizes. We've got tombola in reception, although to be fair, everybody's been all in on the tombola.
It's Tom Butterworth.
The Tom Butterworth. So raffle tickets are on sale in reception. We'll probably be going round either this evening or round the paddock tomorrow to make sure that we catch everybody. Reason that we are raising money this weekend, Tom, is for breast cancer awareness. We mentioned at round number 7 why Mummy Jules, Tom Nichols' mum, wasn't with us. It's fantastic that she is with us this weekend and is here watching the racing. And yeah, they had some fairly bad news before round number 7, hence why she wasn't with us. Great to have her here this weekend. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. We are going to be raising some money. We've got a huge amount in so far. We hope to get more in over this evening and tomorrow. We thank everybody for their donations. Like I mentioned, we've had a multitude of prizes. We've had the £500 in £100 vouchers from Rio Brazilian Steakhouse from Rodrigo Grassi. We've had the entry into a Winter Series round. We've had an Rye helmet from NRG Karting. The flight in the Cessna from Andrew McDonald. The £120 worth of physio and sports massage vouchers from Kate Turner. 4 Winter Series photo packages from myself and Rob Borrowick. £30 voucher as well for Carrie's occasions from Carrie Hudson. You've chucked something in, I believe, either for the tombola or for the raffle. Don't know what it is. Feel free to let me know.
Either.
Fantastic. I mean, I was thinking more of the specific product, but
it's a gift box from Lush.
Fantastic, because the wife works there, I'm guessing.
Yes,
she does. And we've got bottles of Prosecco and stuff like that. it's a fantastic cause. Throw some money in the direction of Crystal in reception. Obviously, notes better than coins because they'll hit her in the face and that'll quite hurt. But yeah, really appreciate everybody that's bought a raffle ticket so far, had a go on the tombola that's donated. It's a superb cause and one that we hope we can hopefully edge that money towards some four figures. Right. Now we can go racing because Kat's been holding the juniors while I was talking. Thank you very much and greatly appreciated.
So the juniors are going to head out onto their rolling up lap. Reese Cranston on pole position. Just needs to take victory in the final here.
Well, second's enough, isn't it, Tom? We mentioned earlier second and then he'll win it on the tie break, but I think he wants to win it on track.
I'm sure he wants to win it on track. Joshua Sullivan, the other championship protagonist, alongside...
Has to win it. No which way. Has to win it.
Ted Hall and Josh Brown, third and fourth, with Elvis Hartley and Liam Edmonds, fifth and sixth. Daniel Camp and Matthew Plant, seventh and eighth. Adam Roberts and Mia Duffel, 9th and 10th, and Reese Dodds and Ashton Carmichael, 11th and 12th. We wish all of our drivers good luck for the final. All I hope is it stays clean. That's all I'm bothered about. I think there'll be great action. Let's just hope it's clean.
And we're away in racing as they run up towards the national loop for the first time. Sullivan is wide. They're three wide. Who's that through? Ted Hall leads us through. Sullivan's backwards, facing the wrong way. Into the national loop. Hall leads then from Cranston Brown. Sullivan all the way down to the back of the pack. And it looks like the championship, Tom, has fallen to an anticlimax already.
I said, I hope it was clean between them all. I'm just going to have a quick look back here at what happened. It just looked like they all got a bit close together.
Oh, Sullivan's parked. Sullivan parked at hairpin number 2.
I think there was a bit of a coming together mid-pack. It got missed off camera as well.
It's all over. Reese Cranston, no matter what happens now, is your 2025 Junior Pro Kart champion.
That's a real shame that that's been such an anticlimax. But meanwhile, I think Reese Cranston does know now because he's going to drive past the marshal's post and he's going to see Sullivan's car alongside it with the number 13 emblazoned on the back of it and know that he is now the 2025 Junior Pro Kart champion no matter what position he finishes. He is going to try and win it in style, I'm sure, but Ted Hall is looking good at the front at the moment. Josh Brown holding on to third place well, and Liam Edmonds in fourth, and it's Ashton Carmichael, Matthew Plant, Daniel Camp, Adam Roberts, Mia Duffel, and Elvis Hartley. Then it's Reese Dodds, is the 11th place of the current 11 runners. They head down the back straight. Ted Hall ducking down behind the steering wheel of the number 95. Reese Cranston, though, still closing in.
There's the move, I think, Tom, at 4. Saw it coming. Hall's going to try and drive round the outside. Hall's not going to give it up. Hall holds on. Elbows out from the 95. Have some of that, champion, he says. And Teddy Hall holds on to the lead for at least a few more corners.
Yeah, Hall through the... Was that somebody else retiring there? Or was somebody going slow? Did I miss? I thought...
Nope, still 11.
Somebody going slow through the front of the camera.
Still 11 runners.
Ted Hall doing absolutely everything to hold on to the lead at the moment. Still a long way to go for this one, but Hall pushing as hard as humanly possible for Ted Hall.
He was rapid yesterday in practice, was Ted Hall.
He's another one who's
really,
come on
really
leaps
quick.
And bounds. We said it earlier on, but he's really come on leaps and bounds the last few rounds.
Josh Brown as well looks like he could be heading towards
Yes,
a
indeed.
maiden podium.
Another one who's really stepped forward this weekend in particular, Josh Brown.
Scored a win and then jumped the start at the previous round, but then did pick up driver of the day from that round. But now looks like he could be well on his way to picking up a podium. He's still got Liam Edmonds and Ashton Carmichael, but they're battling between them. Carmichael's down the inside of Edmonds, and that's going to be a bit of a worry for Brown because Carmichael started at the back. He's charging through.
Yeah, Carmichael has been there or thereabouts all day with Sullivan, Cranston, and Brown and Hall. So it's been those 5 at the front, and now it is, with the exception of Sullivan, who is still sat at the marshal post at hairpin 1.
Can't really go anywhere, Tom, can he?
No, he can't. No. Unfortunately, he's going full Fernando Alonso now, isn't he, in deck chair?
We used to have a deck chair, didn't we, in the middle? I think we had a picture one year of Harry Nottage. He retired and just sat with his feet up. Full Alonso style. Still 7:20 on the clock, not even a half race distance yet. Cranston hasn't been able to have another nibble at Ted Hall since that move down the inside at hairpin 4 was hit with a straight bat earlier on.
Yeah, it's. I don't think Cranston, in fairness, he looks comfortable. Let me put it that way.
Well, he doesn't need to do any more than what he's doing, does he?
He looks behind us, Cranston, sees that Sullivan's nowhere near him, even if he doesn't know.
Sullivan's definitely nowhere near him. He's all the way up here.
No, but what I mean is, even if he doesn't know that Sullivan's retired, he's looked behind and he's not behind him. So he knows that no matter what happens at the moment, he's good. So he looks comfortable in second place. It doesn't look like he's pushing 100% with respect to Ted Hall, who is pushing 110%. He's giving absolutely everything. But we'll see whether Cranston is holding back, because there'll be about 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll start to see whether he's going to make a move for the lead or not. I think he's just comfortable sitting there at the moment in P2 and letting Ted Hall pull him along.
Opening a gap up. I thought Carmichael might have been
a bit quicker
once he'd got through and was in clear air, but I've been particularly impressed in this final by Matthew Plant, who throughout the day has not looked like a driver that's going to be battling in that 4th, 5th, 6th. But I think whatever they've done, either to the driver as he moves up out of R200 into Junior Pro Kart, is either getting used to it, or there's your move for the lead. Is it Cranston down the inside of Ted Hall?
It was almost accidental. Hall outbraked himself at hairpin 1, and Cranston almost didn't want to come through. But eventually Hall ended up pushing so wide it opened the door, and Cranston's...
Yeah, Cranston, it was almost like a half an overtake, and Hall saw the nose coming and thought, I don't want to turn in on that. It's not really necessary, but... So Cranston will lead us up and over the line with 5 minutes to go. Cranston from Hall.
Josh Brown's going to have closed in this lap, isn't he?
He is 0.4 of a second on Ted Hall, and that also makes him a little bit more comfortable in that 3rd place. Pulls away from Ashton Carmichael.
Liam Edmonds is holding the position between Carmichael and Plant. We pull out to a long shot here at T-side.
Where's your cameraman, Gabe? I'm literally saying there's 1 race left on. Is that I need to come on? There's 1 race. But I need my champion shot. Yeah, that's what.
Ted Hall sets a new fastest lap of the race. In second place, in closing back in on Reece Cranston. So it's not done and dusted for Ted Hall, that's for sure.
No, Hall, who is still not had a podium yet this season, Tom. A couple of 4th places for Ted Hall, but needs, I think he Can you imagine if your first podium is a win? You'd be well happy with that.
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
absolutely.
You'd be incredibly happy with that. And to be fair, Cranston is defending that into hairpin fort. Ted Hall tucking in behind. Do you know what, mate? What I'm thinking here from Hall, I'm not looking at this race. I'm looking at a driver who can challenge for a championship next season. Ted Hall in that 95.
Definitely. And
he's going to challenge for the lead down the inside at hairpin number 2. He says, you might have a championship. I quite like the race victory here. They're going to be side by side down the back straight towards South Bank. Rhys Cranston's coming back at it, but at least he knows he's going to have to defend this because Teddy Hall
wants a win.
Certainly does. Hall, though, a little bit too tight to him. Josh Brown's closing in here as well, Tom, I think, on this lap. Was 1.8 off the back on the previous, and indeed 0.6 quicker because of these two battling out for the lead.
I think a little bit like a boxer going through the rounds, I think Cranston's just slowly edging his pace up and seeing whether Ted Hall's going to go with him or not. But to put it another way, I think Rhys Cranston's doing the bare minimum, but he's having to do more and more, and I don't think he likes it.
No.
Because Ted Hall's pushing him harder and harder every lap, and Cranston's like, all right, I'll go up another gear, and then see if you can go with me. And Hall's still there. Right, okay, I've got to go up another gear now. I've got to try even harder.
Yeah. Look, I've got past you once now. Fall back in line. Teddy don't like the line.
But Cranston is still holding on to the lead. Josh Brown, as you say, not out of this one entirely. He was another 10.5 quicker, brought the gap down to 1.1 seconds to Ted Hall. I think Cranston started to, he's found his gear now. Or rather, he's found the gear that he needs to work at to try and pull away from Ted Hall, because that gap has opened up. The gap has closed, though, from Josh Brown. Another 2.5 tenths, or just short of 2.5 tenths. So that gap now under a second.
Teddy's going to have to pick this one up, but at the for the lead, I just think wide he goes at 1. For Ted Hall,
he's getting a bit scruffy now, isn't he?
But has he put all the effort in trying to win it?
That's what I think he's pushed really, really hard for the first 2/3 of this race, and he might have just pushed himself a little bit too hard physically.
2 laps to go at the end of this one, and he's only 12, Tom.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm saying.
He is the smallest of drivers.
I'm going to give you 2 words, David, that's going to surmise everything so far. Enough respect.
Absolutely.
For Ted Hall and his efforts today. He's done very, very well. Pushed Rhys Cranston all the way in a final. Going to take a maiden podium.
Well,
where he is on that podium, Josh Brown's going to try and argue that point.
Yeah, Ted's struggling now. He's all over the shop here. He's going to have to hold on. Lap and a half for Ted Hall to hold on from Josh Brown. Cranston is comfortable at the front. He's now broken the resolve. There is some lap traffic potentially for them to contend with. But Ted Hall and Josh Brown, now what these two need to be careful of, they're both on for a maiden podium, is don't take each other out, battling for steps 2 and 3. Whilst they'll both want it desperately, and they have got a bit of a gap, Tom. Onto this final lap they go. It's a victory lap at the moment for Rhys Cranston, the championship crowned early doors. But Rhys Cranston bringing the 43 up and round hairpin number 1. Hall wide again at hairpin 1.
Yeah, that's not quite opened the door enough for Josh Brown. In fact, it opens a gap down the back straight. Brown using the slipstream to close it up. There's 2 corners to go to settle the final step of the podium. But Rhys Cranston is going to take victory here in the Junior Pro Kart final and victory in the championship as well.
Rhys Cranston has been the standout driver all season. He's the champion. in the junior ranks here at Teesside. Cranston wins it, and it's maiden podiums for Teddy Hall and for Josh Brown. Cranston, Hall and Brown, your top three, in front of Carmichael, Edmonds, Matthew Plant, a great debut in 6th place. Daniel Camp, Elvis Hartley in 8th place. Adam Roberts comes through to finish in P9 in front of Mia Duffel. Have they all had a coming together doing fisty pumps?
I'm not sure. They've come together, though, of Reece Cranston and Ted Hall. Probably not looking where they're going, probably not steering properly.
So around South Bank, I think hopefully we can get the camera on the 43 as he heads round. There he is on the outside, slowing down to quite rightly milk the occasion and milk the applause as his fellow drivers all come past him, give him a thumbs up, give him fist pumps. His dad's waiting on the wall. Reece Cranston, the 2025 Junior Pro Kart Champion.
Congratulations to Reece and to Ted Hall and Josh Brown as well for their maiden podiums. So one more race to go here today at Teesside. I hope you will all join us tomorrow for the final round of the season where there are still championships to be decided. So it's going to be another cracking day of racing action. But we will bring you the Senior Pro Kart Final next, and that will be our last race of the day. If you are at the track, don't forget that there are fireworks at 6:30 this evening, as well as pizza van and because
Rosie just went, and that's it.
If
not enough for you, Rosie.
If facilities allow, I'll probably put some music on over the PA or something like that. Tom will do a mini DJ set for you. So we'll see if we're allowed. Tom will do a mini DJ set for you.
So let's see if we can figure out why Sullivan's race was curtailed, other than the spin. Have we got a technical problem, or? Oh, he's hurt his hand.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's got a wonky finger.
Oh yeah, no, he'd have said he's okay because you've got to be strong. But
when Bella hurt her hand during a British round of Walden North, she just walked straight across the whole left track and left. She's got an ambulance by herself.
So, our final. It's the countdown for the final, and there's our cameraman sprinting around the back of the track again.
Oh, I think they're swapping. They're swapping back.
Right. So pole position for our final, the Senior Pro Kart Final, is going to go to Maximus Shields. Alongside will be Danny Bean, George Ludwell in P3, and Ike Needham in P4. Zach Dawson and Joseph Williamson, then Isaac Duff and Oliver Hill. Matthew Hauschby and Curtis Yule round out the top 10. Max Mannion will be in 11th with Sam Neri alongside. Then it's Riley Matthews and Marty Gilfillan, Freddie Cowley and Zachary Hudson, James Marshall and William Harkus are your 18 runners. And we're about ready to go. Already heading through hairpin 3. Danny Bean went very wide there all of a sudden and cut back. And I thought there was almost a coming together with Ike Needham. But they all ended up avoiding each other, thankfully.
Shields has got this slowed down to... Oh, and Zach Dawson. What's going on with Zach Dawson at the back?
Well, he was supposed to go off P5. He's dropped an engine.
Dropped an engine. So he's got one, and we'll get that round. We're going to go racing. Shields will lead us through. Bean can't get in. Bean's getting eased out. Oh, we've got two off. One of them's Joseph Williamson. One is Max Mannion. both round at the National Loop. Zach Dawson's heading to retirement. Shields leads from Ludwell. Houshby up into third place. Danny Bean fighting his way back up into fourth. Riley Matthews and Ike Needham go side by side. Isaac Duff down the inside of hairpin number 2. And all action in the start of Senior Pro Kart.
Yeah, I was keeping my eye on what was going on with Zach Dawson, and it looks like he has pulled into retirement and potentially is staying there as well. No, sometimes we see them come straight back out, but he's out of the kart, so that's Zach Dawson done for the day. Unfortunately for him, going off P5 as well, or would have been going off P5, but it's Max Shields leading the way from George Ludwell and Danny Bean. Then it's Matthew Houshby and Isaac Duff, Ike Needham and Riley Matthews. Curtis Ewell's had a good start up to P8. Then it's Oliver Hill and Sam Neri. So Riley Matthews leading the novice class in P7. He's had an even better start. So Shields leads the way and is already looking comfortable in that 43 kart. I think Dave was just plugging some numbers in to see where we're all going to shake out at the end of this one.
Just having a look at the novice one, that's going to go all the way down to tomorrow. I think they've just been very up and down, Tom, and Curtis Ewell's already missed 2 rounds, so that will go down, but Pro and Club can get wrapped up today.
Well, yeah, I think Shields is going to, barring a mechanical, he's going to wrap this one up.
In the nicest possible way, he's got to work really hard not to win this one.
Yeah. George Ludwell, though, he's going to be runner-up in the championship, I believe, isn't he? Ludwell in P2.
Well, he's got a. I think Needham can still. Yeah, Needham can still win it. I think in certain permutations. I think. Oh, so we can still finish second. Maybe not, but we'll figure it out later on.
But Ludwell currently second in the championship with Needham in behind, and there's currently 3 people between. No, make that 2 people between them because it's Danny Bean and Isaac Duff who are now in front of Needham. So Ludwell doing everything he needs to do to cement that second place in the championship at the moment.
Yeah, I think agreed. I think Tom, it could well be sorted because Needham has missed 2 rounds, so he's going to need a bit too much, I think. So could be all sorted inside the top 3.
Just going to pull up live timing again. If I can find it. Where have you put it? Oh, there we go. So I can have a look at that one. So Riley Matthews started 5 places below where he is now. So that would be P12 for Riley Matthews. So he's definitely had a good start to the race. Marty Gill filling up 4 places as well. They're your biggest movers so far. Shields, another fastest lap of the race of 46.239. A full 0.3 of a second quicker than anybody else on the circuit.
Winning this in style at the moment is Shields.
A 1/4 of a second faster than anybody else on circuit. And that was George Ludwell in P2. He's the best part of 1/2 a second quicker than everybody else.
So gap out to 2.2. 8 minutes still to go for Maximus Shields with George Ludwell, Danny Bean and Isaac Duff, 3rd and 4th respectively, 1st and 2nd in the club championship and in this race in that class. Like Needham in P5, 3rd in Pro. Further down, we look towards Riley Matthews and Curtis Ewell, 8th and 9th respectively, but our top 2 novice runners running nose to tail in 8th and 9th place respectively. They're making their way around hairpin 3. There they are, in fact, in the bright yellow helmet for Riley Matthews and the white helmet just behind of Curtis Ewell. Sam Neri in that 3rd place. This will go down to the wire, I think, in this novice championship because at any point, any one of them 3, Tom, will be in the lead at some point during a race in that class. It really is that up and down between them. Matthews defending Yule into hairpin number 1. Yule's going to come back at him there down the inside into hairpin number 2. Great move by Curtis Yule, and then moves over to block off Riley Matthews. And Matthews is going to try and slide it back down the inside, but can't quite get it done round South Bank, and Curtis Yule moves through to take the lead in the novice class.
Yeah, good move from Yule. And, yeah, there was a fight back, but eventually got it completed. And you plug in some numbers into the novice class.
Yeah, just seeing where we might be tomorrow if I just put in certain.
So it's Sam Neri currently leading.
Yeah, but
that
it's because
class coming into the day.
Yeah, because
Sam Neri.
Curtis Yule's had 2 0 rounds for drops.
Right.
So he's already, in terms of that, he's only actually picked up slightly less rounds until we put round 8 in. For me, he comes into this as the favourite for tomorrow, but obviously has to finish races. Matthews and Neri have changed round. I think Matthews has had a bit of a better day than what Sam Neri has, and as it stands at the moment, is in a position where things might change ever so slightly, and Matthews, I think, will be second in that as it stands going into tomorrow, but all to play for, I think, in that novice class championship.
Tell you who's been in very, very impressive today, Isaac Duff.
He has.
Currently P3. Breakout weekend, I think it's safe to say, for Isaac Duff in Senior Pro Kart.
Found a way past Danny Bean. Admittedly, Bean doesn't need to challenge Duff here, I don't think. Well, we certainly plugged it in earlier, didn't we? 2 for Bean, 1 for Duff. Means that Bean wins it by 9. Certainly with Dawson out of the equation now with that DNF. Also secures Isaac Duff, I think, second place in that championship.
Curtis Yule is just...
Oh, mate, Shields is slow. Shields has got a problem.
Has he dropped an engine as well?
I think he might have dropped an engine. He's looking to the left-hand side. He has still got to finish. I mean, Shields pulls over to the right-hand side, and if I was him, I'd have pulled into that cut-through, started my engine, and tried to get going again. He is trying to start the left motor. He's going to get to... He's at half-race distance, Tom, so he's still going to pick up points for 3rd place, which I still think is going to be enough. But he might actually win this in the pit lane.
Is he pulling over? He's certainly slowing down. He's losing momentum all the time because he's only down to 1 engine.
He's waving everybody through. He's going slowly.
I mean, he's going to try and just carry on because he's on 1 engine.
Yeah, but he's got past half-race distance. So he's going to pick up points, and it'll be for 3rd place in the pro class. And it's still going to be enough, Tom, because he's got to half-race distance. He was going to win it in style. He's now actually going to win it 3.5 minutes early in the pit lane. He's going to get a mechanical flag for it because he's going at half pace round a track. And it's not that it's dangerous, it's just that it's sort of unpredictable for the rest of the drivers to sort of know the closing
it's more
speeds.
That he's not looking where he's going
and
for half the lap.
He's hitting the steering wheel in frustration because he did want to win this in style. But nonetheless, Max Shields will win the championship following in the footsteps of his mentor, Connor Lucas. Shields will win it, but he'll win it early and he'll win it in the pit lane. Not the way in which I think he'd have wanted to have won the championship, Tom, but it is over. It's said and done. And Max Shields is in the pit lane, Tom, and will be classified in P17 overall.
But will be classified, and that's the key point. Classified and classified in 3rd in class. So, there is still a race going on, obviously. George Ludwell now leads the way. Fairly comfortably, I think it's safe to say, from Isaac Duff, who is... I'm not sure he's coming under much pressure from Danny Bean for the final step of the podium just yet, but there is still time to
tactical by Bean, Tom. He knows he doesn't need to beat Isaac Duff, but he did put in a personal best on the last lap, so still trying.
But there's gaps opening up throughout the field. I'm looking further down the order to see if we've got a fight going on anywhere. All seems fairly sedate at the moment in Senior Pro Kart, which is something I don't think I've ever said before.
No. Boring Pro Kart.
That has never, ever been said before. Hold on.
Oh,
there's a fight.
Two karts side by side. Quick, get your camera out. Max Mannion
and Zachary Hudson going side by side over the start-finish line.
Oh, no, we've got two. That was two that was close together. That was Joseph Williamson and Riley Matthews, I think, over 8th and 9th. There we go. And just like that, we're back together, Tom.
So they are heading through hairpin 3, a minute and a lap to go. So we'll get another couple of laps here, at least,
So
to sort this one out.
we came into this, Tom, with Shields having contested 6 of 7 rounds, but having won 6 of the rounds that he'd contested. Now it's going to be George Ludwell heading towards the top step of the podium. Looks over his shoulder down the back straight, got a comfortable gap to Curtis Yule, Matthew Hauspeer on camera. They've just had a switch round of the top.
Yes, they have on the previous lap, and it looks like Matthews and Williamson are going to continue their fight as well. Matthews got through, but Williamson is going to start to fight him back, I think, here. I think it's safe to say we'll see Matthews and Yule both stepping up in class next year. In fact, they'll all only need to step up in class because they'll have done a season in novice, so that'll move them up, won't it?
Yes, pretty much.
Pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. I think certainly your top 3, they need to get up and earn some new stripes. Get an extra arrow on your lapel.
Yes. Likewise, we will see the club class drivers at the front. They will be moving up. So Duff, Bean, potentially for Hill and Hausby as well, moving into pro.
For the 3, I'd expect Dawson, Bean and Duff.
Oh, Dawson as well. Yes, of course.
Yeah, he's not had the results this weekend, but he's got the pace, and we know he's got the pace. So,
yeah.
Last lap then for George Ludwell, heading round hairpin number 1. So wide goes William Harkus to allow them through.
I'm going to use this opportunity to say I like George Ludwell's red visor. I haven't said it so far this year, but it's something I've been thinking about all year, and I haven't said it. I like his red visor. Red helmet, red visor. Great. You don't see many red visors.
You don't. But out of hairpin 4 will come George Ludwell. He's going to take victory here at round number 8. Ludwell from your club class winner, Isaac Duff, and your club champion, the 23 of Danny Bean, gets it wrapped up. 3rd place on track, 2nd in class, enough to crown Danny Bean your club class champion. He finishes 3rd, Ike Needham in 4th, Oliver Hill with a personal best finish in P5, as well as Isaac Duff's PB in 2nd overall. Curtis Yule, our leading novice, in 6th. Hausbeat, Williamson, Matthews and Gilfillan in front of Sam Neri, Freddie Cowley and Max Mannion, Zachary Hudson. Then we wait for James Marshall in the number 50 to complete your runners on the lead lap. William Harkers, Maximus Shields, your overall and pro class champion, retired but got to half race distance, so collects the points for 3rd place in class and will be your 2025 champion. Zach Dawson, retired pretty much on the rolling in lap. But as our senior pro karts make their way in, Tom, it's been a superb race day here at Teesside, and we get to do it all again tomorrow.
We certainly do, and cannot wait for it. But in the meantime, we've got champions to crown, trophies to give out. We've got fireworks and pizza and tombolas and raffles and things like that for people to get signed up for. So all action continues off the track now for the next few hours at least here at Teesside. And then we'll all go to bed, absolutely shattered. Ready to do it all again tomorrow.
We certainly will. Congratulations to those champions that have been crowned today. And definitely, Tom, we're going to crown the rest of them tomorrow. join us again from just after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for the final round, round number 9 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. From myself, David Sullivan, Tom Butterworth alongside me, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you soon.